Chapter 281. Meng Wuya and Xiao Fusheng quarreled for half a day before finally reaching some kind of agreement. The two old men walked out with smiles on their faces. Xiao Fusheng immediately went to prepare to open the myriad drug pond so that Xia Ningchang could study the alchemic way in front of the Pill Saint statue. Opening the myriad drug pond was a very expensive matter because every time it was opened, a large number of pills had to be poured into it in order to allow the Pill Saint statue to contain immeasurable mysteries. Each time, at least 100 pills were poured into it. The more pills and the more valuable they were, the longer the energy inside the Pill Saint statue could be maintained. Because of this high cost of materials, even Medicine King's Valley was not able to open it more than a few times a year. Every time it was opened, it was either for the elders of the various peaks or for the elite disciples of the various peaks. In addition to those from Medicine King's Valley, other alchemists who wanted to study the alchemic way in front of the Pill Saint statue could only do so through the Alchemist Summit. The Alchemist Summit was held every 5 years, and every time it was held, countless alchemists would flock to it. The pills these alchemists refined at the summit, regardless of their quality or quantity, would all be thrown into the myriad drug pond to open the restricted area, and the top 50 of the Alchemist Summit would share the Pill Saint's legacy. Over the past thousands of years, the myriad drug pond had swallowed countless pills. This was why it was called the myriad drug pond. The connection and mystery between the myriad drug pond and the Pill Saint statue had been repeatedly investigated by Medicine King's Valley for many generations, but they had never been able to discover anything. This place had become a sacred land in the hearts of all alchemists. The Pill Saint statue was a treasure that all alchemists dreamed of seeing. Many people worked hard their entire lives just to sit in front of the Pill Saint's statue for a moment. After learning that the myriad drug pond was about to open to Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai's mind suddenly became active. Although he could not personally accompany Xia Ningchang to the myriad drug pond, he could send the old demon to investigate the situation. After making some preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong, Yang Kai found Xia Ningchang and handed over the Soul Breaker All and the old demon to her, as well as Dong Qingyan's aura-shielding ancient jade. If not for this ancient jade, the old demon's demon chi would not be able to hide from an immortal ascension boundary master. 2 days later, after everything was settled, Xiao Fusheng personally led Xia Ningchang to the Pill Saint's peak and headed towards the myriad drug pond. Meng Wuya's request shamelessly said he would be able to enter the drug palace could, but he was ruthlessly refused. This heaven's palace's palace. On the day that Xia Ningchang went to the myriad drug pond, Meng Wuya was bored to death, so he took the opportunity to find Yang Kai to talk. He hisses and sues days. Of su, he's of hers. Yang Tian, tease Yang could of this. Yang Kai chuckled, Treasurer Meng, let's not beat around the bush. Are you worried that I'll do something to little senior sister? Meng Wuya's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's skin to be so thick. Forcing a smile, he said, Little Yang Kai, this old master watched you grow up. I know you aren't such a beast, right? Ning Chang wasn't old, and she was innocent. She's easily deceived. Ahem, I'm not talking about you, I just don't want her to be hurt by love. Su Yen is a proud daughter of heaven. Being able to win her favor is a dream come true for many people. If she likes you, what more could one ask for? You can't just eat what's in the bowl. What's in the pot? This was the first time Meng Wuya had spoken so openly with Yang Kai about Xia Ningchang, so naturally he was honest. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, Treasurer Meng, I just want to ask you one question. Will little senior sister marry and have children in the future? Or do you want her to be alone for the rest of her life? How could I want her to be alone for the rest of her life? Meng Wuya rolled his eyes. She's my precious disciple, so I naturally want her to be happy for the rest of her life. She's free of worries. Then Treasurer Meng, who in this world do you think is worthy of little senior sister? Meng Wuya shook his head. With a proud expression, he said, No one is worthy of her. This old master's disciple is like a pearl, and no one worthy of her has yet to be born. What about Su Yen? How does she compare to little senior sister? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Meng Wuya's expression turned serious. Su Yen is indeed extraordinary, but this old master isn't bragging. She's still a bit lacking compared to Ning Chang. Even if she obtained the Heaven's Cave inheritance, it's still the same? Yang Kai's voice lowered. Meng Wuya's expression changed. She really obtained it? Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuya's expression changed a few times as he recalled the Dragon Phoenix seal. If that's really the case, then her future achievements will be limitless, and she'll be on par with Ning Chang. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled. Meng Wuya looked at him suspiciously, suddenly understanding why he was beating around the bush for so long. Su Yen and Xia Ning Chang were on par with each other, and since Su Yen was willing to be with him, why couldn't Xia Ning Chang be? That's why, this bowl must be eaten, and what's in the pot must not be left out. A man must dare to love and dare to hate. If he hesitates, that will only hurt little senior sister's heart, Yang Kai said lightly. Meng Wuya opened his mouth, but couldn't find a way to refute, so he stood up and cursed. You little bastard, I already knew you were up to no good, you pervert. Fuck, this world is so big, how could this old master have chosen to stay in High Heaven Pavilion all those years ago? I'm just asking for trouble. But now it was too late to regret. His precious disciple was completely devoted to Yang Kai, and this little rascal was clearly a bastard who didn't refuse anyone, so there was no way to end this matter. Gritting his teeth, Meng Wuya shouted, Little brat, if you dare hurt Ning Chang, this old master will go to the central capital and destroy your Yang family. Saying so, he angrily stormed off. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and didn't seem to care. Meng Wuya's divine technique was quite profound, so it wasn't surprising that he knew his identity. He should have inquired about it from the sect master, and since the shopkeeper dared to tell him, he must have trusted him. So there was no need to worry about him betraying him. One day later, Xia Ning Chang and Xiao Fu Xing returned together. After secretly handing the Soul Breaker All and the ancient jade to Yang Kai, little senior sister hurriedly entered retreat. After meditating for an entire day in front of the Pill Saint statue, she had also gained a lot and needed to spend some time sorting out the knowledge she had gained. Returning the Soul Breaker All to his body, Yang Kai asked about the details. What's the situation there? The security is very tight. In addition to the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters guarding the 300-meter radius, there are also more than a dozen Yuan Qi Boundary Masters patrolling the area. The old demon hurriedly responded. Did you manage to sneak in? Old servant could only walk around the bottom of the myriad drug pool and didn't find much, but there seems to be a very mysterious spirit array at the bottom that I can't open. What kind of spirit array? The old demon quickly condensed his divine sense and transmitted what he saw to Yang Kai's mind. What he saw was also very vague, but fortunately, his eyesight was good enough to see some traces of this spirit array. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible to find any clues. This spirit array. Yang Kai stared at it for a long time before suddenly realizing that this spirit array was similar to the one on the 5th page of the wordless black book. There must be some kind of connection between the two. If his guess was correct, the pattern on the 5th page of the wordless black book should be the key to opening this spirit array. I'll have to go there myself. But with such tight security, how am I supposed to enter? Young master, this old servant heard the whispers of the guards. Once the alchemy conference starts, the guards there will be less vigilant. Because there aren't many people in Medicine King's Valley, the alchemy summit is always very lively, so many people need to go to the foot of the mountain to maintain order. At that time, there will only be 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters left. That should be an opportunity. The old demon reminded him. 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Yang Kai frowned. 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were still immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Even with the ancient jade concealing his aura and Yuan Qi, it would be difficult to escape their detection. Moreover, in addition to these 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, there must be others. If only someone could take his place and lead them away. The old demon should be able to lead a group of them away. As long as he was fast enough, he could escape back to Hidden Cloud Peak and return to his little senior sister's side. It wouldn't be too late for Yang Kai to deal with him after he finished his task. The key was that he definitely wouldn't be able to lead all the guards away by himself, so he would need a helper. Yang Kai frowned as he thought. The Alchemy Summit was held as scheduled, and all the world's alchemists had gathered in Medicine King's Valley, all of them preparing to show off their skills and win a good ranking. Everyone on Hidden Cloud Peak didn't care much about the Alchemy Summit, only Dong Qingyan wanted to go and watch the fun. In this regard, Xiao Fuxing didn't stop her, allowing her to often go and broaden her horizons. Xia Ningchang and Meng Wei also temporarily lived on Hidden Cloud Peak, studying alchemy theory with Dong Qingyan from Old Xiao every day. After she finished her studies, she would accompany Kai Yang. Sometimes she would just sit there, not saying a word, and sometimes she would talk to Kai Yang. Every day she was very happy, as if she felt that if she could continue like this in the future, she would be satisfied. The Alchemy Summit was held for 10 days, and tomorrow was the finals of the Alchemy Summit. After the summit, the top 50 alchemists would be selected and all the pills refined during the summit would be used to open the myriad drug pond for these 50 alchemists so they could comprehend the Pill Saint statue. This was a grand event that only happened once every 5 years, and it was the focus of everyone's attention. Late at night, Yang Kai floated out of his room like a ghost. Tomorrow was the finals, so tonight should be the busiest time for Medicine King's Valley. After waiting for so many days, planning and preparing, it was finally time to act. Holding the ancient jade he had borrowed from Dong Qingyan in the palm of his hand, Yang Kai continued to pour his yuan qi into it, shielding his aura and all traces of yuan qi. The moon was bright and the stars were few, so Yang Kai flew through the forest like the wind, quickly approaching the Pill Saint's peak. After half an hour, Yang Kai arrived at a position 3,000 meters below the Pill Saint's peak. If he continued to go up, he would enter the restricted area. After listening for a long time, Yang Kai leaned forward and continued to approach. Only when he was 1,000 meters or so away did he stop. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai waited for the passage of time. Chapter 282. A dark cloud slowly drifted over, obscuring the moonlight. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Kai once again pushed forward 500 meters. Still not being discovered, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dong Qingyan had this magical ancient jade, otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to approach this place. Old demon, it's time for you to act. Yang Kai sent out a message. Old servant understands. The old demon quickly responded. Wrapping the soul breaker all around his body, the old demon swiftly flew out, his movements similarly cautious. After waiting for less than a dozen breaths of time, from the top of Pill Saint's peak, an angry roar suddenly rang out, "Who goes there?" As soon as this voice rang out, a dozen or so people rushed out in pursuit. A series of strange laughter rang out from the distance, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, causing anyone who heard it to shiver. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters guarding the edge of the myriad drug pond originally did not pursue, but after hearing this voice, their expressions couldn't help changing, one of them shouting, "Demon Lord!" The two of them leapt up at the same time and chased after the old demon. Midair, the two men exchanged a glance before one of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters hurriedly returned to the edge of the myriad drug pond, allowing the other to pursue. In this short period of time, Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to push forward another 200 meters. Not having time to catch his breath, Yang Kai quickly took out something hidden in his sleeve. This was a gray rabbit. Although there was no monster beast in Medicine King's Valley, there were many small animals like rabbits, so this gray rabbit was quite easy to capture. After being struck by the beast slave seal, this little thing had to obey Yang Kai's orders at this moment. Skillfully tossing the rabbit 300 meters away, Yang Kai landed it firmly on the ground. The little thing then began to crawl forward unhurriedly. After crawling a few dozen meters, it began to run as fast as the wind under Yang Kai's command. The movement it made was quickly investigated. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had been left behind to guard this place coldly flashed and sent out a palm strike towards the source of the movement, his whole body like a giant bird spreading its wings. He flew in that direction. Right at this moment, Yang Kai took a deep breath and used his self-created footwork. His figure only swayed twice before he arrived at the edge of the pool of all medicines. He didn't have time to see what the forbidden area looked like before he plunged into the pool without even making a splash. The immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator who had been left behind only managed to chase a few hundred meters before catching the gray rabbit. He pinched the struggling little thing. He secretly shook his head, thinking that he was being overly paranoid. He casually threw the rabbit on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of clothes flapping could be heard. The dozen or so people who had gone out to chase after them had returned. How is it? I lost him. That evil fiend is very fast, and he gives me a very strange feeling. There's no sign of life. The expert who had chased after them replied. He frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" I heard some commotion and came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be a rabbit. The two of them looked at each other and their expressions suddenly changed. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, he hurried back to the myriad drug pool and carefully examined it. The myriad drug pool was fine. The Pill Saint statue was also fine. Everything was calm. The group of people glanced at each other, not knowing what that evil fiend wanted to do. But fortunately, nothing had happened. This was the foundation of Medicine King's Valley. If something had really happened, not only would it be a loss to Medicine King's Valley, but it would also be a loss to all the alchemists in the world. This kind of crime was not something two immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators could bear. The myriad drug pool was not deep, only about a dozen meters or so. Yang Kai fell into the pool of water and quickly dove down, during the process. While diving, the wordless black book was already in his hand, directly flipping to the 5th page. When he reached the bottom of the pool, a brilliant light suddenly appeared on the 5th page, wrapping him up. At the bottom of the pool, a series of hidden lines appeared and Yang Kai's body directly passed through the pool. He fell even deeper. His vision blurred, and when Yang Kai recovered, there was no longer any pool of water around him. This was a sealed space, but although it was sealed, it was not stuffy, and the energy here was rich, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The brilliant light wrapping around his body quickly disappeared into his body. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind was filled with a few new things. He didn't investigate immediately. Instead, he looked around at his surroundings. This place should be at the bottom of the myriad drug pool. Because of the mysterious spirit array at the bottom of the pool, he was able to enter. Even if an ordinary person was stronger, they would not be able to discover this place. No wonder Medicine King's Valley had not been able to discover the mysteries of the myriad drug pool for thousands of years. It turned out that the mysteries were hidden here. What he saw caused Kai Yang's eyes to shine brightly, a brilliant light flashing in all directions. He found that not far away, there was something like a deep well. The mouth of this well was only about the size of a wash basin. Walking closer, Yang Kai saw that the well was filled with a crystal-clear milky white liquid. The surroundings of this well were covered with mysterious patterns and characters. It should be a profound spirit array. Under the effect of this spirit array, there was a column of energy visible to the naked eye that continuously poured into the well like moonlight. The source of this energy was at the bottom of the myriad drug pool, and the end of this energy was this well. Taking a sniff of the well, Yang Kai could smell the fragrance coming from the liquid in the well. Carefully stretching out a finger, Yang Kai dipped it into the liquid and placed it in his mouth. A sweet taste spread from the tip of his tongue, and the liquid instantly turned into a warm energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Yang Kai's body shook, feeling that the bottleneck of the second layer of Yuan Qi had been broken in an instant, and he had stepped into the third layer of Yuan Qi in one fell swoop. An invisible aura spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly, for fear of disturbing the guards above the myriad drug pool. But what surprised him was that this sealed space completely blocked the movement of his advancement, and it did not spread to the outside at all. Secretly letting out a sigh of relief, Yang Kai thought to himself, that was close. Good stuff. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. What exactly was this liquid in this well? The effect was remarkable. Although as early as half a month ago, Yang Kai had faintly felt that he was about to reach the peak of the second layer of Yuan Qi, and had been cultivating for such a long time, It was thanks to this liquid that he was able to break through at this moment. Yang Kai believed that the additional information in his mind should be able to solve the doubts in his heart. Calming his mind, Yang Kai carefully examined the well. A moment later, Yang Kai opened his eyes in surprise. After a while, he had obtained the answer he was looking for. The milky white liquid in the well was something called myriad drug liquid. Every year, hundreds of thousands of pills were thrown into the myriad drug pool. The energy contained in these pills did not disappear, but rather, under the effect of the spirit array at the bottom of the pool, all of it converged into this well. Then, under the effect of the spirit array in this well, it was transformed into myriad drug liquid. This wasn't something that could be formed overnight. Instead, it required many years and months of continuous use of medicinal pills before it could be formed. The Medicine King's Valley had a heritage of 5,000 to 6,000 years. Every year, hundreds, thousands, or even more pills were thrown into the myriad drug pool. After so many years of accumulation, the number of pills collected in the myriad drug pool was at least a few million. Several million pills. This was a number that would make anyone's heart tremble. Even if the grade of these pills was low and the quality was poor, when so many of them gathered together, it was enough to create a destructive energy that could change the color of the world. What's more, many times Medicine King's Valley would throw in heaven-grade or earth-grade pills in order to allow the Pill Saint statue to last longer. Every year, during the ancestral worship ceremony, there would even be mysterious grade pills thrown in. Now, all of this energy had converged into this well and transformed into myriad drug liquid. It was easy to imagine how precious and rare this myriad drug liquid was. This was a miraculous liquid that took thousands of years and millions of pills to condense. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but long-term consumption could also allow one to be reborn and cleanse one's body. Even if one was mediocre, as long as they continuously took this myriad drug liquid, they could become a genius. Moreover, it could also assist in alchemy. When refining any pill, if a drop of myriad drug liquid was added, it could increase the quality of the finished pill by half a grade. Don't underestimate half a grade. If a mysterious grade top-rank spirit pill could be upgraded by half a grade, it would cross the threshold of spirit grade pills. This was something Xiao Fuxing had pursued his entire life, but had never been able to achieve. It could also heal injuries, increase one's lifespan. There were all kinds of benefits. Although myriad drug liquid was derived from a variety of pills, its effects far exceeded the effects of those pills. It was a quantitative change that led to a qualitative change. What's more, the strange spirit array around this well was constantly absorbing the energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. What kind of changes this spirit array had undergone after thousands of years of operation, no one could say for sure. This well was the most precious treasure in the world. Anyone who obtained such a well would be able to achieve great things. They might even be able to establish an enormous force that could look down on the world and sweep through the universe. Medicine King's Valley sat on a mountain of treasures, but only used it to stimulate the Pill Saint's portrait, not even 1/10,000th of its original function. However, it was precisely because of the existence of the Pill Saint's portrait that Medicine King's Valley and the world's alchemists had continuously poured pills into the myriad drug pond over the past thousands of years, creating the current myriad drug liquid. If there was no Pill Saint's portrait, there would be no medicinal liquid in this well. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in his heart. He wondered what kind of expression Medicine King's Valley would have if they learned that their sect had spent thousands of years only to pave the way for someone else. Yang Kai and Medicine King's Valley had no grievances, and this time he had only come here to follow the Black Book's guidance, not to steal their treasures. Feeling ashamed, Yang Kai held the wordless Black Book in his hand and quickly sat down cross-legged. This large well of myriad drug liquid could not be taken away without a suitable item. Even if Yang Kai had the universe bag given to him by Ling Tai Su, he would not be able to hold it all. However, he had already made a plan. Turning another page, Yang Kai arrived at the 6th page of the Black Book. As early as when he broke through to the Yuan Qi realm, Yang Kai had discovered that the 6th page could be opened, but although he knew the mysteries contained within the 6th page, he had not immediately acted upon them. because the spirit array pattern on the 5th page might still be useful. Now that he thought about it, his scruples at the time were correct. Chapter 283. The first 5 pages of the Black Book were empty except for an incense burner. Taking out the incense burner, Yang Kai poured his yuan qi into the 6th page. Suddenly, some lines began to appear on the dark page. These lines were obviously a kind of spirit array, but it was completely different from the one on the 5th page. As the yuan qi poured in, these lines began to wriggle, like a whale swallowing water, crazily sucking in Yang Kai's yuan qi. The lines of the spirit array also began to flicker. Yang Kai's yuan qi was quickly consumed. Yang Kai directly ignited a drop of yang liquid in the dantian, filling up his dried-up meridians and continuing to pour it in. After consuming a total of 10 drops of precious yang liquid, the 6th page seemed to be saturated, and as the lines on the 6th page began to change, the first 6 pages suddenly merged into one, becoming a whole. Using his divine sense to explore it, Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. It has been 2 or 3 years since he obtained the wordless Black Book, and although he already knew that it was made from soul-suppressing stone, it was only now that he was able to display its most basic function. Soul-suppressing stone was a treasure that could be used to make storage items. Storage artifacts. This was something that only existed in legends. When Yang Kai obtained the wordless Black Book, he had always been looking forward to when he would be able to use it to store things. Especially when he went to that isolated world a year ago, Ling Tai Su had given him a universe bag, which allowed him to see the convenience and speed of storage artifacts. Having a decent storage artifact could save him a lot of trouble. And now, his wish had finally come true. What the 6th page of the Black Book gave him was the ability to unlock the wordless Black Book's storage ability. The first 6 pages merged into one, forming an independent space. Unlike the universe bag, which could only hold one thing, this space was extremely large, the size of several dozen houses. Except for living things, anything in the world could be stored inside. Moreover, in the future, if he unsealed the back pages of the wordless Black Book, he could integrate those useless pages into it, thus expanding the size of this space. Using his divine sense to wander around this huge space, Yang Kai was amazed. With such a large space, there was no need to worry about not being able to fit everything in the well. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his consciousness. He held the wordless Black Book in one hand and controlled the yuan qi in the other, taking the myriad drug liquid out of the well with great precision. Then he put it into the Black Book. Every drop of myriad drug liquid was extremely precious, so Yang Kai's movements were extremely careful and meticulous, for fear of spilling a single drop. Fortunately, during this time, Yang Kai had learned how to control his yuan qi from Xiao Fu Sheng, so his control over his yuan qi was much better than before. This kind of thing was naturally easy to do. In the beginning, Yang Kai was very cautious, but as time passed, his movements gradually became faster. In the end, he took out the myriad drug liquid and directly threw it into the wordless Black Book space. He didn't even bother to look at them. This process took a total of 12 to 14 hours. Yang Kai was so busy that his waist and back were aching. His hands were completely mechanized. The amount of myriad drug liquid he had taken out was more than 1,000 kilograms. Looking down into the well, Yang Kai saw that half a meter down there was a layer of something richer than the myriad drug liquid. It was still milky white, but it was in a semi-solidified state. Myriad drug liquid. Compared to the myriad drug liquid, this was a grade higher. After all, this well had existed for many years. For thousands of years, the people of Medicine King's Valley had constantly thrown all kinds of pills into the myriad drug pool. The energy of those pills had sunk into the well, and the more essential the pills were, the more ancient they were and the better their effects were. Looking down at the myriad drug liquid, Yang Kai took a deep breath, grit his teeth, and continued to collect. After another 3 to 4 hours, the myriad drug liquid was completely collected. Although it wasn't as much as the myriad drug liquid, there was still at least 200 to 300 kilograms of it. The effect of the myriad drug liquid was twice that of the myriad drug liquid. In other words, with this kind of thing, Xiao Fu Sheng could truly refine spirit-grade pills. Just a little bit of this myriad drug liquid was enough to raise the grade of a pill by 1 grade. After the myriad drug liquid was collected, the bottom layer of the well was revealed. This was a thoroughly solidified material and the most precious treasure in this well. Myriad drug cream. Its effect was twice that of the myriad drug liquid. Enduring his fatigue, Yang Kai once again carefully collected it. After a long time, Yang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat down cross-legged on the ground, and breathed out a sigh of relief to restore his strength. The amount of myriad drug cream he had collected wasn't too much, at least compared to the myriad drug liquid and myriad drug liquid, only a few dozen kilograms. However, these few dozen kilograms were the result of the accumulation of the best essences of millions of pills over thousands of years. It wasn't until now that this well had been completely emptied, all of the thousands of years of accumulation now belonging to Yang Kai. Frowning and contemplating, Yang Kai felt that this was clearly a trap that had been set up for thousands of years. The Pill Saint statue outside was the biggest bait in this trap. If an alchemist wanted to comprehend the alchemic way from this statue, they had to throw pills into the myriad drug pond. And the energy and essence of these pills that were thrown in were all gathered here. After thousands of years, the myriad drug liquid was formed. Was this a trap set up by the creator of the wordless black book? Yang Kai didn't know. But it was undeniable that this trap was ingenious, taking advantage of the pilgrimage mentality of these alchemists, taking advantage of their generosity in order to comprehend the myriad drug liquid. As long as the Pill Saint statue still existed, as long as the myriad drug pond still existed, as long as Medicine King's Valley still existed, after a few thousand years, there would likely be another well filled with myriad drug liquid. However, the world was constantly changing, and it was a miracle that Medicine King's Valley had been able to maintain itself for thousands of years. After a few thousand years, who could say for sure whether this place would still exist? While contemplating this, there was suddenly an abnormal reaction in this sealed space. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly opened his eyes and was surprised to see that all around this small space, a variety of complex characters and patterns were flashing. These characters were ancient and obscure, making it impossible for anyone to understand them. These patterns were also strange, but Yang Kai could tell at a glance that many of them were spirit arrays and spirit arrays. These characters and patterns flashed in this secret room, and for some unknown reason, they were like fish in water, swimming quickly. Yang Kai remained calm and his brow furrowed as he deeply observed all this, trying to figure out what was going on. Before he could figure out what was going on, the secret room lit up and countless characters and patterns madly shot towards Yang Kai. Silently, all of these words and patterns drilled into his mind, causing him to feel slightly dizzy. As they drilled into his mind one after another, Kai Yang felt as if his mind was about to explode. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, wriggling like earthworms. It was a terrifying sight, causing anyone who saw it to feel their scalp go numb. This abnormal situation lasted for a long time until the last ray of light shot into Yang Kai's body and the entire secret room suddenly dimmed. Yang Kai felt a heart-wrenching pain in his mind before a warm feeling washed over him and the pain disappeared. Involuntarily exhaling, Yang Kai knew that this was the effect of the soul-warming lotus. This situation was similar to what he had experienced in the white mist in that isolated world. His soul had been damaged, causing the soul-warming lotus to automatically repair itself. Faintly, Yang Kai felt a lot of information enter his mind. This kind of information was not like the information transmitted by the wordless black book. The two were not on the same level at all. When each page of the wordless black book was unsealed, it would also transmit information, but the amount of information was very small. Even if one hadn't cultivated their divine sense, they could still easily understand it. However, the amount of information this time was enormous, so much so that Yang Kai didn't know what it was. Calming his mind, Yang Kai began to carefully comprehend the information in his mind. After a while, some inexplicable information jumped out. True alchemic way. As he slowly investigated, Yang Kai discovered that this information was actually related to alchemy. It wasn't a secret art, nor was it a martial skill, but rather a guide to alchemy and how to refine good pills. The first part of the True Alchemic Way contained the experiences and insights of countless top alchemy grandmasters. Many of their unique alchemy methods were also recorded in this book, making it an absolute treasure. Yang Kai himself wanted to pursue the peak of the martial Tao, so he didn't want to be distracted by alchemy, but his little senior sister needed these things. If she had the help of this True Alchemic Way, she would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings. With her physique and skills, refining higher grade and better quality pills would be a piece of cake. Considering all this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't rush out, instead carefully examining the information. However, after less than 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, and the stabbing pain he had just calmed down once again struck his mind. Inhaling sharply, Yang Kai waited for the soul-warming lotus to take effect and slowly repair the damage to his soul, making him feel much better, but the feeling of exhaustion still lingered. The power of his spiritual energy had been completely consumed in this short period of time. There was also a limit to the power of one's divine sense. Just like the origin chi in a martial artist's body, once their origin chi was exhausted, a martial artist would not be able to fight. Once their divine sense was exhausted, they would no longer be able to use their divine sense. This was why even if an immortal ascension boundary master cultivated their spiritual energy, they wouldn't easily use it under normal circumstances. Restoring Yuan Qi was easy, but restoring one's spiritual energy was much more difficult. Any precious treasure or pill that was linked to one's spiritual energy was many times more valuable than ordinary things. Yang Kai was currently only at the Yuan Qi third stage, and although he had cultivated his spiritual energy and was no weaker than an average immortal ascension boundary fourth or fifth stage master, it was obviously not enough to pry into the True Alchemic Way in his mind. Frowning, Yang Kai waited for 4 or 5 hours before feeling his spiritual energy fill up again. Even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it would still take him 4 or 5 hours to restore his spiritual energy. If it was an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master, if their spiritual energy was completely exhausted, it would take them at least 10 days or even half a month to restore their spiritual energy. I need to find some soul-restoring pills and bring them with me, Kai Yang secretly planned. Not wanting to give up, Yang Kai tried again, and after a dozen breaths, his spiritual energy was once again exhausted. This time, Yang Kai didn't wait for his spiritual energy to recover on its own. Instead, taking out some myriad drug liquid and swallowing it, his spiritual energy rapidly increased. In less than half an hour, his spiritual energy was back to full. Chapter 284. After trying a dozen times in a row, Yang Kai was finally able to pry into a little bit of useful information. It was a spirit array. A spirit array specifically designed to assist in alchemy. This spirit array could be engraved inside the alchemy furnace to enhance the grade of a pill, but the effect wasn't very good and it wasn't very stable. After consuming a huge amount of spiritual energy and consuming a dozen myriad drug drops of spiritual energy, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. The cost was not proportional to the gains, it was a bit of a loss. The profoundness and mystery of this True Alchemic Way was obviously impossible for him to see through with his current weak spiritual energy. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little regretful and slowly put away his thoughts of prying into the True Alchemic Way, planning to wait until his soul grew stronger in the future before making any plans. Feeling his soul, after such a long time of tempering, Yang Kai found that it had grown slightly, a pleasant surprise. But how could this True Alchemic Way be here? Moreover, it had poured into his mind through this method. If the creator of the Black Book wanted to master the True Alchemic Way, they could have sealed it into a certain page of the wordless Black Book and waited until their strength grew to a certain level before unsealing the Black Book to obtain it. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to accept such a huge amount of information. This time, if not for the help of the soul-warming lotus, his soul would have been damaged when this information poured into his mind. Although he didn't understand this point, Yang Kai understood the mystery of the Pill Saint's portrait. It was said that one could comprehend the alchemic way from the Pill Saint's portrait, and even Meng Wuya felt that there was something special about it. Now it seemed that these rumors weren't groundless. The mystery of the Pill Saint's portrait was this True Alchemic Way. However, Those alchemists who comprehended the true alchemy way from the Pill Saint's portrait had obtained very little, so Yang Kai had directly swept it clean this time. He didn't know if the Pill Saint's portrait could still be comprehended in the future. Yang Kai felt uneasy. Everything here had been taken away, leaving only a dry well. It was time to leave. Yang Kai sat in meditation for a few hours, adjusting his state to its peak. Only then did he look around for a way out. He originally thought that there must be a secret passage to leave this sealed space, but after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. He couldn't help but wonder how he was going to leave. Could it be that they would follow the path they came in from? There were 2 Heaven's Gate realm experts and a large number of Yuan Qi realm experts guarding outside. Once he jumped out of the myriad drug pool, he was afraid that he would be captured immediately. Yang Kai believed that there was always a way out. After searching the secret room for a long time, he still didn't find anything. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. The current situation was a bit strange. The Black Book had instructed him to come here to collect the myriad drug liquid. There was no reason not to leave a way out for himself. But why couldn't he find it? Could it be that there was something missing? Yang Kai was sure that he had already searched this place more than a dozen times, not missing a single inch. Half a day later, his patience had reached its limit. Yang Kai was certain that there was no secret passage here. If he wanted to leave, he could only jump out of the myriad drug pool. Wasn't that the same as throwing himself into a trap? The myriad drug pool was a restricted area of Medicine King's Valley. Even if he was now considered half a hidden Cloud Peak disciple, if he appeared at the bottom of the myriad drug pool, he probably wouldn't have a good end. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai decided to break through from the top. Although there were many guards outside, if he was fast enough, he might be able to survive. After making up his mind, Yang Kai rushed to the top, reached out his hand, and without the slightest hesitation, sent out a punch. This punch was just a test. The myriad drug pool had existed in Medicine King's Valley for so many years, so there must have been many masters who had come down to investigate. They wanted to see if there was any secret at the bottom. Those masters couldn't break through the bottom because of the spirit array. Yang Kai didn't think that he could break through the bottom of the pool with a single punch. But things were so strange. As soon as he sent out this punch, with a muffled bang, the entire ceiling above his head suddenly burst apart. The myriad drug pool's water poured down from above. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he didn't hesitate and quickly rushed to the surface of the pool, his Yuan Qi fiercely surging, ready to attack. He had already prepared himself to be besieged and quickly counterattacked. But unexpectedly, even when he was in the air, he didn't receive any attacks. Looking around, Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Beside the myriad drug pool, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The 20 to 30 foot tall statue of the Pill Saint that originally stood beside the pool was now shattered into several pieces, and the ground was littered with rubble. A thick smell of blood drifted in the air, and the sound of fighting and killing could be heard everywhere. Kai Yang's face suddenly sank, and he quickly turned around and landed back on the ground. Looking around, Yang Kai found that a few thousand feet away, there were traces of people fighting everywhere. Medicine King's Valley's 12 peaks were filled with smoke and smoke. Looking down at the city below, Yang Kai could see that at this moment, the city was also in chaos. High up in the sky, there were many immortal Ascension Boundary Masters fighting fiercely, all kinds of fierce martial skills and strange artifacts displaying their might. Someone was actually attacking Medicine King's Valley. What kind of people were so bold? And at such a sensitive time like the Alchemy Summit. Medicine King's Valley had existed for thousands of years and had never become enemies with any great force. Whether you were good or evil, strong or weak, Medicine King's Valley had always adhered to the principle of neutrality. Many evil cultivators would come to Medicine King's Valley to ask for alchemy. It was because of this principle of neutrality that it had been able to survive for thousands of years. But now, someone had actually set their sights on Medicine King's Valley, wantonly slaughtering people here, and even destroying the Pill Saint statue. This was an earth-shattering change. Medicine King's Valley was inextricably linked to all the great forces in the world, and in the city below, there were masters from all kinds of great forces guarding it all year round. Daring to attack Medicine King's Valley, no matter how strong, was already a public enemy, not far from destruction. But at this moment, the battle in Medicine King's Valley was obviously quite tense. Moreover, Medicine King's Valley seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, the Pill Saint statue had actually been destroyed. This was a great loss to the world. Yang Kai faintly felt that the destruction of the Pill Saint statue had a great deal to do with the true alchemic way pouring into his mind. After all, the true alchemic way he had previously obtained was inside the Pill Saint statue. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly reacted and quickly used his movement skill to rush towards Hidden Cloud Peak. Dong Qingyan and Xia Ningchang were still there. Old Xiao and the two powerless women were also there. Although Meng Wuya was guarding Hidden Cloud Peak, who knew what the current situation was? Moving as fast as lightning, Yang Kai quickly approached Hidden Cloud Peak, the scenery on both sides receding as he spread out his divine sense. The situation within a 12-kilometer radius was clear at a glance. Evil Qi and demonic Qi filled the peaks of Medicine King's Valley. Those who were currently fighting with Medicine King's Valley disciples were also covered in demonic Qi. It was actually a group of evil cultivators. Yang Kai just didn't know which evil force they belonged to. In addition to these cultivators who had fallen into the demonic path and Medicine King's Valley disciples, there were also many other cultivators from all over the world who were fighting. These people were here to help Medicine King's Valley, but there weren't many masters among them and they also lacked coordination, so they were forced to retreat in battle, leaving behind a trail of corpses. A few kilometers away, a dark green poisonous fog had enveloped a radius of a few thousand meters. Inside this poisonous fog, all the trees and flowers had withered, and the ground was littered with the corpses of many cultivators, their flesh and blood rotting away, revealing their pale white bones. High up in the sky, Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were constantly being shot down or killed. Most of these people were masters from the various great forces. On the contrary, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters covered in demonic Qi had the upper hand. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy, although he didn't know why such a big change had occurred in Medicine King's Valley. However, his footsteps didn't stop. Halfway through the journey, a brawny man covered in blood suddenly jumped out in front of him. This brawny man was holding a boning knife in his hand, and there was a piece of bloody flesh on the knife. Letting out a gloomy laugh, the burly man's pair of wolf-like eyes stared at the approaching Yang Kai, shoving the piece of flesh into his mouth and chewing, as if he was eating the most delicious food in the world, a look of satisfaction appearing on the burly man's face. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw a corpse at the feet of the burly man. This person wasn't a disciple of Medicine King's Valley and should have come from one of those sects. He had been dead for a long time and a piece of flesh had disappeared from his face. Another delicious meal delivered to my doorstep. The burly man laughed strangely, his face grim, his Yuan Qi violent and restless, exuding an evil aura. Yuan Qi 5th stage. Yang Kai snorted, his expression cold as he suddenly sent out his divine sense, instantly invading the burly man's mind. The burly man's expression froze, his eyes becoming slightly confused. Having never cultivated a soul skill before, Yang Kai's divine sense wasn't any worse than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th or 5th stage masters, but he could only use it roughly and couldn't display its full power. It was enough. In the blink of an eye, the burly man recovered, but before he had time to launch an attack, Yang Kai's fist slammed into his chest. With a loud bang, the burly man's 200-kilogram body flew out like a cannonball, his chest visibly caved in. Midair, the burly man's body exploded into a bloody mist. He didn't even have time to mobilize his Yuan Qi to resist. Without stopping, Yang Kai's footsteps flashed past like a meteor. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at Hidden Cloud Peak. Compared to the other peaks, Hidden Cloud Peak had suffered the least casualties. After all, this place was always quiet and no one came here. But now, the battle here was the fiercest. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai looked up and saw Meng Wuya fighting with a large group of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Treasurer Meng's strength was unfathomable and his methods were heaven-defying, but at this moment, he was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. He was fighting a total of 6 masters, 2 of whom had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage while the remaining 4 weren't weak either, each of them at least an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. Compared to the masters from Blood Battle Gang, they were clearly stronger. 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary masters were fighting fiercely on Hidden Cloud Peak. In the midst of this battle, one of them shouted, "Where did this old dog come from? How could he be so strong?" If it was an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, they would have long since fallen under the attacks of these 6 masters, but Meng Wuya wasn't at a disadvantage. The power of his martial skills left everyone dumbstruck. Chapter 285. This group of people had been ordered to capture Xiao Fusheng. Originally, only 2 of them had come, but they had clearly been determined to capture him. Just as they had appeared on Hidden Cloud Peak, they had been directly killed by Meng Wuya. After the death of the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the 6 of them had learned that there was a powerful master on Hidden Cloud Peak, so they had come together to kill him. However, even with the 6 of them joining forces, even an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master would have to avoid them, but Meng Wuya was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, yet he was able to block them all. Treasurer Meng's martial skills were extremely lethal and were all completely unheard of. The more the 6 of them fought, the more frightened they became, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Which corner did this old man jump out from? The 6 of them were confused. Wasn't Xiao Fusheng the only Immortal Ascension Boundary Master on Hidden Cloud Peak? On top of the peak, Xiao Fusheng stood there with a dignified expression, quietly watching the battle in the sky. He was indeed an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but all his life he had been immersed in alchemy and was not proficient in combat. The martial skills he had cultivated were also not very useful, so he couldn't help at all. The 2 dignified beauties also stood behind him, followed by Dong Qingyan and Xia Ningchang. All 4 of these women's expressions were somewhat tense, completely different from old Zhao's calm and collected demeanor. "Young master is back," the old demon suddenly called out in surprise. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared on top of Hidden Cloud Peak. The Soul Breaker all flew over and Yang Kai reached out and caught it, transforming into a black gas that disappeared into his body. Xiao Fusheng glanced over at them faintly but didn't say anything. Dong Qingyan quickly beckoned to Yang Kai, asking him to come over quickly. "What happened?" Yang Kai quickly came over to the group. He asked softly. "A day ago, the ash-gray cloud Evil Land suddenly attacked Medicine King's Valley in a menacing manner. The masters from the various great forces who had been guarding the towns and cities in the valley were either killed or injured, but they were unexpectedly driven straight in. They rushed into Medicine King's Valley's various peaks and captured countless disciples from the 12 peaks. In addition, the alchemists who had come here to participate in the Alchemists' Summit were not spared." Xia Ningchang softly told him everything that had happened that day and the information that she had gathered. Through her story, Yang Kai also figured out many things. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land was the world's largest gathering place of evil demons. It was the place where all the cultivators of evil resided. It occupied the entire southwest territory of the Great Han Empire. The southwest region was the territory of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. There were countless masters in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, and the strength of their forces was comparable to any of the central capital's 8 great families. As early as a few months ago, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had been planning this operation, going around to capture the direct descendants of the various great forces. The attack on Dong Qingyan outside Medicine King's Valley was also the work of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. This time, he had deliberately chosen to launch an attack during the alchemy conference, using the captured direct descendants as a shield to open up a path, causing many forces in the valley towns to hesitate in taking action. He didn't dare to act rashly. This had led to the complete defeat of Medicine King's Valley. The purpose of this operation was not to destroy Medicine King's Valley, but to capture all the alchemists in the world, whether they were disciples of Medicine King's Valley or foreign alchemists participating in the alchemy conference. They had even set their sights on the Pill Saint statue, but it was simply too large. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of Medicine King's Valley desperately tried to stop them, but failed to succeed. During the fierce battle between the two sides, the Pill Saint statue was accidentally shattered. The ash-gray cloud evil land had used all kinds of despicable means, making it impossible for Medicine King's Valley to resist. Inside Hidden Cloud Peak. If Meng Wuya hadn't happened to come here as a guest, Xiao Fuxing would have been captured long ago. Soon, Yang Kai understood the situation in front of him. Secretly shocked by the ash-gray cloud evil land's boldness, he also began to guess what their purpose was and why they wanted to capture so many alchemists. The battle in the sky was still extremely tense, but Meng Wuya was still fighting 1 against 6. Set up the spirit array. A black-haired old man roared. Hearing this, the 6 people suddenly moved and arranged a mysterious spirit array. As the 6 of them unleashed their full power, Meng Wuya let out a grunt as his face paled slightly. Just as he was adjusting his breathing, the 6 people glanced at each other and one of them, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master, suddenly jumped out of the battle and flew towards Hidden Cloud Peak. The remaining 5 people fiercely attacked, trying to disrupt Meng Wuya. You dare! Meng Wuya let out a roar. Huge palm prints filled the sky, causing the 5 people to lose their balance. Taking advantage of the situation, Meng Wuya sent out a palm strike towards the person who was flying down the Hidden Cloud Peak. Dead with Divine Hand. Mysterious grade top-rank martial skill. An invisible palm strike suddenly struck, causing the ash-gray cloud evil land's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master to feel something was wrong and hurriedly dodged to the side. The palm wind swept past one of his arms, numbing it instantly. As far as the eye could see, his entire arm was like an old tree that was about to wither, quickly shriveling up. The man's face was filled with shock as he quickly circulated his secret art to resist. Fortunately, he was only swept by the palm strike, so he was able to resist. Seeing his shriveled arm slowly restore its vitality, he couldn't help feeling relieved. Letting out a strange laugh, the man's speed suddenly increased. Like an eagle spreading its wings, he swooped down. Yang Kai and the others were on high alert, all of them madly pushing their yuan qi, secretly preparing themselves. On the peak, only Xiao Fuxing was an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, and one who couldn't fight, so even if this man was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master, it was more than enough to kill them all. A wave of demonic qi rushed towards the man's face as he laughed fiercely. Xiao Fuxing, if you don't want to die, don't resist. This old master invited you to the Holy Land as a guest, not to take your life. Old Zhao's expression remained unchanged, not showing any fear. The old man took a moment to glance over at Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan, then back at Dong Qingyan and Xianing Chang, licking his lips and grinning wickedly. So many delicious beauties. Unfortunately, this old master has an important matter to attend to today. I'll come back another day to pamper you. As he spoke, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed towards Xiao Fuxing. Old Xiao coldly snorted, raising his hand and sending out a giant hand seal. The man sneered again and again, shattering Xiao Fuxing's martial skill with a flick of his finger, not slowing down at all as he quickly placed his hand on Xiao Fuxing's shoulder. Inhaling and exhaling, the man leapt up into the air. At that moment, Yang Kai, Xianing Chang, and Dong Qingyan all attacked. Although Yang Kai was only a 3-year-old martial artist, but the full power of his martial skills had caused this expert's complexion to change slightly, especially Kai Yang's attacks. His true qi was incomparably pure, and his moves were heavy and powerful. If he really was hit, then it would definitely not be good. Hurriedly withdrawing his hand, he easily resolved the 3 attacks and shouted, "Scram, this old master doesn't have time to play with you." Before his voice had even fallen, 2 slender palms suddenly shot out to meet his attack. The world energy around them suddenly became chaotic as a burst of floral fragrance filled the surrounding space. All kinds of petals flashed in the air, as if a rain of flowers was falling from the sky, creating a beautiful scene. Yang Kai stared at all this in amazement. Xia Ningchang and Dong Qingyan were also stunned. Amidst the rain of petals, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan's figures flickered as they flanked this ash-gray cloud evil land master from both sides. Their movements were light and nimble, their graceful figures dancing gracefully amongst the fluttering petals. The ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator's face was filled with shock as he inadvertently inhaled some of the floral fragrance, his body suddenly softening as he exclaimed, "You actually have such skill." Xiao Fuxing crossed his hands behind his back and coldly snorted, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." "I've been tricked," the man cried out in grief. Whether it was Auntie Xiang or Auntie Lan, the strength they displayed at this moment was not inferior to his. With the two of them joining forces and Xiao Fuxing glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, even if he wanted to escape, he had no chance. The two beautiful women didn't say a word, their pretty faces filled with indifference. Auntie Xiang stretched out her jade white hand and gracefully picked up a flower petal that was falling from the air, flicking it out. With a puff, the seemingly light petal pierced through the man's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. Auntie Lan's hands flickered as her voluptuous body danced about, the petals filling the air suddenly fluttering like butterflies, wrapping around the enemy. A series of pitiful screams rang out, and by the time the rain of flowers had disappeared, the man was already covered in wounds, his clothes in tatters and blood flowing freely. The three young men glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of horror and disbelief. In particular, Yang Kai and Dong Qinyan, the two of them had spent more time with Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan than Xianing Chang, but they still hadn't found any traces of a cultivator on them. In the outside world, this was also the rumor that on Hidden Cloud Peak, besides Xiao Fuxing, there were only two unknown ordinary maidservants who had served him for more than 20 years. Many people didn't even know their names. But now, these two ordinary maidservants had suddenly become Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th or 6th stage masters. The change was so great that Dong Qinyan couldn't even believe that these two beautiful women were the gentle, dignified, and considerate Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan from before. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, thinking to himself that no wonder old Xiao was so calm. It turned out he had these two masters guarding him. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan were fighting against the ash-gray cloud evil land's master, forcing him to be unable to fight back. Amidst the rain of petals, the two women shuttled back and forth, each strike leaving some damage to their opponent, completely occupying the upper hand. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the distance, one that was loud and clear. Hearing this voice, the 5 experts who were fighting Meng Wuya in the air looked at each other and suddenly made a feint. They all withdrew from the battle and flew away without looking back. Meng Wuya didn't chase after them and instead stood mid-air, taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his chest. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator on the peak saw that his companions had all left and knew he had no hope of escaping, but suddenly let out a strange laugh as his Yuan Qi surged fiercely, his demonic Qi becoming more and more intense. "Stop him!" Xiao Fuxing's complexion changed as he shouted. But it was still too late. Before Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan had time to stop him, the man's Yuan Qi suddenly dissipated and his entire body withered. He had actually destroyed his own meridians. Heh. The man laughed strangely before he died, glancing around disdainfully and saying, "The demon lord has returned, none of you can resist. Surrender to my ash-gray cloud evil land as soon as possible and you may be spared from death." After saying that, he fell straight to the ground. Xiao Fuxing's complexion changed greatly as he muttered, "Demon Lord." Chapter 286. The ash-gray cloud evil land had wantonly attacked Medicine King's Valley, abducting hundreds of its disciples and even capturing 3 of its elders. The alchemists who had come to Medicine King's Valley to participate in the Alchemist General Assembly had also suffered heavy losses, many of them disappearing. In addition, the disciples of the various great forces had suffered countless casualties. Medicine King's Valley's 12 peaks were littered with corpses and blood dyed the pure land red. In the valley's towns, countless houses had collapsed. The earth was groaning. The ash-gray cloud evil land's actions this time were a crime against the entire world, causing all the great forces to be furious. The central capital's 8 great families even sent representatives the next day to discuss how to counterattack the ash-gray cloud evil land and recapture the captured alchemists. However, the news that Xiao Fuxing conveyed shocked everyone. The demon lord had returned. This was what the ash-gray cloud evil land's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had said before he died. The ash-gray cloud evil land covered an extremely large area with countless masters and evil demons everywhere. Because of its size, the entire ash-gray cloud evil land was divided into 6 great evil kings who each ruled over an area. Although they all belonged to the ash-gray cloud evil land, under normal circumstances, they would not interfere with each other and would simply mind their own business. Above the 6 great evil kings was the supreme demon lord. The position of demon lord had been vacant for more than 100 years. The position of demon lord was not easy to sit on. The strength of the 6 great evil kings was not any worse than the top masters of the central capital's 8 great families. There were countless capable subordinates, and after ruling the ash-gray cloud evil land for so many years, no one dared to touch the demon lord's throne. It was clear how strict the demon lord's requirements were. 100 years ago, the ash-gray cloud evil land once had a demon lord. This person's strength was profound and profound. Countless lives were lost. In the end, the central capital's 8 great families joined forces and dispatched all of their masters to kill this person at Wolf Sobbing Cliff. In that battle, the masters of the 8 great families also suffered countless casualties. After 100 years of cultivation, they were able to restore their yuan qi. But now, another demon lord had appeared in the ash-gray cloud evil land. How could people not be shocked? If this news had come from someone else, no one would have believed it, but since it came from Xiao Fu Sheng, the situation was different. The entire world instantly became chaotic and the atmosphere became tense. Spies from the various great forces frequently entered and exited the ash-gray cloud evil land to inquire about reliable information. But the result was unbelievable. The ash-gray cloud evil land had really produced a mysterious demon lord. As soon as this person appeared, he used absolute strength to subdue the 6 great evil kings and took control of the entire ash-gray cloud evil land. The situation was worrying. Everyone was in a state of panic. On Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai bid farewell to Xiao Fu Sheng. His purpose in coming to Medicine King's Valley had already been achieved. He hadn't returned to High Heaven Pavilion for a long time, so naturally, it was time for him to return. Xiao Fu Sheng seemed to have known this would happen, but his expression didn't change much. He simply said lightly, "Although I know you have other motives for coming to Medicine King's Valley, since you have entered my Hidden Cloud Peak, you are now considered a disciple of my Hidden Cloud Peak. If you have time in the future, come back and visit more often." Yang Kai felt a little guilty in his heart. He bade farewell with a serious expression. Xia Ningchang was a little reluctant. But knowing that Yang Kai had already made up his mind, she naturally didn't ask him to stay. What's more, Yang Kai had already told her last night and left her a drop of brilliant flame liquid and a drop of soul-cleansing dew, as well as a large amount of myriad drug liquid. Xia Ningchang had already broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th order and her strength had improved tremendously. The things he left behind would help her break through to the immortal ascension boundary. As for Dong Qingyan, Yang Kai had given her a drop of brilliant flame liquid. She should soon be able to break through to the Yuan Qi boundary. This drop of brilliant flame liquid should be enough to make her Yuan Qi purer. Not only that, Yang Kai had also taught Xia Ningchang the spirit array he had obtained from the true alchemic way, which she then passed on to Xiao Fu Sheng. Yang Kai believed that with the help of this spirit array, Xiao Fu Sheng should be able to refine a mysterious grade or above pill. Although it wouldn't be a true spirit grade pill, it should be enough to satisfy Xiao Fu Sheng's lifelong wish. Old Xiao, Auntie Xiang, and Auntie Lan had all treated Yang Kai well, and he had only given them this spirit array in return. After leaving Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed back to High Heaven Pavilion, not hesitating to consume his Yuan Qi. 7 or 8 days later, Yang Kai finally returned to the sect. The moment he stepped into High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai felt that something was not quite right. The entire High Heaven Pavilion was filled with a faint evil qi. His expression sinking, Yang Kai's pace quickened a lot, and as he walked, he quickly found that the entire High Heaven Pavilion was filled with traces of battle. Many of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were in a hurry and had actually left the sect with their belongings. "Brother!" Yang Kai looked around for a long time but couldn't see anything, so he quickly stopped one of them. "What are you doing?" The man's expression was somewhat impatient, but after discovering that the person who stopped him was Yang Kai, his expression suddenly changed. Are you Yang Kai? As he spoke, his attitude also became more cautious. A year ago, he had also heard about Yang Kai's battle with the Bai families by Yunfeng. What happened in the sect? Where are you going? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. It's hard to say. The man's expression became awkward as he broke free from Yang Kai's grasp and said, You should ask the sect master and the elders yourself. Saying so, he hurriedly left. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but at that moment he suddenly felt something in his heart. Looking up, he saw a white figure flying towards him. It was Su Yan. Just like before, Su Yan was still cold and beautiful. After not seeing her for a year, her strength had increased by a lot. As her strength grew, the cold aura around her also became more powerful. Her cold temperament was enough to freeze all things in the world. Only when her eyes met with Yang Kai's would a trace of gentleness appear in her eyes. Bringing along a fragrant wind, she landed in front of Yang Kai, a smile appearing on her delicate face. You're back. Yang Kai nodded slightly, anxiously asking, What happened here? Su Yan's bright eyes dimmed as she reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. Something happened. I'll tell you as we go. Saying so, her body soared into the air. Yang Kai also circulated his yuan qi and flew together with her. Feeling the yuan qi fluctuations, Su Yan turned to look at Yang Kai in surprise. You've already broken through to the 3rd stage of yuan qi. Yang Kai grinned, and your strength has increased so quickly. You're not slow either, you've already broken through to the 8th stage of yuan qi. Yang Kai was also surprised by Su Yan's strength increase. He had been training outside and had various opportunities to improve so quickly. As for Su Yan, she had only bitterly cultivated in the sect, but she had also grown to this point. If she had the same resources as him, her improvement would have been even greater. Hearing Yang Kai's praise, Su Yan's pretty face blushed slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face as she whispered, The Ice Heart's secret art focuses on the cultivation of one's mental state. This past year, my mental state has improved a lot, so my strength has also increased. Yang Kai thought about it, knowing that her mental state had improved so quickly because of the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Chuckling, he leaned forward and kissed her cheek. Su Yan couldn't help but glare at him, but she didn't say anything. Where are we going? Kai Yang asked as he adjusted his direction. Narrowing his eyes, he frowned. Are we going to Sect Master's retreat? Su Yan nodded slightly, her expression suddenly becoming gloomy as she smiled bitterly. Sect Master said that if you came back, he would immediately take care of you. I will bring you there as soon as possible. What happened to Sect Master? Yang Kai noticed that Su Yan's expression was not right and quickly asked. Su Yan pursed her red lips lightly, and after a long time said softly, He's injured, seriously injured. Who did it? Yang Kai's face instantly sank. Grandmaster Ling Tai Su's strength was not much worse than Meng Wuya's. His talent was outstanding, and in this life, if not for the matter of his 2 disciples, he would have been able to cultivate for more than 10 years. He would have broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary long ago. Such a master was now seriously injured, and looking at Su Yan's expression, this injury was definitely not ordinary. Who could have beaten him to this extent? Sect Master's 2nd disciple. What? Yang Kai was shocked, but quickly reacted, he isn't. But he managed to escape from the coiling dragon stream, and his demonic arts had reached the grand accomplishment stage. The day he emerged, he fought all of High Heaven Pavilion's immortal ascension boundary masters. Sect Master was seriously injured, 4th Elder Zhou Fei was killed on the spot, the other elders were also injured, and countless disciples died. Su Yan's brow wrinkled as she sighed. If not for Sect Master desperately defending, I'm afraid High Heaven Pavilion would have already. When did this happen? A month and a half ago. Su Yan shook her head and smiled bitterly. The aftermath of that battle still hasn't dissipated. High Heaven Pavilion is now filled with demonic qi, and the disciples have to constantly circulate their secret arts to resist. The elders have all suffered heavy losses, and some of them are afraid they will be implicated, So they have already packed up and left the sect. Yang Kai's expression sank, finally understanding why the sect had become like this. However, the fact that the second disciple was able to escape from the coiling dragon stream was something no one had ever expected. Under the coiling dragon stream, countless people had been sealed away for hundreds of years, and no one had ever been able to escape safely, but the sect master's second disciple had actually succeeded. When Ling Tai Su had captured him, it was because of their relationship as master and disciple that he hadn't killed him, only crippling his cultivation and trapping him in the coiling dragon stream. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, he had sowed a seed of disaster for High Heaven Pavilion. If he had known this would happen, Ling Tai Su would never have let him live. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the sect master's retreat. Before they had even entered, they were greeted by a thick demonic qi, causing Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle. "Go in, sect master has been waiting for you," Su Yan said softly. Yang Kai nodded, opened the door, and walked in. When he saw the scene before him, his heart couldn't help clenching. A year ago, when they had parted ways in Nether Mountain, his Grand Master had still been in high spirits and had even agreed to a life-or-death battle with Ghost King Valley's Guereli. But now, seeing him again, his appearance was haggard and his body was covered in black qi. Obviously, due to his severe injuries, he was unable to suppress the demonic qi that had invaded his body. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's return, Ling Tai Su, who was lying on the bed, moved his fingers slightly and his eyes slowly opened. Yang Kai's heart tightened and he quickly stepped forward. Inside the room, in addition to Ling Tai Su, there was also a High Heaven Pavilion alchemist accompanying him. This alchemist's strength wasn't high, probably only at the Yuan Qi boundary 7th or 8th order, and was a disciple of the previous generation. "Martial uncle, how is sect master?" Yang Kai turned and asked. The martial uncle slowly shook his head. "Not optimistic, I'm afraid he won't last long, huh?" Chapter 287. Inside the room, Yang Kai stepped forward, placed 2 fingers on Ling Tai Su's wrist, and closed his eyes to examine him. As his divine sense spread out, Yang Kai's heart gradually sank to the bottom. Ling Tai Su's 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been displaced, and many of his bones were broken. His vitality was almost non-existent, and even his vitality was faintly discernible. The Yuan Qi in his body was faintly discernible, and his meridians were broken in countless places. The flow of Yuan Qi was not smooth, and the circulation of his secret art was hindered. Not only that, there were many evil auras all over his body that were eroding his vitality and eroding his Yuan Qi. If it weren't for the pure Yuan Qi protecting his heart, Ling Tai Su would have died long ago. Grand Master's injuries could not be described as extremely serious. Now, his life was hanging by a thread, and he could pass away at any moment. He had only preserved this last bit of Yuan Qi because he wanted to wait for Yang Kai's safe return. After all, he had sent Yang Kai into that isolated world for life experience, and until now, there had been no news of him. "Have you given him any medicine?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The martial uncle smiled bitterly. "Sect master is in such a state, how could he resist any medicine? Some time ago, I gave him a few pills, but now I don't dare give him anything." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Grand Master's body was currently too weak, and if he didn't have a pill that could immediately bring him back from the brink of death, taking it would only cause him to lose his last bit of Yuan Qi. At that time, there would really be nothing he could do. Fortunately, he was able to make it in time. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Martial uncle, you go out first, I have something to say to sect master." The High Heaven Pavilion alchemist hesitated for a moment before getting up and leaving. He didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su was. But before the sect master fell into a coma, he had ordered that once Yang Kai returned, he was to immediately bring him to see him. Since the sect master valued Yang Kai so much, the relationship between the two was obviously not ordinary. After the martial uncle left, Yang Kai hurriedly took out some myriad drug cream from the black book space. He didn't dare to take too much, only half the size of a pinky nail. He didn't know if the myriad drug cream could bring the dead back to life, but for now he could only pin his hopes on it. After all, It took thousands of years and millions of pills to form the most essential part. There was water in the house. Yang Kai took a cup and poured the myriad drug cream into it before pouring it into hot water. Only then did he pick up the cup. Pinching open Ling Tai Su's mouth with one hand, he slowly poured the medicinal liquid inside. It took a long time for Ling Tai Su to finish half a cup of hot water. He did not dare to be negligent. Yang Kai stretched out his hands and pressed on the vital acupoints on Ling Tai Su's chest. He slowly poured Yuan Qi into Ling Tai Su's body to help him refine the medicine. At the same time, he used his divine sense to carefully observe the changes in his grandmaster's body. As the myriad drug cream began to take effect, Yang Kai clearly felt that Ling Tai Su's originally shriveled dantian had begun to show signs of vitality. Even the blood in his body began to flow faster, and his heartbeat seemed to become a little stronger than before. There's hope. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he slightly increased the output of Yuan Qi. Only the heavens knew how much he had been worried about. Ling Tai Su's body was currently too weak. If he could not bear the effects of the myriad drug cream, even if the myriad drug cream could not bring him back to life, it would be equivalent to personally ending Ling Tai Su's life. The one in front of him was the master of the fourth master Yang. This was Yang Kai's own grandmaster. How could he not be worried? Fortunately, the myriad drug cream really did play a role. A moment later, Ling Tai Su's dantian slowly began to produce Yuan Qi. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, the Yuan Qi wrapped in medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, quickly repairing the broken meridians. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the entire process was clearly visible. Ling Tai Su's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also quickly returning to their original positions. Ling Tai Su's pale face gradually became rosy, and he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief, his painful expression gradually relaxing. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai became even more attentive. The myriad drug cream really did have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Yang Kai could not help but frown as he listened carefully. A moment later, the person arrived outside the door. Su Xianwu's voice was heard. "I heard Yang Kai has returned?" Su Yan replied, "He's inside." Great Elder Wei Shitong's voice immediately followed. "Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to accompany the sect master at all times?" These words were directed at the alchemist. The alchemist replied, "Martial nephew Yang said he had something to say to the sect master." "Nonsense!" Wei Shitong shouted, "The sect master is unconscious. How could he say anything?" The great elder did not understand why the sect master valued Yang Kai so much. The only thing he said before he fell unconscious was to ask Yang Kai to see him immediately after he returned. Although he had defeated Bai Yunfeng with his separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivation, it was not enough to make the sect master look at him with such respect. Could it be that the sect master really regarded him as the future High Heaven Pavilion master? This speculation made Wei Shitong very uncomfortable. His relationship with Yang Kai was not harmonious, so naturally he did not want to see him gain power. As he spoke, he led the other elders into the room. The scene that entered their eyes shocked the 4 elders. They saw Yang Kai's Yuan Qi surging, his hands pressing against the sect master's chest, pouring Yuan Qi into his body. "Bastard!" Wei Shitong was furious. The sect master was gasping for breath and could not even be touched, so how could he withstand the Yuan Qi being poured into his body? Wasn't this the same as asking for his life? Shouting angrily, he raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's back. Su Yan's eyes flashed coldly, but before she could do anything, Su Xianwu also sent out a palm strike, intercepting Wei Shitong's palm strike midway. The 2 palms collided and disappeared. "Second junior brother, what are you doing?" Wei Shitong looked at Su Xianwu coldly, his face filled with anger. Su Xianwu suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and frowned. "I want to ask eldest brother what you're doing." Wei Shitong coldly said, "What am I doing? First look at what this little bastard is doing." "Bastard? Why aren't you letting go? Do you want to kill the sect master?" "Shut up." Yang Kai turned his head and shouted with a gloomy face. Although he had never liked Great Elder Wei Shitong and had even attacked him just now, Wei Shitong was only concerned about the sect master, so Yang Kai did not pay him any mind. However, he was too self-righteous and made a lot of noise, making him feel irritated. Wei Shitong was stunned. He never thought that this little brat would dare to speak to him in such a tone. The great elder was about to use his dignity as an elder to teach Yang Kai a lesson when he heard a light cough. Immediately, Ling Tai Su, whose life was hanging by a thread, suddenly said, "Don't be noisy." The voice was weak, but it was indeed Ling Tai Su's voice. The four great elders were stunned. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Their expressions were extremely strange. It seemed that they were hallucinating and had heard Ling Tai Su's voice. "Sect Master?" Wei Shitong called out uncertainly, half believing and half doubting. He looked over and saw that Sect Master Ling Tai Su had opened his eyes and was looking over. "Sect Master is awake?" Su Xianwu rushed forward in one step. Third Elder He Bei Shui and Fifth Elder Yu Zizai also stepped forward. "Sect Leader." After confirming that the sect leader was really awake, the voices of the several old men trembled, and their eyes instantly became moist. Even Wei Shitong, who was best at fighting for power, was also like this. The sect leader's awakening made them feel as if the dark clouds had been lifted, and the heavy stone in their hearts suddenly fell down. High Heaven Pavilion could lose anyone, but it couldn't lose Ling Tai Su, especially at this critical juncture. "All of you leave first," the sect master lightly ordered. These people didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly withdrew. Before they left though, all of them stared at Yang Kai in surprise, wondering what kind of heaven-defying method he had used to save the severely injured sect master from the brink of death. After the others left, Yang Kai smiled at Ling Tai Su, "Grand Master." Ling Tai Su looked at Yang Kai with relief and muttered, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." As he spoke, his expression gradually relaxed and he fell asleep again. However, this time, there was no danger to his life. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the room, the four great elders looked at each other in confusion. The same was true of the alchemist. Half an hour ago, Ling Tai Su's life was hanging by a thread, so how could he wake up in less than half an hour? Moreover, looking at his complexion, it was much better than before. Obviously, he had recovered a lot of his vitality. "What kind of pill did you give the sect master during this time?" Wei Shitong looked uncertain as he asked the alchemist. The latter slowly shook his head. "I didn't use any medicine. The sect master's body can no longer withstand the impact of the medicine. Using any medicine will only lead to death." The several old men's expressions became more and more surprised. Could it be that Yang Kai saved him? Yu Zizai was somewhat uncertain. They all understood the sect master's injuries. No matter how heaven-defying the sect master was, there was no way to save him, so how could he suddenly wake up? It can't be. He Bei Shui obviously didn't believe that Yang Kai had such great ability, not to mention that he doesn't have the strength. Even if he did, he would still need a pill to heal, right? Where would he get the kind of healing pill that can bring the dead back to life? Wei Shitong frowned and muttered, "It's really strange." Su Xianwu coldly snorted, "It's a good thing that the sect master woke up. Why do you all care so much? After the sect master's injuries are stabilized, we can ask him. It's useless to guess now." And that's true. The several great elders' expressions relaxed. The sect master waking up was a joyous occasion, so why should they care about how he woke up? "Forget it, I'll go back and heal first." Wei Shitong shook his head and no longer thought about it. The others also hurriedly followed. The several great elders had all been seriously injured in the previous battle, and after a period of recuperation, they had finally recovered a lot, but their injuries were still not completely healed. For several days, Yang Kai insisted on giving Ling Tai Su the myriad drug cream. His Grand Master's physical condition improved day by day, and after 4 or 5 days, his injuries were completely healed. Only the demonic qi that had invaded his body had not been resolved, causing his face to look like it was covered in a faint black qi. Chapter 288. A few days later, in Ling Tai Su's retreat. His Grand Master looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a profound look in his eyes. After a long time, he said, "I won't ask what kind of medicine you gave me, and I won't ask you where you got this medicine. But remember, this time I was able to come back from the dead because of my own unfulfilled wishes. It has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai nodded solemnly, "I know my limits." Ling Tai-su's words sounded a bit unreasonable at first, but how could Yang Kai not know that he was trying to protect him? A peerless medicine that could bring the dead back to life was of great importance, so how could Ling Tai-su allow Yang Kai to take such a risk? "Grand Master, this is your universe bag." Yang Kai took out a universe bag from his sleeve and handed it over. Ling Tai-su didn't accept it, instead just smiling and saying, "What Grand Master has given out, how could he take it back?" Yang Kai chuckled, "I don't need it now." The wordless black book storage space had been opened, so this universe bag was indeed useless. Ling Tai-su slowly shook his head, "Keep it for yourself. If you really don't need it, you can give it to someone else. Grand Master thinks this thing is a good gift." Yang Kai smiled wryly and didn't insist, simply putting the universe bag back into his sleeve. Frowning, Yang Kai asked, "Your injuries?" Ling Tai-su smiled lightly, "It's nothing serious. My strength has been restored to its peak, perhaps even a little beyond." Yang Kai smiled happily and said excitedly, "But Grand Master, the demonic qi in your body hasn't been completely dispelled." Ling Tai-su frowned thoughtfully, "I'm also very curious about this. The thing you gave me was very strange. I think that if the demonic qi in my body was completely dispelled, I may be able to break through to the next level." Ling Tai-su had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, so breaking through to the next level would be the above immortal ascension boundary. An above immortal ascension boundary master, in an ordinary first-class sect, there were only one or two such masters. Even in those super forces, there weren't many. If Ling Tai-su could really break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, it would be a blessing in disguise. Could the myriad drug cream help people comprehend the martial Tao? Yang Kai really didn't know that it had such a miraculous effect. However, it was the essence of the well, so it was very likely to have such a powerful effect. "Congratulations, Grandmaster." Yang Kai felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Ling Tai-su had wasted more than 10 years because of his two disciples. Originally, he could have reached this step long ago, but it was delayed until today. Ling Tai-su smiled and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he asked in a low voice, "Grand Master, did your second disciple really come out of the coiling dragon stream?" Hearing this, a trace of hidden sadness flashed through Ling Tai-su's eyes. He sighed softly and nodded, "Yes. In the past, I crippled his cultivation and trapped him in the coiling dragon stream, leaving him to fend for himself. Who would have thought that after more than 10 years, he would still be able to come out? This is truly beyond this old man's expectations. As far as this old man knows, he should have had some kind of fortuitous encounter down there, allowing him to restore his strength and even achieve the grand accomplishment of his demonic art." The formation of the coiling dragon stream was caused by the High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder killing the Devil Lord. After the Devil Lord was killed, he fell to the bottom of the stream. Perhaps there was something left behind that was inadvertently obtained by Ling Tai-su's second disciple a few hundred years later. This second disciple seemed to be a person of great fortune. Not only did he escape, but he also became the demon lord of the ash-gray cloud evil land. "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. "He's the demon lord?" Ling Tai-su frowned as he looked at Yang Kai. "You've seen him?" "I haven't, but a few days ago, Medicine King's Valley was attacked by the ash-gray cloud evil land. I heard it was his handiwork. What's the situation? Tell me in detail." Ling Tai-su didn't seem to know about the changes in Medicine King's Valley and quickly asked. This wasn't because High Heaven Pavilion had sealed off information, but because Ling Tai-su had been unconscious since a month and a half ago and had suffered heavy injuries, the elders of High Heaven Pavilion hadn't had time to report to him. On the last day of the Alchemist Summit, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land launched a large-scale attack and seized many young lords and young ladies from great forces. Yang Kai briefly explained everything he knew. The more Ling Tai-su listened, the more gloomy his expression became. In the end, his expression became faintly uneasy. If that's the case, then I'm afraid he came out of the coiling dragon stream as early as half a year ago, but only began attacking my high heaven pavilion a month ago. Ling Tai-su's expression changed greatly. The situation is not good. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked anxiously. If outsiders learn that the demon lord is from my high heaven pavilion. Ling Tai-su's face became livid. High heaven pavilion was just a second-class sect, but the demon lord actually came from here. If those great forces learned about this place would definitely not be peaceful. Regardless of anything else, after the demon lord returned, Medicine King's Valley was attacked and the Pill Saint statue was destroyed. This was a world-shaking event. You should go see that little girl Su Yen first. We haven't seen each other for more than a year. We need to have a good chat. This old master is going into retreat for a few days. Ling Tai-su quickly said. He obviously wanted to consider how to resolve this disaster. There were no walls in this world that didn't leak wind. It wouldn't be long before the demon lord's origins were discovered, and when that time came, High Heaven Pavilion would definitely face a great disaster. Leaving the sect master's retreat, Yang Kai sighed faintly. In front of this sect's calamity, his personal strength was too small. Flying all the way, Yang Kai saw that the entire High Heaven Pavilion was in a bleak state. More and more disciples were leaving, but no one tried to stop them. Arriving in front of Su Yan's small loft, Yang Kai jumped up. Pushing open the door, he saw Su Yan sitting cross-legged on her bed, cultivating the Ice Heart's secret art. The changes in the outside world did not disturb her in the slightest. Perceiving Yang Kai's arrival, Su Yan opened her eyes slightly, a faint blush appearing on her cold and elegant face, making her look even more alluring. Yang Kai stepped forward, suppressing the throbbing in his heart, jumped onto the bed, and sat down cross-legged in front of her. Four eyes met, Yang Kai's eyes filled with aggression while Su Yan's eyes were also watery, seemingly containing infinite flirtatious feelings. He wanted to strip the jade woman in front of him naked and taste her wonderful body. That kind of taste, reaching the pinnacle of mutual indulgence, Yang Kai believed that Su Yan would not refuse. However, Yang Kai still had a strange feeling in his heart. The reason the two of them could be so intimate and Su Yan could do whatever she wanted to him was entirely because of the joyous unification art. She was not like his little senior sister, Xia Ning Chang, who had developed feelings for him over time. To put it nicely, the relationship between the two of them was congenial, but to put it bluntly, it was nothing. Every time Yang Kai came back, he would be unbridled with Su Yan a few times. This kind of feeling was not like that of a man and woman in love, where their bodies were entwined with each other. It was more like they were trying to complete a mission to cultivate the joyous unification art. It was this kind of feeling that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. The yin-yang monster ginseng had not played its role until now precisely because this kind of forced intimacy was not so natural. If he wanted the yin-yang monster ginseng to play its role, he could not always maintain this kind of state. Although it was undeniable that the joyous unification art was the root cause of their feelings, Yang Kai did not want their feelings to be connected only by the joyous unification art. Heart to heart, how many men and women in this world could reach such a level? Even among those old couples who had respected each other for dozens of years, there were very few who could do it. What are you thinking about? Su Yan looked at Yang Kai strangely. She found that the light in his eyes was quickly fading, and the boiling blood in his body was slowly calming down. This was very different from the past. In the past, every time he saw her, he would find it difficult to control himself, and every time he would decisively take off his clothes, then strip her, and then, "I want you." Yang Kai grinned, his expression calm. Su Yan's white neck blushed slightly as she whispered, "I'm already yours. But I want your heart even more." Su Yan raised her head and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a look of joy slowly appearing in her eyes. "You should know what I'm talking about." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Su Yan nodded gently. Yang Kai did not understand until today what was missing between him and Su Yan, but Su Yan had long since seen through it. She had never said it out loud. A woman would always be at a disadvantage in front of a man, especially in front of the man she liked. Even if she knew his approach was somewhat inappropriate, even if she had some thoughts in her heart, before he saw through them clearly, a woman would not say it out loud. This was the approach of a smart woman. Only by letting him see and understand for himself would this man truly grow up. Work together? Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled. Su Yan nodded slightly, a hazy mist appearing in her watery eyes. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Men and women were different. Women would always have a special feeling and dependence on their first man. As early as the many times they had engaged in dual cultivation and the endless waiting for each other, Su Yan had already been willing to entrust her heart and soul to him. The only thing the two of them lacked was a trace of understanding in Yang Kai's heart. Now, Yang Kai had finally understood, naturally allowing Su Yan to see hope. It was not until this moment that the bond between the two of them that had been formed by the joyous unification art was completely severed and transformed into true feelings between a man and a woman. Even without the joyous unification art, they would not easily let go of each other. Perhaps it would not be at this time, or perhaps it would be a long time in the future, but there would come a day when they would be able to reach a level of mutual understanding. The two of them sat facing each other. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a brilliant smile as he stretched out his large hands and placed them on Su Yan's knees. Su Yan slowly placed her hands in Yang Kai's palms. Soft as if boneless, smooth and fragrant, pure as ice and jade, Su Yan's small hands felt very comfortable to touch. Gently holding each other's hands, the two of them smiled at each other before closing their eyes and circulating the joyous unification art. Cultivating the joyous unification art was divided into 3 stages. The first stage required intimate physical contact in order to allow Yuan Qi to flow between the two of them. This was the first stage and was also the most glorious stage because every time they cultivated, it would be extremely charming and the scene would be hot and humid. Just like Yang Kai's previous practice. The second stage was the current state, where their hearts and minds were connected and there was no need to be as open as before. Only a little contact was required to circulate the joyous unification art. Yang Kai's trace of understanding had allowed the two of them to enter this stage, allowing them to circulate the joyous unification art much faster and more efficiently than before. Chapter 289. The third stage was the true connection between their hearts. At that time, even if the two were separated by hundreds or thousands of meters, the Yuan Qi in their bodies would respond to each other in an endless cycle. When the two joined forces, their combat strength would soar and they would be able to use many of the joyous unification art's offensive secret skills. The Yuan Qi flowed from Yang Kai's body into Su Yan's, then back to Yang Kai. The two's Yuan Qi blended and tempered, becoming purer and purer. As time passed, not only did the two's Yuan Qi begin to blend with each other, but even their consciousnesses seemed to converge. Their incorporeal consciousnesses intertwined as they longed for this kind of magical contact. Without speaking, they could clearly feel each other's thoughts, and every time they touched, they would tremble slightly. A faint dragon roar came from Yang Kai's body, followed by a phoenix cry from Su Yan's. Inside the room where the two were cultivating, a dense light of dragons and phoenixes appeared. If one were to take off their clothes and look closely, one would see a dragon and a phoenix rapidly swimming around Yang Kai's and Su Yan's backs. As they danced about, the two's dual cultivation was far more efficient than it had ever been before. This breakthrough in dual cultivation lasted for a full 5 days. The blending and tempering of the Yuan Qi washed away all the impurities that had accumulated during this time. Not only did Yang Kai's strength improve significantly, but Su Yan's harvest was also huge. There was no such thing as intimate intimacy, but both of them faintly felt that this kind of dual cultivation was what they had always longed for, a dual cultivation that touched each other's hearts. Until they left, Yang Kai didn't do anything superfluous. Because Su Yan had been using the longing and desire in her heart to temper herself, if at this time Yang Kai were to give her a hard time, he was afraid it would destroy the state of mind she had maintained for more than a year, causing her persistence to fall short. For her sake, Yang Kai had to be patient. Before leaving, Yang Kai gave Su Yan Ling Tai Su's universe bag, which contained several dozen kilograms of myriad drug liquid, more than a dozen kilograms of myriad drug milk, and 2 bottles of myriad drug cream. Myriad drug liquid could improve a person's physique if taken over a long period of time. This kind of good thing naturally had to be shared with his woman. It wouldn't take too long as he persisted for 1 to 2 months. Su Yen would most likely be reborn. Her aptitude had always been top-notch, and now that she was reborn, her future achievements would definitely be limitless. Other than that, as for the soul-cleansing dew and the brilliant flame liquid, Su Yen could refine the brilliant flame liquid now to help temper her yuan qi. As for the soul-cleansing dew, once she broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, she would naturally be able to use it. They were all things that would be useful in the near future. Leaving Su Yan's small loft, Yang Kai flew all the way to the coiling dragon stream. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already see a black aura full of evil rising up from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, converging towards the top. In the sky several miles above the coiling dragon stream, a large mass of black qi covered the sky, and an overwhelming baleful qi rushed towards them. Ever since the second disciple of the sect leader came out of seclusion, the coiling dragon stream had become like this. The demonic qi here was so dense that it wouldn't affect them too much in the short term, but if this continued, the surrounding several hundred miles would no longer be suitable for people to live in. The disciples of the 3 sects nearby would be implicated. During this time, people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had already come to High Heaven Pavilion to denounce them. However, High Heaven Pavilion sect leader was seriously injured and unconscious, and one of the 5 elders had died in battle. Seeing this desolate place, they could only leave it be. The old demon's mood was somewhat excited, and without waiting for Yang Kai to summon it, it took the initiative to rush out. The surrounding demonic qi began to converge towards the soul breaker all, and the old demon also opened its belly to absorb it, like a sponge, completely swallowing up this demonic qi. This demonic qi, which was difficult for ordinary people to endure, was a great supplement for the old demon. Not only did his soul need this kind of thing, but the soul breaker all also urgently needed the demonic qi. The current state of High Heaven Pavilion was the paradise that he had always wanted. Walking to the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai lowered his head and looked down, only to see that in the distance, there seemed to be a black flood dragon rolling and boiling. These were all extremely rich demonic qi and demonic qi. The entire bottom of the coiling dragon stream had become the birthplace of the demonic qi. When you were absorbing the demonic qi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, did you notice anything? Yang Kai frowned and asked. I didn't notice anything. It's just that the further down I go, the stronger the demonic qi becomes. However, the demonic qi here is somewhat different from before. The old demon pondered. What's the difference? Yang Kai asked. Compared to before, it seems to be purer and denser. Originally, there was an energy suppressing the demonic qi here. Young Master, when you were here before, you swallowed the yang attribute energy, which was suppressing the demonic qi, but now this suppression has loosened a lot. Yang Kai nodded slightly and no longer spoke. He had also noticed that the yang attribute energy here was much thinner than before. A moment later, he leaped down. While in midair, he circulated his true essence and stabilized himself. Then, with a turn of his body, he flew back into his cave. The cave mansion was still the same, without the slightest damage. All the decorations inside were built by Su Yen and Xia Ningchang bit by bit. The 2 pots of flowers at the entrance of the cave had already withered. These were the 2 pots Meng Wuya had placed on the contribution hall's counter, but now they were affected by the demonic qi and had completely withered. Beside the 2 pots of flowers, there was a small hole, which should have been the place where the yin-yang monster ginseng took root, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Su Yen hadn't seen it since the great change in High Heaven Pavilion. The yin-yang monster ginseng was a world spirit treasure and had its own consciousness, so when it sensed danger, it would automatically hide. It was likely that when the demon lord appeared and the demonic qi in the coiling dragon stream surged, it was alarmed. However, it shouldn't have run away. It loved the yin and yang qi, so besides the coiling dragon stream, there was no other place for it to stay. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and began searching the surrounding area. As his divine sense spread out, he faintly felt a trace of danger coming from below the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai didn't dare to go too deep and simply searched above. A moment later, Yang Kai smiled happily as he found the yin-yang monster ginseng's location. Indeed, as he expected, the yin-yang monster ginseng was just hiding in a mountain crack a few kilometers away. Using his divine sense to release his goodwill, the yin-yang monster ginseng quickly realized where this familiar aura came from and quickly turned into a stream of light and flew over. After a few dozen breaths, the red and white yin-yang monster ginseng appeared in front of Yang Kai again and directly jumped into his arms, revealing only a small part of its body, its delicate facial features filled with fear and trepidation. Yang Kai laughed and stretched out his finger, forcing a drop of yang liquid into its body. The yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed this drop of yang liquid and its expression immediately became much happier. "I'll give you a new home, it's absolutely safe, no one will bother you in the future," Yang Kai whispered, not waiting for it to respond before directly putting it into the black book space. The black book space couldn't hold living things, but there was no problem with exotic flowers and plants. Although the yin-yang monster ginseng was sentient, it was still just one of the exotic flowers and plants, so there was no problem with it staying inside the black book space. Entering the huge space, the yin-yang monster ginseng curiously looked around and soon discovered the existence of the myriad drug liquid. Its figure flickered and it tried to take root near the myriad drug liquid. Yang Kai immediately realized the situation wasn't good and quickly used his divine sense to construct an isolated space to hide these treasures. As soon as the yin-yang monster ginseng discovered its treasures were gone, its facial features immediately became aggrieved and it jumped up and down, turning into a stream of light as it searched around the black book space, trying to find the myriad drug liquid. "I'll give you a drop every 10 days, so stay here obediently." Yang Kai helplessly transmitted this message with his divine sense. Hearing this, the yin-yang monster ginseng calmed down. After settling the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the secluded home, taking all the things he had left behind into the black book space. These things were all obtained from the Endless Sea Islands and were treasures belonging to the great sects of the Endless Sea Islands. Each one of these things was a blade that couldn't see the light of day. Walking back to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai stared down at the churning demonic chi down below and fell silent. Old Demon saw through Yang Kai's thoughts and tentatively asked, "Young master, do you want to go down?" Yang Kai nodded. There was definitely some kind of mystery down here, otherwise, it would have been impossible for Ling Tai Su's second disciple to recover his strength and achieve the grand accomplishment stage of his demonic art. This was the site of the great battle between High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder and a demon lord several hundred years ago, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to go down and take a look. The churning demonic aura was a barrier that prevented most people from advancing. Even many evil spirits might not be able to withstand the evil aura and ferocious aura. However, Yang Kai had the old demon's protection and his own unyielding golden skeleton, so it wasn't completely hopeless. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart became firm and he directly jumped down from the cave entrance. Old Demon was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness and quickly raised his guard. The wind whistled past his ears as his body fell straight down, his speed increasing. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a few thousand meters and directly fell into the churning demonic chi. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been pricked and hurriedly used his yang inflammation wings to jump out from below. His expression was one of extreme pain as he looked down with lingering fear. The moment he fell into the demonic chi, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was being attacked. It was a bloodthirsty and cold attack filled with despair. This attack was hidden in the demonic chi below. Invisible and intangible, it was impossible to guard against. Even though Yang Kai had cultivated his divine sense at this moment, he still couldn't withstand such an attack, causing his head to hurt. Old Demon, on the other hand, was fearless and wasn't injured in the slightest. Yang Kai lightly leapt to the side of the cliff and stared down for a moment before plunging down again. The monstrous demonic chi wrapped around his body, so thick that it was almost tangible. Being surrounded by this demonic chi, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end. The strange attacks once again assaulted his divine soul from all directions. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his divine soul, yet it was also as if thousands of needles were stabbing into his brain. Waves of ghostly wails and howls also rang in his ears. He felt as if he had fallen into the Azura hell. Chapter 290. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared this time, so although his soul was still in pain, he wasn't as helpless as before. Closing his soul, Yang Kai focused on keeping his soul clear. The soul-warming lotus also played its role in a timely manner, causing a faint cool feeling to spread through his mind, greatly reducing the pain he felt. Pausing midair, Yang Kai took a few deep breaths and waited until he had adapted to the intensity of the attacks before continuing to dive down. After diving another 1,000 meters or so, he felt that the surrounding demonic chi attacks seemed to have become stronger, and the unbearable pain came again, forcing Yang Kai to stop. Continuing like this, Yang Kai continued to dive for about 1,000 meters, but he still couldn't see the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai frowned, faintly unable to bear it any longer. The damage to his soul in this place was much more severe than the white fog in that isolated world. Inside the white fog only attacked one's soul, but the evil aura here not only attacked one's soul but also penetrated deep into one's mind, drawing out the evil factor hidden deep within Yang Kai's mind. This was definitely a treasure trove for tempering one's soul and cultivating one's spiritual energy. After descending 1,000 meters, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had grown slightly stronger. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to form a knowledge sea. However, Yang Kai couldn't bear it for too long. If he stayed here for too long, his temperament would be affected and assimilated by the surrounding aura. After a long silence, Yang Kai suddenly asked the old demon, "Do you know any soul skills? It would be best if they were defensive." The old demon readily responded. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Kai said bitterly. The things this old servant knows, whether they are martial skills, secret arts, or soul skills, are all extremely evil. Young Master has always disdained them. The old demon felt somewhat wronged. Is this soul skill also an evil one? Yang Kai asked. Although it can be considered as such, if I were to cultivate here, I wouldn't need to resort to such cruel methods. The demonic chi here is very strong. The demonic chi here is the best place to cultivate soul skills. Then don't waste time, hurry up and teach me that soul skill. Oh, the old demon's memories were very chaotic. Although he had been brought out by Yang Kai from the Heaven's Cave inheritance for more than 2 years, he had always been like this. After replying to Yang Kai, he pondered for a long time before he finally recalled most of the soul skill and taught it to Yang Kai. Palace of Confusion. According to the old demon, if he wanted to cultivate this soul skill, he had to find some living people, torture them, making them wish they were dead. Only after experiencing fear, terror, and despair could the soul energy produced by these people after death be used to cultivate the Palace of Illusions. Cultivators collected the souls of the dead and built a maze-like existence in their minds. The tormented, resentful spirits were the bricks that built this maze. The more evil the wraith was, the more powerful the maze would be. After successfully cultivating the Palace of Illusions, layers of illusions would appear around the cultivator's sea of consciousness. Twisting and turning passages. The greatest use of this martial skill was for defense. However, it was also a soul skill that could be used for both offense and defense. If an enemy dared to use their spiritual energy to attack the cultivator, once their spiritual energy fell into this maze, they would never be able to find a way out. Gradually, their spiritual energy would be exhausted by the resentful spirits hidden in the Palace of Illusions. The Palace of Illusions had not been fully cultivated, because the cultivator could always add bricks and tiles to this palace around the sea of consciousness, consolidating and expanding it. It protected the cultivator's sea of consciousness from being disturbed by the outside world. It was an impregnable defense. And this place was filled with dense demonic chi. Without a doubt, it was the most suitable brick for the Palace of Illusions. This soul skill suited Yang Kai's needs very well, making him very happy. He immediately hurried to cultivate it. However, Before that, Yang Kai had to familiarize himself with how to use his spiritual energy to capture the demonic qi drifting around his body and use it as the cornerstone of the Palace of Illusions. This was relatively simple. Yang Kai had already cultivated his divine sense, so all he needed to do was try to use it. For several days, Yang Kai familiarized himself with the use of his divine sense. Wisps of dark demonic qi were drawn into his mind, and according to Yang Kai's own ideas, they were transformed into bricks and tiles, gradually building a palace that protected his divine sense. Building a skyscraper from the ground was the same as building a palace in his mind, and it was a labyrinthine palace. After familiarizing himself with it, his movements became faster and faster. For an entire month, Yang Kai cultivated the Palace of Illusions in the depths of the coiling dragon stream. Wisps of demonic qi were captured by his divine sense and disappeared into his mind. The labyrinthine palace gradually began to take shape, slowly expanding and becoming more and more complex. After a month of cultivation, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had increased greatly. Now that his divine sense had spread out, he could investigate everything within a 20-kilometer radius. Increasing one's spiritual energy was very difficult. Even for an immortal ascension boundary master, wanting to achieve something with their divine sense was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was much more difficult than cultivating one's physical body. The most common method was to cultivate a soul skill or swallow a precious treasure that could increase one's spiritual energy. Yang Kai was cultivating the Palace of Illusions in such a harsh environment 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, it was natural that his spiritual energy would become much more powerful. After another 10 days or so, Yang Kai finally reached the minor accomplishment stage of the Palace of Illusions. Although he still hadn't been able to form a knowledge sea, Yang Kai could clearly feel that around his mind, there were layers of protection, guarding the most critical positions. These layers of protection were all formed by the demonic qi overflowing from the coiling dragon stream. However, none of these demonic qi could affect Yang Kai in the slightest. Because this was a soul skill that Yang Kai had cultivated, all the demonic qi had been branded with his brand. Since the Palace of Illusions had just been formed, Yang Kai naturally couldn't wait to try it out. His current position was 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream, so the demonic qi here couldn't affect him in the slightest. Jumping down, his speed became faster and faster. 2,000 meters, the Palace of Illusions was impregnable. 3,000 meters, the Palace of Illusions was still unshakable. Even after falling to the deepest part of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai still didn't notice that the demonic qi here had any effect on him. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. This wasn't because of the palace's defensive prowess, but because this soul skill of his was forged from the demonic qi in this place. The two were of the same origin, so how could the demonic qi outside affect his spiritual energy? This soul skill isn't bad. Yang Kai grinned. He could clearly feel that the demonic qi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream was terrifyingly strong. If not for the protection of the Palace of Illusions, his spiritual energy would have been instantly obliterated. The source of the demonic qi should be here. The old demon's voice sounded. This is also the source of the yang qi. Yang Kai's expression was somewhat happy. The origin of yang on his chest was pulsating non-stop. This movement was very fierce. There was some kind of yang attribute treasure in front of him, and a very precious one at that. Hurriedly walking over, Yang Kai's pace was light. The coiling dragon stream was very long, stretching as far as the eye could see. Along the way, Yang Kai saw many white bones. Stepping on these bones, a cracking sound could be heard, giving off a thrilling sound. These bones should be the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had died after being sealed in the coiling dragon stream in the past. On both sides of the cliff, there were some trees that weren't very tall and had some dark fruits growing on them. In this kind of place, there were still plants growing. Yang Kai casually plucked one of these fruits and examined it, only to see that it was also filled with demonic qi. When he touched it, he couldn't help feeling a sense of dread. Evil spirit fruit. Tiske, there's actually such a thing here. The old demon marveled. No wonder your sect master's second disciple was able to survive here. I was also wondering what he ate here for 10 years. Yang Kai smiled faintly, reaching out and plucking the few remaining fruits and throwing them into the black book space. The sect master's second disciple didn't pick all of these fruits. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mentality he had. Perhaps it was because these fruits had been raised for him for 10 years and were a memento before he left. However, there weren't many left, only 2 or 3 fruits. These weren't anything good, but they contained a lot of demonic chi. Continuing to walk forward, a moment later, amidst the thick demonic chi, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help shrinking as he abruptly stopped and vigilantly stared at this figure, secretly circulating his yuan chi. Here, he didn't dare use his divine sense. Once his divine sense left the area guarded by the spirit palace, it would immediately turn to ash, so he didn't know who this figure in front of him was. However, this figure gave Yang Kai a very strange feeling. There wasn't the slightest aura of life coming from this figure. This figure was sitting cross-legged, and around him were more than a dozen ink-black auras that resembled flood dragons. This black aura obscured his appearance. "He's dead," the old demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded slightly before slowly approaching this figure. Walking closer, Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a chain-like object around this figure's neck. This chain was connected to a collar around this figure's neck, the other end of which was hanging in front of this figure's chest. It wasn't very long, only about a foot in length. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. This was because he discovered that this chain and collar were all made from Yang attribute treasures, and the aura coming from them was of the purest Yang attribute. Compared to the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body, it was several grades higher. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that his Yuan Qi was somewhat close to this collar. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. He had cultivated in the coiling dragon stream for a while, and the Yang Qi he absorbed was also released by this collar, so it wasn't strange for him to feel this way. This person's clothes had long been reduced to dust, and his flesh was almost completely dried up, but this seemingly weak body contained an explosive power that made one's heart palpitate. All the demonic chi in the coiling dragon stream was actually released by this person's body. There was a huge wound on his chest. It was hideous and terrifying. Chapter 291. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before suddenly sucking in a cold breath and exclaiming, "I know who this person is. The devil who was killed by my sect's ancestral founder several hundred years ago." The old demon was not clear about the origins of High Heaven Pavilion, so Yang Kai simply explained. Hearing that the coiling dragon stream was created by a devil lord, the old demon was very excited, his voice filled with excitement. "Hundreds of years of immortality, this devil lord has a bit of this old master style." Yang Kai was also secretly shocked. A person who had died several hundred years ago, and although his flesh and blood had almost dried up, his body had not yet been destroyed. Moreover, such a rich demonic aura had filled the entire coiling dragon stream. Just how strong was this person when he was alive? Just how strong was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to be able to kill him? This was not a level that the current Yang Kai could hope to reach, at least not in the short term. Looking around in amazement, Yang Kai found a deep imprint not far away. Squatting down and carefully examining it, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This should be the place where the second disciple of the sect leader had meditated and cultivated for more than 10 years. He had sat here for many years and left behind these traces. In other words, the sect master's second disciple should have seen something mysterious from this dead devil lord, or obtained something that allowed him to restore his strength and escape after more than 10 years. The sect master had sealed him in the coiling dragon stream, which had allowed him to achieve so much. This world was truly fickle, no one could say for sure. "Young master?" The old demon suddenly called out. There was a trace of excitement and expectation in his voice. "Can you take the artifact around this demon lord's neck?" Of course. Yang Kai had long seen through the extraordinariness of this necklace. This thing contained the most Yang attribute and was a Yang attribute artifact that could restrain demonic chi. Yang Kai himself cultivated the true Yang secret art, so this artifact was very compatible with him, So how could he let it go? This artifact should have been left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's founder to suppress the demonic chi in this demon lord. However, hundreds of years had passed, and the second disciple of the sect leader had done something to this place. The demonic chi could no longer be suppressed. This artifact wouldn't be of any use here anyway. But what does it have to do with you whether I accept it or not? Yang Kai was suspicious. He had a feeling that the old demon was planning something. Hee hee. The old demon chuckled. Young master, if you can take this artifact, old servant can try to enter this devil's body. Possession? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. No. The old demon hurriedly explained. His soul has long since ceased to exist. All that's left is a body of flesh and blood. My soul has taken over his body, so it can't be considered possession. Are you confident? Yes, a little. He was also a demon lord when he was alive, so his aura is somewhat similar to old servant's, so old servant wants to try and see if he can control this body. The old demon smiled bitterly. In fact, whether it is possession or soul taking over someone else's body, it is not as simple as young master thinks. A person's body is like a special container. In principle, this container can only hold a certain type of soul. It is very difficult for other souls to survive in this container. Then when you first saw me, why did you try to possess my body without any explanation? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he recalled the events of his childhood. The old demon laughed dryly. I had no choice but to do so. I was sealed away for many years. Not long after I woke up, I encountered you, but even if you didn't resist at that time, I most likely wouldn't have succeeded in possessing your body. What would have happened then? Your soul would have been obliterated by me, and then I would have taken control of your body. At most, you would have been able to survive for half a month before rotting away. At that time, old servant will once again become a wandering soul in this world. Old demon casually explained the consequences of failing to seize Yang Kai's body. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face went pale. Fortunately, the unyielding golden skeleton had played a role, otherwise he would have died in vain. Moreover, regardless of whether the possession was successful or not, old servant's own soul would have been greatly consumed, so even if it was the soul of a powerhouse, it would not casually attempt to possess someone's body. Only when it is very suitable for old servant would they make a move. The old demon patiently explained. This person's body in front of you meets your requirements? Yes. I hope young master will agree. If old servant can control this person's body, he will be able to play a much greater role than he is now. When the time comes, old servant will be able to truly help you. The old demon also felt ashamed of himself. For the past 2 years he had followed Yang Kai, he had not been able to play the role a 10,000-year-old demon should have. Now that he had seen such a suitable body, he was naturally quite tempted. Good, I am also looking forward to it. Yang Kai grinned and agreed to the old demon's request. Walking up to the old demon's body, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the chain, pouring yuan qi into it. In less than half a day, the chain suddenly turned into a golden stream of light and drilled into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's expression was slightly stunned. He had thought that refining and obtaining such an artifact would take a lot of time. He had even been prepared to stay here for a month or two, but he had not expected the process to be so simple and easy. As soon as the chain disappeared, the black flood dragon rolling around the old demon's body seemed to have broken free of its shackles and fiercely rushed out. Not only that, but the old demon's body was also constantly emitting demonic chi, creating a terrifying scene. Yang Kai quickly stabilized his body and with a dignified expression, threw out the soul breaker all. The old demon hid inside and drilled into the old demon's body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The churning demonic chi suddenly slowed down a lot, probably because the old demon was controlling it. Yang Kai called out a few times but did not receive any response. However, from the reaction of the demonic chi flowing out of the old demon's body, the old demon should be in the process of taking over this body, but he did not know how long it would take. This was the old demon's own battle, so Yang Kai could not help at all. Helplessly, he could only sit cross-legged and wait quietly. In this kind of demonic land, Yang Kai could not even open his cultivation palace. Once his divine sense left his mind, it would definitely be obliterated. Unable to use his divine sense, he naturally had no way to capture the demonic qi. Bored to death, Yang Kai took out the chain he had just put into his body. This chain was quite famous. Yang Kai did not know what material it was made of, but since it was an artifact left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to suppress the old demon, its grade was certainly not low. The chain was only about a foot long and had a collar at the top that could be tied around a person's neck. There was a small line of text inside the collar. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai muttered, "Demon's sealing chain." This thing was probably useless to ordinary people. It was an artifact meant to deal with demonic qi. Looking at this demon's sealing chain, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly. Since the sect master's second disciple was able to pry into the old demon's body and recover his strength, he must have discovered the existence of the demon's sealing chain. However, he had still not been able to take this artifact away, so it was easy to imagine how much the demon's sealing chain restrained him. If he could find an opportunity to put this thing around his neck, regardless of whether he was a demon lord or not, he would definitely be locked in place with his entire body's yuan qi. This was a very good thing to deal with him. Thinking of his martial uncle, who had become a demon lord but had yet to meet, Yang Kai's expression became cold. Ling Tai Su had been worried about him for more than 10 years, and because of him, the fourth Master Yang had been seriously injured and had not yet fully recovered. It could even be said that Yang Kai's congenital deficiency was all thanks to this demon lord. So even though the two of them had never met, they were already enemies. Since he was an enemy, Yang Kai naturally did not want him to live a comfortable life. With a calm expression, Yang Kai put the demon's sealing chain back into his body and began using his yuan qi to nourish it, waiting for a day when it could play its true role. For the next few days, the old demon continued to fuse with the demon lord's body, and no matter how Yang Kai called out, it did not respond. After the 5th day, the old demon's weak voice called out, "Young master, how is it?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. "It's about time." The old demon gasped for breath, obviously using up a lot of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, the demonic qi here was rich and could be replenished at any time, but old servant needs to first take back the demonic qi here, otherwise this demon lord won't be able to play much of a role. "How long will it take?" "It's very slow, at least a few months." "That long? Then I won't wait for you," Yang Kai said as he stood up. "Good, young master, you go do what you need to do, old servant will come find you after he is done here." Saying so, the old demon began to swallow the demonic qi in the coiling dragon stream. The rich and solid demonic qi seemed to be attracted by something and drilled into the demon lord's body. The demon lord's body was like a bottomless pit at this moment, no matter how much demonic qi was sucked in. Yang Kai watched in horror and no longer paid any attention to the old demon. Using his yang inflammation wings, he directly flew out of the coiling dragon stream. High Heaven Pavilion was desolate. The original several thousand disciples had long since disappeared. Many of them had left because of the changes in the coiling dragon stream and the appearance of the demon lord. They were afraid that they would be implicated, so they left the sect on their own accord. But there were even more people who left because of Ling Tai Su's orders. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, there were only about 100 people left. These 100 people were the backbone of High Heaven Pavilion and were the most loyal disciples of the sect. No matter how Ling Tai Su persuaded them, these people were unwilling to leave the sect and vowed to live and die with the sect. In this regard, Ling Tai Su was helpless and could only let them be. In Su Yan's small room, Yang Kai's figure flashed. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 months, Su Yan had successfully broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage and was now preparing to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. While sitting opposite to each other and dual cultivating, Yang Kai listened to Su Yan talk about the changes in the sect over the past 2 months. His heart was also filled with sorrow. Such a large sect was now facing the fate of disbanding. No one could accept this result, but Ling Tai Su was also helpless. The demon lord's identity would be discovered sooner or later, so if he didn't want to implicate the ordinary disciples, he could only drive them away first. Chapter 292. The changes in High Heaven Pavilion naturally couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. These days, the Hu sisters had also come to High Heaven Pavilion many times to speak with Su Yen, comforting her and inquiring about Yang Kai. However, the other members of Blood Battle Gang weren't so kind. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened, Meng Wuya had fought 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of Blood Battle Gang, causing them to lose a lot of face. Many of them still bore grudges, especially Long Zai Tian, whose foundation had been damaged in that battle and had yet to recover. This time, High Heaven Pavilion was in turmoil, so Long Zai Tian had contacted people from all around to add insult to injury. Gangmaster Hu Man also closed one eye, allowing Long Zai Tian to do as he pleased. Storm Hall was also the same. On one hand, they were taking in the expelled disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, while on the other hand, they were coveting High Heaven Pavilion's wealth. The current situation of the entire sect was like a person drinking water, whether it was hot or cold, only they knew. If the sect is disbanded, where should I go? Su Yen sighed faintly. She had lived in High Heaven Pavilion since she was a child and had long since regarded this place as her home. Now that this kind of thing had suddenly happened, even if her temperament was indifferent, she couldn't help feeling sad and confused. Yang Kai also smiled wryly, pulling her into his arms and gently hugging her. Their fingers intertwined, their ears rubbing against each other's as they breathed in each other's scent, gradually calming their restless mood. If it really comes to that point, go to Medicine King's Valley's hidden Cloud Peak. Treasurer Meng and little senior sister are there. Yang Kai whispered. With Xiao Fusheng's prestige, protecting a group of people was not a problem. Although he was a member of the Yang family, he couldn't even return home, so naturally he couldn't give Su Yen any guarantees. Su Yen nodded slightly, suddenly smiling and saying, I haven't seen junior sister Xia for a long time, you two are now, not yet. Yang Kai smiled wryly. Then you have to work harder, junior sister Xia is like a fairy. Innocent, pure and innocent, don't let her suffer in the hands of other men. Su Yen smiled. Yang Kai nodded awkwardly. Right at this moment, a divine sense suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, he said solemnly, a master is coming. Su Yen quickly sat up straight, a trace of worry flashing across her cold and elegant face as she asked, where is it? Don't be nervous. It's an acquaintance. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He could feel that this newcomer was an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use his divine sense to transmit a message, but since the other party had so blatantly used his divine sense to scan the area, presumably all of the High Heaven Pavilion's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters would have sensed it. Moreover, this person's spiritual sense fluctuations were very familiar. At least Yang Kai should have seen this person before, but he couldn't tell whose spiritual sense it was. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai listened attentively for a moment. Hearing the sound of many robes fluttering from the sect, Yang Kai knew that it was Ling Tai Su and the other elders who had set out, so he jumped down together with Su Yen. He flew in that direction. Before he could even get close, he heard Ling Tai Su's voice call out, which friend has graced High Heaven Pavilion with his presence? From the other side, an old voice called out, Sect Master Ling. It's been a long time. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's brow furrowed and his speed increased, soon arriving beside Ling Tai Su. The 4 great elders had also arrived. Standing behind Ling Tai Su. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Yen arrive together, the expressions of the 4 elders suddenly became strange, especially Su Xianwu. Although he had long known that there was something going on between his granddaughter and Yang Kai, seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help rolling his eyes, especially when he saw the faint blush still on Su Yan's cold face, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but stare fiercely at Yang Kai, his tone full of threat. Yang Kai just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. In the distance, a figure quickly came to a stop in front of everyone. After seeing this person's appearance, Ling Tai Su was surprised. Are you the Dong families? Wingard? The newcomer smiled and cupped his fists to the crowd. It is this old man who has taken the liberty to come here, I hope you will forgive him. Yang Kai's expression changed and quickly asked, Senior, has something happened? The Dong family's wind and cloud dual guards had always followed closely behind Dong Qinghan to ensure his safety, but this time, the wind guards had suddenly come to visit High Heaven Pavilion. Obviously, Dong Qinghan wanted to convey some kind of important message to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him here. The wind guard's expression became serious as he nodded slightly and cupped his fists. Young Master Yang, my young lord has asked me to inform you that you must leave High Heaven Pavilion quickly, otherwise you will be in great danger. Because of the demon lord? Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought of the problem. The wind guard was surprised. So your sect has already made preparations. No wonder this place was so deserted. When he had released his divine sense just now, he hadn't noticed many people here. It was very different from the last time he had come to High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai Su nodded. Naturally we have made preparations. The wind guard continued. Then why are you still here? You should hurry up and leave. The people who have come to High Heaven Pavilion this time are not people you can afford to provoke. Poor they. Su Xianwu heard him speak so seriously and his expression couldn't help sinking. The central capital? Qiu family. The wind guard quickly said. One of the 8 great families? Wei Shitong and the others all paled. And the Qiu family is the leader, the Bai family is also here, and Purple Fern Valley is also here. With these 3 forces united, not to mention your High Heaven Pavilion, even my Dong family cannot afford to provoke them. The wind guard comforted them with a sincere expression. Everyone, please don't be reckless. Where there is life, there is hope. High Heaven Pavilion's demon lord was such a big matter, so the central capital's 8 great families would definitely participate. Yang Kai could understand, after all, this was a matter of great importance. There had to be a leader who could handle it, but the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley coming was somewhat thought-provoking. It was likely that because Yang Kai's battle with Bai Yunfeng last time had caused him to lose face, this time they had deliberately come to add insult to injury. Their speed is very fast. This old man has not been able to shake them off. I estimate that in at most half a day they will arrive here. The wind guard hurriedly said, after which he cupped his fists and said, Since the message has been delivered, this old master will take his leave. He couldn't stay here. If the Qiu family blocked him, it would be very troublesome to explain. Finished speaking, the wind guard took his leave, leaving behind a group of stunned people. Wei Shitong hesitantly said, The Dong family's wind guard. Why would he be so kind as to send us a message? Is there some kind of trap? Ling Tai Su shook his head slightly. No, Yang Kai and his young lord have some friendship. This message was sent with good intentions. There is no need to doubt it. Hearing this, the 4 great elders all stared at Yang Kai in surprise, wondering what kind of ability he had to make friends with a character like Dong Qinghan. Pass down the order, everyone quickly pack up their things. After a stick of incense worth of time, gather at the coiling dragon stream. Ling Tai Su decisively said. Finished speaking. Then he said, Yang Kai, you stay here. The 4 great elders received the order and hurriedly left, leaving behind only Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su. Do you remember the last time I brought you across the void? Ling Tai Su suddenly asked. I remember. Good, as long as you remember, you only need to pour your Yuan Qi into it and the spirit array at that location will automatically open. You will take your people and leave from there. Presumably, they won't be able to catch up. After you leave, destroy the spirit array and find a place to settle down. Before the situation is clear, don't show yourself. Grand Master, you're not leaving? Yang Kai understood the meaning behind his words and asked with a look of surprise. My High Heaven Pavilion hasn't done anything to offend the heavens. It's just this old master's fault for accepting the wrong disciple. Why should I leave? Ling Tai Su chuckled. If this old master leaves, it will only cause High Heaven Pavilion to fall into an even more disadvantageous situation. I want to stay and talk to them. Everything has to be reasoned with. Just because the demon lord came from my sect, they want to destroy my sect? It's not like their family has never produced an evil disciple, so why haven't I seen anyone destroy them? This time, they've come prepared. How could they possibly try to reason with you? Yang Kai said anxiously. There's no need to say more, I've already made up my mind. Ling Tai Su's expression was firm, suddenly smiling confidently. What's more, even if we really fight, I'm not their opponent, ha. Yang Kai's expression brightened as he asked in amazement, Grand Master, this is all thanks to you. Ling Tai Su nodded slightly. Above immortal ascension boundary. The shackles and shackles of more than 10 years had finally been broken. This may be the only happy event for High Heaven Pavilion in recent months. Learning that his Grand Master had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer tried to persuade him, quickly setting off. At the edge of the coiling dragon stream, all the remaining members of High Heaven Pavilion had gathered. Yang Kai once again saw Sassafras and the others. After not seeing each other for a few days, Sassafras had also reached the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. The speed at which his strength had progressed was astonishing. Brother Yang! Sassafras also shouted excitedly, Li Yuntian and the others following closely behind. Long time no see. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at everyone. Except for Sassafras, everyone else had grown a lot, all of them having reached the Qi transformation boundary. Heh, should I call you brother or brother-in-law? Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with a sinister smile, apparently having learned about the matter between Yang Kai and Su Yen. Up to you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Brother-in-law, you're like this? Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with admiration, giving him a thumbs up and whispering, From childhood to now, I always thought that elder sister would be alone for the rest of her life. I never thought that you would actually be able to move her heart. Admirable, admirable. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Just as he was speaking, he saw Su Yen cast a cold gaze towards him. Sassafras couldn't help but shrink his neck, his body trembling a few times, and he couldn't help but laugh. Is everyone here? Wei Shitong, Su Xianwu, and the others patrolled back and forth, loudly asking. Where's the sect master? He Bei Shui asked. The sect master wants to stay. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. What? Wei Shitong and the others' faces changed greatly. The 4 great elders glanced at each other, a trace of determination flashing across their eyes. Wei Shitong said, Heh, since the sect master wants to stay, then I'll stay as well. Second junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. Su Xianwu smiled proudly, Eldest brother, you're wrong. I also want to follow the sect master closely. Third junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. He Bei Shui laughed and turned to look at Yu Zizai. Fifth junior brother, you're the youngest, so you should be the one to do this. Yu Zizai looked around and saw that there were no elders younger than him, so he pinched his nose and said, I'll also stay. Chapter 293. Everyone stared at each other for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Su Xianwu said, Then all of you stay here and don't order anyone around. Yang Kai, you come here. Disciple is here. Sect master said you know the way, so this time you and Su Yen will lead the way. You must ensure that our High Heaven Pavilion's heritage continues. Do you understand? Let's go. Wei Shitong waved his hand and without hesitation flew back to High Heaven Pavilion, the others also hurrying to catch up. Let's go too. Yang Kai didn't waste time. Ling Tai Su had already broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary and the 4 great elders were also strong, so together they were more than enough to resist the attack. What's more, this time it was uncertain whether they would be able to fight. But the people here had to leave. These people were the future of High Heaven Pavilion. If they stayed here, even if Ling Tai Su wanted to talk to the intruder, he would have to be careful. More than 100 people followed closely behind Yang Kai, flying along the edge of the coiling dragon stream. Soon they arrived at their destination, where the demonic qi was churning. A few thousand meters below was the spirit array. Everyone's face was pale and their hearts were trembling, especially the younger generation disciples, who all wore miserable expressions. Very few of the younger generation had reached the Yuan Qi boundary, so standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream would naturally cause them some fear. Any of the stronger martial uncles come down with me. Su Yen, you come too. Yang Kai said as he led the way down. Immediately, 7 or 8 masters from the previous generation flew down with him. Finding the location of the spirit array, Yang Kai carefully examined it. "Martial nephew, what are we going to do?" a thin martial uncle asked. He was an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master and was an existence equivalent to a deacon in High Heaven Pavilion. "Looking for a spirit array," Yang Kai replied softly, his eyes quickly wandering around. A moment later his expression brightened. "It's here." Everyone followed his gaze. Over there he saw a bare rock, no different from the rest of the area. "Please pour your yuan qi into it," Yang Kai said, stretching out his hand and pressing it against the rock. Yuan qi fiercely surged. His other hand, Yang Kai grabbed Su Yan. This was the first time the two had fought side by side since obtaining the joyous unification art. Although this situation wasn't considered a battle, it was not far from it. As the two of them clasped their hands together, the Zhen Yuan fluctuations on their bodies suddenly rose to a whole new level. The Yuan Qi's flow was obviously much faster. This change made those martial uncles secretly shocked. The others didn't ask any more questions and simply followed Yang Kai's lead and poured their true qi into their spirit pagoda. With the combined efforts of nearly 10 people, it didn't take long for the same reaction as last time to appear on the huge rock. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be bewildered. While pouring his true qi into it, Yang Kai explained, "This is a void corridor that connects the two places. It is a spirit array left behind by our ancestral founder. This end connects to High Heaven Pavilion. The exit is somewhere else." A martial uncle asked curiously, "How far is it?" The sect leader said that it is thousands of miles away, so once we enter this place, everyone will be safe. Everyone was aghast. The existence of the void corridor had completely exceeded the scope of their knowledge and understanding. "Our sect actually has such a thing?" That martial uncle's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "I never knew about it. We don't know." Everyone was speechless. "Good, besides me and Su Yan, everyone else has their own things to do. Whichever 2 uncle masters went in first. The rest of you go up and bring down the disciples who haven't reached Yuan Qi state yet." Yang Kai took up the responsibility of giving out orders. Although he was a disciple of the younger generation, it was not difficult to see how much Ling Tai Su valued him based on the fact that he knew secrets that no one else knew. What's more, Yang Kai's safety was reasonable and watertight, so the several uncle masters weren't dissatisfied with his orders. Immediately, 2 immortal ascension boundary 1st and 2nd stage masters jumped into the void corridor. The others all flew up in unison. Only Yang Kai and Su Yan were left to maintain the operation of the spirit array. Smiling at each other, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Actually, I am from the central capital's Yang family." Su Yan's beautiful eyes lit up slightly as she asked curiously, "The cuckoo bird Yang family?" Yang Kai smiled wryly, "And why are you telling me this now?" Su Yan looked at him curiously. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Because I want to steal your heart, so I have to be honest with you." Listening to him speak so bluntly, Su Yan's heart filled with sweetness, her cheeks blushing slightly as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This kind of atmosphere was very strange. Even though the two of them had already done it many times, they still felt like a man and woman who were getting along with each other. They were slowly getting familiar with each other through words and actions, slowly removing the barrier between the two of them. In particular, Yang Kai's honesty and sincerity gave Su Yan a sense of happiness that she was being pursued. What girl didn't want to be pursued by the man she liked? Su Yan also hoped so. However, because of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance's joyous unification art, she and Yang Kai had not had time to become familiar with each other before they were already inseparable. Even if she was happy, there was still a missing process. Now, Yang Kai was undoubtedly trying to make up for this missing process and make up for the shortcomings in Su Yan's heart. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to feel that even if she could not escape today's calamity, she would still be satisfied. Cuckoo. Suddenly, a light cough came from above. Yang Kai looked up and saw one of his martial uncles flying down with a young disciple. Ignoring the disciple's screams, the martial uncles directly threw him into the void corridor. "You too continue." The martial uncles were also experienced, so how could they not see the subtle atmosphere between the two and immediately flew up again? However, how could they continue? One after another, people were sent down, so Yang Kai and Su Yan could only look at each other and smile bitterly. I want to know about your past. Su Yan's face was slightly red as she ignored the others and whispered in Yang Kai's ear. When we leave this place and settle down, I'll tell you. Good. Su Yan nodded gently before biting her lip and saying, I still want to go out and travel with you, then let's travel hand in hand and laugh proudly under the heavens. Yang Kai grinned. N. Su Yan's heart was filled with happiness as she gently rested her head on Yang Kai's shoulder. Under the coiling dragon stream, the demonic chi was tumbling. Before the sex calamity arrived, a man and a woman stood in the air, snuggling together, the wind blowing, their long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. This moment was like an eternity. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who came and went stared at the two of them with wide eyes, their expressions strange. 10 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, a large group of people was rapidly approaching. Among them were many immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, for in total, while the remaining immortal Ascension Boundary Masters numbered more than a dozen. In addition, there were also about 40 to 50 Yuan Qi and Separation and Reunion Boundary Masters. This group of people was being led by a woman in her 20s towards High Heaven Pavilion and soon arrived in front of High Heaven Pavilion's sect. Is this where the Demon Lord was born? The woman in her 20s was as delicate as a flower. She was tall, with bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin and jade-like bones. She was wearing a luxurious purple dress, which accentuated her noble temperament. The corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile as a trace of disdain and doubt flashed across the woman's eyes. She lightly said, "It's just a second-class sect. How could it cultivate such a powerful character like the Demon Lord?" Behind her, a man in white clothes immediately walked out, waving a folding fan in his hand as he smiled and said, "Young Lady Chiu, although this is just a second-class sect, there are many hidden experts here. But there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. We can't underestimate this place. Last time, Brother Fan and I suffered a great loss here." This white-robed man was the one Yang Kai had defeated last time, Bai Yunfeng. Since his defeat to Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng had always wanted to take revenge, but he also had scruples about Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya's tyrannical strength, so he had never found an opportunity to act. This time, when he heard that the Chiu family was sending someone to High Heaven Pavilion, he had immediately volunteered to come, looking for an opportunity to wash away his shame. Although he was smiling and talking to this young Lady Chiu, he still unconsciously walked 3 steps behind her, his demeanor quite respectful, without the slightest arrogance of a young lord from a great family. Even his eyes were clear as they fell on the woman's slender shoulders, without the slightest trace of obscenity. Bai Yunfeng was also a tactful person. His status as a young lord from a first-class family was high and mighty, but in front of this woman he was nothing. In front of him was the first young lady of the Chiu family, Chiu Yimeng. How could his Bai family compare to the Chiu family? Not to mention the Chiu family's background, Chiu Yimeng was only 21 years old, but her strength had already reached the Yuan Qi Boundary 9th stage. Such aptitude, even in this world, could be counted on one's fingers. What's more, not only was her aptitude extraordinary, but she was also a beautiful woman. The Chiu family had produced such an enchanting woman, so with the exception of the Yang family, which young lord from the other 7 families didn't want to marry her. But the Chiu family's patriarch, Chiu Shouqing, said he wanted to marry Chiu Yimeng? Marry into the Chiu family. In the future, their children must also bear the surname Chiu. This requirement immediately cut off many people's enthusiasm, but there were still many young lords who hung around Chiu Yimeng all day, looking forward to meeting such a beautiful woman. Chiu Yimeng herself was quite self-disciplined, so when it came to these young lords, she didn't have any deep thoughts. The reason why she came to High Heaven Pavilion this time was because she had been annoyed too much in the central capital, so she deliberately came out to relax and gain experience. Listening to Bai Yunfeng's words, Chiu Yimeng chuckled, but without turning her head, she simply brushed her hair behind her ear and said, I heard that when young Lord Bai fought with a young disciple of High Heaven Pavilion last time, even his artifact was destroyed? Bai Yunfeng's expression became bitter as he cursed this slut in his heart, but on his face he put on a humble smile and said, This Bai's skills are not good enough. Young Lady Chiu must have seen a joke. As the two of them were talking, a beautiful woman appeared next to them. This woman was petite and dainty, half a head shorter than Chiu Yimeng, but her breasts were quite large, full and round, making her extremely attractive to anyone who saw her. Chapter 294. The young woman's face was filled with anger, like an angry little tiger as she angrily said, That person is called Yang Kai, right? After Brother Fan returned to Purple Fern Valley last time, he has been in retreat, saying he needs to cultivate well so he can't even beat a second-class sex disciple. I haven't seen him for a long time, all because of this Yang Kai. This time, if I catch him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. The Brother Fan she spoke of was none other than Fan Hong, who had come to High Heaven Pavilion that day. Luo Xiaoman and Fan Hong were both elite disciples of Purple Fern Valley. They had grown up together and had a deep affection for one another, but now that they had not seen each other for several months, she naturally regarded Yang Kai as the culprit behind all this. Chiu Yimeng looked at her with a smile and softly said, Little sister Xiaoman, don't be so angry. We came here this time mainly to inquire about the Demon Lord, everything else is secondary. Don't ruin our plans. Luo Xiaoman angrily snorted, I don't care, no matter what, this time I must capture that Yang Kai and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley so brother can have a good fight with him and resolve the knot in his heart. Saying so, she shook Chiu Yimeng's arm and coquettishly said, Elder sister Chiu, isn't he just a second-class sex disciple? While you're busy with your big plan, I'll take some people to secretly capture him. I promise I won't alarm anyone. Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and nodded helplessly, Good, he's just a young disciple. I don't think High Heaven Pavilion will be so untactful. Elder sister Chiu is the best. Luo Xiaoman smiled happily. Bai Yunfeng, on the other hand, lightly coughed and smiled. Junior sister Luo, it's not that this Bai is trying to boost the morale of others. That Yang Kai is not easy to deal with. A year ago, he was only a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, yet he was able to defeat me. Brother Fan and I have similar strength, but after a year has passed, who knows how much he has grown. So, even if you can capture him and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley to fight Brother Fan, I'm afraid. How could my Brother Fan lose to someone from such a small place? Luo Xiaoman snorted. He rolled his eyes and said, If worst comes to worst, I'll just do something to him. No matter what, I have to make Brother Fan defeat him. As they were talking, one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters suddenly frowned and said, Young lady, something's not right. There doesn't seem to be many people here. Chiu Yimeng's expression changed slightly as she quickly asked, What do you mean? The man quickly released his divine sense and a moment later said with a strange expression, It seems that High Heaven Pavilion knows it has provoked a disaster and has long since made preparations. On one side, there are 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters standing guard. On the other side, there are many people gathered together. They should be the younger generation of High Heaven Pavilion disciples. It seems like they're about to leave. Wishful thinking. Chiu Yimeng coldly snorted, Send some people to capture those 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Kill without mercy. Everyone else, follow me. Because Bai Yunfeng had previously reported the existence of Ling Tai Su, a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, the Chiu family had directly dispatched 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. With these 4 people present, Chiu Yimeng believed it would be enough to capture Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya. The large group of people suddenly split into 2 groups and moved in an orderly manner. The 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were followed by 7 or 8 other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, all of them heading straight towards Ling Tai Su and the others. The rest of the group, under the leadership of Chiu Yimeng, rushed towards the Coiling Dragon Stream. Under the Coiling Dragon Stream, Yang Kai and Su Yen were enjoying a moment of peace when suddenly, his expression changed and he looked up in a certain direction. What's wrong? Su Yan noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression and quickly asked, "Someone's coming." Yang Kai's expression sank. He quickly shouted, "Hurry up, those people have already discovered us." Above, there were still 20 or so disciples who had not yet been brought down. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, the several martial uncles and martial aunt quickly circulated their yuan qi, increasing their speed significantly. The disciples of the younger generation were sent down one by one, disappearing into the void passageway. A moment later, everyone had been properly arranged. "Martial nephew." The several martial uncles and martial aunt flew to the side, their expressions extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. "You go first." Yang Kai shouted, "I'll bring up the rear." The several martial uncles didn't hesitate and dove into the void corridor. "Where do you think you're going?" In the distance, an angry roar rang out, and before the voice had even faded, a bright light shot out from the distance. The speed of this group of people was beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Yang Kai and Su Yan's expressions both changed slightly as they jointly circulated their yuan qi and simultaneously sent out a palm strike towards the approaching light. With a muffled bang, the light dispersed and the figures of 20 or 30 people suddenly appeared. Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies both shook violently as they were pushed back several dozen meters, nearly falling down. "Yang Kai, we meet again." Among the crowd, Bai Yun Feng, dressed in white robes, roared fiercely. Meeting his enemy, Bai Yun Feng naturally wouldn't give Yang Kai any face. "You're that Yang Kai?" Luo Xiaoman swept her eyes over him and curled her lips. "You don't look that good. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out you're just average." Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, her eyes filled with curiosity, but after seeing Su Yan, her eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly. From this young woman, who was as cold as an eternally frozen snow mountain, Qiu Yimeng felt a strong sense of pressure. A master. Moreover, her strength was no less than her own. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, never having expected that such a small place like High Heaven Pavilion would have such a talent. On top of that, this young woman was not only strong, but also beautiful. Compared to her, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help coldly snorting as she quickly dispelled the faint jealousy in her heart. "Two friends, this time I came to your noble sect because I have something I wish to consult with you about. I hope you two can act sensibly." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and spoke to Yang Kai and Su Yan while her beautiful eyes stared towards the dark void corridor. Even with her knowledge and identity, she didn't know what this thing was for, so she couldn't help feeling a little curious and stared at it a few more times. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. "So what young lady is asking for is to attack High Heaven Pavilion with such great fanfare?" The sounds of Ling Tai Su and the others fighting could be heard coming from the other side. Obviously, many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had arrived and were fighting without even saying a word. Qiu Yimeng didn't care, still smiling faintly. "If I don't show some strength, how can your noble sect obediently cooperate? This is just a small trick. I advise you not to resist, otherwise I'm afraid you'll suffer a lot." Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. There were 20 to 30 people on the other side, many of whom had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. Many of them had locked onto him and Su Yan with their divine senses. Once he and Su Yan made any movements, they would immediately be ruthlessly strangled. The void corridor was only a few dozen meters away and was still open, but it wouldn't be long before it closed again. Could they rush out? Yang Kai wasn't sure, so he turned to look at Su Yan. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well, indifferent as water, even in the face of 20 to 30 masters. "The two of you don't seem to be willing to cooperate. If that's the case, then we'll have to offend you. Go seal their cultivations and bring them back." Qiu Yimeng decisively issued an order. From beginning to end, a faint smile hung on her face, her expression as calm as ever. "Yes." Immediately, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters flew out from behind her, sneering contemptuously at Yang Kai and Su Yan as they approached. Yang Kai squeezed Su Yan's hand and whispered, "You go first, don't worry about me, they won't dare do anything to me." Su Yen hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. In this moment of crisis, she didn't act like some reckless woman who wanted to stay behind with Yang Kai because she knew that Yang Kai's true identity was the greatest protection. If she also stayed behind, it would only make the situation worse. In an instant, the two of them had reached an agreement. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were now within 5 meters of them. At that moment, suddenly, the demonic chi below the coiling dragon stream surged and more than a dozen ink-black dragon-like demonic chi rushed up, striking the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters like lightning. The demonic chi contained an unparalleled demonic chi, so although the direct impact didn't cause much damage to the two masters, it still had the effect of affecting their souls and affecting their minds. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were obviously stunned, their faces filled with pain, their eyes suddenly turning scarlet as they lost all sense of reason. Like beasts that had been imprisoned for hundreds of years, they immediately attacked each other. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately realizing that the old demon had sensed the urgency in his heart and was using some kind of method to help him. Unfortunately, this was all the old demon could do. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted, quickly pulling Su Yen towards the void corridor. The sudden change caused the Chiu family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley's 3 forces to be shocked. Feeling the demonic chi contained within the dozen or so flood dragons, all of them couldn't help but pale. Before they could react, Yang Kai and Su Yen had already rushed out of the blockade and quickly approached the dark passage. "Stop them!" Chiu Meng shouted, taking the lead, sending out a series of fierce attacks as she flew forward. "Where do you think you're going?" Luo Xiaoman also hurriedly followed. She was determined to capture Yang Kai and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley so Fan Hong could defeat him. How could she allow Yang Kai to escape? As soon as the two women moved, everyone else also used their movement skills. In an instant, Yang Kai and Su Yen had entered the void corridor, Su Yen in front while Yang Kai brought up the rear. After entering the chaotic passage, Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his Yuan Qi fiercely, bombarding the surrounding area. He wanted to destroy this passage in order to ensure the safety of the people from High Heaven Pavilion. However, the speed of Chiu Meng and the others was also extremely fast, so before Yang Kai could destroy the void corridor, more than half of them had already entered. Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman took the lead, looking around at the chaos around them, their pretty faces filled with horror. The two women didn't know where they were. However, since Yang Kai dared to come in, there was certainly no danger. Thinking quickly, Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman simultaneously launched their killing moves towards Yang Kai. In the void corridor, Zhen Yuan was in a mess. The violent collisions produced shockwaves that scattered in all directions. The chaotic space suddenly began to squirm. Chapter 295. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he exited the void corridor. The next moment, Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman appeared not far away. The two of them had appeared not far from each other, but now that they had suddenly arrived in an unfamiliar environment, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion as they stared around, completely forgetting to attack Yang Kai. Schwa, another figure appeared, and after the 3 people in the field saw who it was, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This person was one of the family masters brought here by Chiu Meng, an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. But at this moment, only half of his body had been sent out, the other half was nowhere to be seen, as if it had been cleaved in half by a peerless master sword. As his body fell, his 5 viscera and 6 organs scattered all over the ground, blood spattering everywhere. How? Chiu Meng's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at this scene in disbelief. Luo Xiaoman's face went pale and she almost vomited, covering her mouth as she moved closer to Chiu Meng. "Was it you who did this?" Chiu Meng suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai coldly, her Yuan Qi also slowly becoming unstable. She didn't know the mysteries of the void corridor and only thought that Yang Kai had set up some kind of trap in this chaotic place, allowing him to kill her family's master, so naturally she was furious. An immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master was not easy for the Chiu family to cultivate, but now he had died so carelessly. Yang Kai ignored her and instead looked around with a gloomy expression. Besides himself and the two women opposite him, there was no one else here. Not to mention the High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles and his brothers and sisters who had left the Void Corridor. Even Su Yen, who had arrived earlier, was not here. Moreover, this place was completely unfamiliar, not the place where Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su had last crossed the Void Corridor. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined everything within a 20-kilometer radius. A moment later, his heart sank to the bottom. There were indeed other people within this 20-kilometer radius. However, none of them were from High Heaven Pavilion, but rather the Yuan Qi and Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters brought by the two women opposite him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened. The place where they had emerged from the Void Corridor was a bit far from here, scattered all over the place. There weren't many people, only a dozen or so, of which only 2 or 3 were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Is it because of the battle in the Void Corridor? Yang Kai's face sank as he pondered. There was only one possibility. The collision of true essence in the Void Corridor had caused the Void Corridor to collapse, and then the people inside had been teleported to an unfamiliar land. And the half-corpse on the ground should be the result of a part of the body being intercepted in the Void Corridor. Yang's is. However, Su Yen should have already safely met up with the other members of High Heaven Pavilion. After all, she was ahead of him. Considering all this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Luo Xiaoman's face was a little pale. Seeing Yang Kai just standing there, she couldn't help feeling disgusted. A disciple of a small sect. What arrogance! Even if he had some means, they were still very limited. Elder Sister Chiu was beautiful and famous. Even if the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families tried to talk to her, she would usually ignore them, but now Elder Sister Chiu had taken the initiative to talk to him. Yet he didn't say anything. She had given him face, but he didn't want it. Yang Kai looked up at the two women opposite him with a gloomy expression, a cold light flashing across his eyes. If it weren't for this group of people suddenly appearing, he and Su Yen would already be thousands of kilometers away. They had just agreed to travel the world hand in hand, but because of these two women's sudden appearance, they had been separated from each other. Not knowing where to find Su Yen, Yang Kai's depressed mood could be imagined. What is this place? Chiu Yimeng raised her delicate brow, standing there calmly, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she asked softly. Her figure was tall, her legs were long and slender, her waist was slender, and her face was delicate and moving. Especially that graceful waist that seemed to be boneless. It was tightly bound by the purple girdle. It could only be held with one hand, and it was the most enticing. Moreover, as the first young lady of the central capital's Chiu family, her temperament was noble and arrogant. Any young man who saw her would feel a faint sense of pressure, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Every question that came out of her mouth always had an answer. Yang Kai's face showed a trace of disgust and impatience as he sneered, "Where is this place? How would I know where this is?" As soon as these vulgar words came out, the two women opposite him froze slightly. Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face paled, her chest trembling as she ground her teeth and shouted, "Smelly brat, you dare speak to us like that?" Chiu Yimeng's bright face flashed a mocking smile as she calmly chuckled. "Interesting, no man has ever cursed at me like this, you're the first. If you don't want to answer, it doesn't matter. Once I capture you, I'll slowly interrogate you." She took it for granted that all of this was Yang Kai's doing, but little did she know that Yang Kai really didn't know where they were. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took a step forward, his Yuan Qi surging as he activated his self-created movement skill, leaving behind an afterimage as he quickly approached the two women. He could perceive that the 3 nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had already discovered Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's whereabouts and were quickly rushing over, so Yang Kai had to capture one of them as a bargaining chip, otherwise, he would be surrounded by these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Seeing him act so boldly, Luo Xiaoman shouted, "You're asking for a beating." A series of blue halos suddenly burst forth from her tender body, each of them containing a soft and flexible energy, blocking Yang Kai's speed while eroding into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's momentum didn't falter as he pushed his Yuan Qi fiercely. Luo Xiaoman's martial skill couldn't stop him at all. Seeing him rush towards her like a meteor, Luo Xiaoman finally paled slightly. "Be careful," Qiu Yimeng quickly warned, at the same time waving her hand and using some kind of martial skill. She grabbed Luo Xiaoman's shoulder and quickly retreated. Yang Kai's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and fiercely punched to the side. Yuan Qi collided in midair with a loud bang. The rebounding force actually caused Yang Kai's body to tremble slightly. Before he could react though, Qiu Yimeng suddenly giggled, her delicate body like a leaf floating in the air, her feet lightly stepping on the void, seemingly without any trace. She quickly closed in on Yang Kai. This was a set of profound footwork, and when it was displayed, Qiu Yimeng's entire body seemed to be both real and fake, completely untraceable. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he released his divine sense and instantly discovered Qiu Yimeng's hiding place, sending out a burning sun's three-layer blast. Qiu Yimeng suddenly appeared, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful face as she pushed her Yuan Qi fiercely. With a grunt, Yang Kai couldn't help retreating a few steps. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng's expression remained indifferent, a calm smile hanging on her face as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai, calmly saying, "You've got some skill, but it's nothing more than this. If that's all you've got, I advise you to obediently surrender, otherwise I won't show any mercy." Troublesome. Listening to her words, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He had wanted to capture Luo Xiaoman as a hostage, but this Qiu family's first young lady really wasn't easy to deal with. If he used his full strength, he should be able to defeat her, but not in a short time. The other three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were rapidly closing in, so Yang Kai didn't have much of a chance. "You want to leave?" Qiu Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly flashed a touch of pride and slyness, clearly seeing through Yang Kai's thoughts. Not waiting for him to answer, she once again rushed forward. "With me here, do you think you can escape? Get out of my way!" Yang Kai roared, pushing out his palms as he simultaneously used his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. The tiger seal and the ox seal roared as two fiery red monster beasts leapt out, baring their fangs as they pounced towards Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng wasn't frightened but instead smiled happily. "Sure enough, no wonder Bai Yunfeng was defeated by you." Saying so, she waved her two white hands, releasing a burst of Yuan Qi that was visible to the naked eye, transforming into a giant hand that slammed down from the sky. Before the two monster beasts could reach Qiu Yimeng, they were scattered. Yang Kai grinned as he gripped the Azura sword in his hand, his true Yang Yuan Qi retreating back into the Dantian as the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton burst forth. As the evil Qi descended, Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in a black fog, only his pair of scarlet eyes exuding a terrifying light. With the Azura sword in hand, Yang Kai seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. Feeling this surging evil aura, Qiu Yimeng's expression finally changed as she cried out in horror, "High Heaven Pavilion really has evil secret arts." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and condensed a huge ball of lightning at the tip of her finger, throwing it towards Yang Kai. Flashing arcs of lightning crackled as they exploded, containing a terrifying power. Yang Kai slashed out with his sword. With a single sweep of his sword, the ball of lightning shattered, and the tiny arcs of lightning slithered out like snakes, covering a radius of more than a dozen meters. Qiu Yimeng quickly retreated, no longer daring to show the slightest contempt, her expression becoming extremely dignified. Yang Kai walked through the world of lightning arcs, his body flashing but unable to hinder him in the slightest. Accelerating his pace, he instantly arrived in front of Qiu Yimeng and slashed down towards her. Feeling the murderous intent and evil intent contained in this attack, Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled as she cried out, "Block!" A simple and unadorned shield suddenly appeared in her small hand. The shield was suffused with a dense light, enveloping her within it. This was obviously a defensive artifact, and with the Qiu family's wealth, the grade of this artifact was definitely not low. With a loud clang, the Azura sword struck the shield, and the two yuan qi collided violently, rolling up a gust of wind. With a light snort, Qiu Yimeng retreated more than a dozen meters, her tender body swaying. In this confrontation, she had obviously suffered a small loss. Gritting her teeth and looking at the shield in her hand, Qiu Yimeng chuckled, "You really do have some skill. Just a trivial yuan qi third stage, yet you were able to put me in such a difficult position. It seems I underestimated you." Chapter 296. Saying so, she took back the ancient shield into her body and quickly formed a series of hand seals, releasing a series of energy fluctuations of different attributes from her body. Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, these four attributes gathered together to form a terrifying energy around her. She stared deeply at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with unyielding arrogance. "I don't have time to play with you." Yang Kai roared, waving his hand and sending out a sword wave, leaping into the air in an attempt to escape. However, while Qiu Yimeng was delaying him, a nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had arrived, and before he could even appear, an attack was already flying towards him. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, dodging while quickly displaying the first half of his 10,000 swords returned to one. With a clanging sound, countless sword chi suddenly appeared around his body. Waving the Azura sword, Yang Kai sent out countless sword chi to protect himself while the other half shot forward, trying to open up a gap. "Stay here!" A voice called out from the side, carrying with it a sense of superiority, daring to disrespect the young lady, "You're courting death." Facing this tyrannical attack, all of the sword chi in the air were shattered. Not only that, but Yang Kai's momentum was also slightly suppressed. In front of him, a figure flashed and an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master blocked his path, staring coldly towards Yang Kai. "Let's see if you have the ability." Yang Kai didn't show any fear, sneering as he once again sent out countless sword chi bolts towards this enemy. At the same time, a series of blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body, each one a deadly weapon. 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. Since refining this falling flowers cult's hallowed artifact, Yang Kai had not used it. Until now. Finally, Yang Kai had no choice but to use his full strength. 1,000 blood-red petals wrapped around his body, and with a single thought, they transformed into a flurry of red light that shot towards the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master. A heaven-grade artifact. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master's eyesight was profound, immediately seeing the extraordinariness of the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. The strength of the Heaven's Gate boundary was not held back at all. A rich and pure yuan qi burst forth from his body as he pushed out with both hands. A mountain-like figure suddenly appeared in front of him and pressed down on the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. With a crash, the 1,000 petals scattered. As they scattered in all directions, the mountain-like illusory figure swayed in midair before suddenly dimming down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai rushed forward with his sword and slashed down at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master. His opponent had just used a martial skill that consumed a great deal of yuan qi and was now completely out of breath. Feeling the evil aura from the Azura sword, his expression changed greatly and he hurriedly dodged. Who knew that Yang Kai was just making a feint? It brushed past his body and flew out. "Where do you think you're going?" Qiu Yimeng's tender voice rang out, mixed with a trace of pride and coldness. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from behind, and Yang Kai involuntarily paused, turning his head to look only to see Qiu Yimeng's wind, cloud, thunder, and lightning attributes gathering together to form a destructive force. It was as if he had been transformed into a muddy swamp, pulling at his body, making it impossible for him to break free. "Bitch!" Yang Kai's face changed greatly as he waved his sword and sent out countless sword chi blades towards Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng remained unmoved, a beautiful smile appearing on her face. Her simple shield appeared in front of her again, blocking Yang Kai's attack for her. However, the 1,000 petals that were scattered outside were now silently closing in on Qiu Yimeng. "Elder Sister Qiu, dodge!" Luo Xiaoman shouted as she waved her hands, sending out a series of flashes of light that transformed into a variety of weapons midair and collided with the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. You won't be able to escape, just obediently surrender. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, shouting as she fought with Yang Kai. Yes, evil demon brat, you can't escape today. Two figures flew over. The other two immortal ascension boundary masters had arrived. Yang Kai's face was gloomy to the extreme, and a faint sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Facing a single immortal ascension boundary master, he had to use his full strength and use all of his artifacts and methods in order to have a chance to escape. Now that all three of them had arrived, how could he resist? His strength was still not enough. Yuan Qi third stage was really not enough. The two immortal ascension boundary masters who had rushed over weren't polite at all. As they spoke, they began to attack Yang Kai with their respective martial skills. Yang Kai tried his best to resist, but was still unable to fully defend himself. Both his chest and shoulder were struck at the same time, the sound of bones breaking resounded, and the pain was unbearable, causing him to fall like a broken kite. Stumbling to his feet, Yang Kai found himself surrounded from all sides. Three immortal ascension boundary masters, plus Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, all of them were glaring at him. Looking at the Azura sword in his hand, even Qiu Yimeng couldn't help coveting it, the others even more so. As for the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia flying around him, both of them were precious treasures. You can't run now, can you? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. The three immortal ascension boundary masters also looked at him with hostility, coldly snorting as they simultaneously exerted pressure on him. Demon brat, waste your own cultivation, or this old master will do it himself. One of the immortal ascension boundary masters shouted coldly. Facing this adversity, Yang Kai sneered, his demonic chi fluctuating wildly. Although he had been surrounded, it wasn't impossible for him to escape. Yang Kai thought that if he suddenly used unyielding will and Yang inflammation wings at this time, he would have a chance to escape. The speed of Yang inflammation wings was much faster than an average immortal ascension boundary master, so as long as he could cope with the first wave of attacks, he would be fine. With the myriad drug milk, even if he was injured, he could quickly heal. The key was, could he cope with the first wave of attacks? Moreover, it was a joint attack. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Why haven't you started yet? The immortal ascension boundary master saw that Yang Kai hadn't moved yet and became impatient, angrily shouting as he took a step forward. Just as Yang Kai made up his mind to take this risk, the three immortal ascension boundary masters' expressions suddenly changed as they stared up at the sky. Yang Kai also frowned. He felt a tyrannical pressure coming from not far away, one that was much stronger than the three immortal ascension boundary masters in front of him. Two young ladies, be careful. The three immortal ascension boundary masters didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai and quickly stood in front of Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, their expressions extremely dignified. Soon, a bright red figure suddenly appeared. Everyone looked up and saw a graceful figure standing in the air only a few dozen meters away from them. This figure belonged to a woman who looked extremely enchanting. She was wearing a fiery red robe that was tightly wrapped around her body, outlining her graceful and charming figure. Her appearance was beautiful, and her posture was graceful. Her two jade-like arms were exposed, and two silver bracelets were worn on her soft and smooth wrists. Her skin was snow white, her legs were long and slender, and her waist was slender and full. She was wearing a pair of shoes made of jade, and her 10 delicate toes were exposed mischievously. She had moon-like phoenix eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes that could captivate souls, and a pair of watery eyes that seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. She had a tall nose, cherry lips that exhaled like orchids, and a face that was as white as cream. Her figure was slender, like a willow tree, a gentle breeze that seemed capable of snapping her in half. At the corner of her eye was a small mole the size of a grain of rice, adding to her charm. Standing in midair, a faint blush could be seen on her cheeks, causing one's imagination to run wild. In contrast to Su Yan's icy beauty and Xia Ningchang's naivety, this young married woman was the kind of woman who was enchanting to the bone. Even if she just stood there, she still exuded an air of grace and grace. When the several men in the field met her eyes, whether they were young or old, all of them involuntarily gulped, their breathing instantly becoming heavy. Her watery eyes seemed to contain an infinite magical power that tugged at everyone's soul. Even Qiu Yimeng's eyes became slightly blurred, her cheeks blushing slightly as her heartbeat accelerated. Soon, Qiu Yimeng sobered up, her heart secretly trembling as she glanced around, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Men really are nothing good." The three immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all blushed and laughed dryly. However, they didn't dare show the slightest bit of carelessness. A woman who could make them feel so pressured, how could her strength be low? The woman's pair of watery red eyes swept over the several men in the field before finally settling on Yang Kai, biting her red lips lightly, her brow furrowed slightly as she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Which sect are you a disciple of?" Her voice was sweet and soft. When everyone heard it, they felt as if a gentle little hand had reached into their hearts and was caressing and teasing what was hidden in the bottom of their hearts, making them follow their instincts. This time, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were no exception, the two women's cheeks flushing bright red as they involuntarily let out a soft moan from their throats, causing their hearts to flutter and their hearts to flutter. "What?" Yang Kai frowned and asked curiously. He didn't understand what this woman meant. The woman's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would be able to sober up so quickly. In her current state, if she didn't speak it would be fine, but once she opened her mouth, no matter who it was, they would be affected. So how was it that this young man with such an evil aura seemed to be able to get rid of his instincts? What she didn't know was that Yang Kai had been tortured by the joyous unification art for many years, so compared to others, he was much better at suppressing his impulses. "Forget it, I don't have time to talk to you." The struggle between the woman's eyebrows became even more apparent as she muttered to herself. Without waiting for Yang Kai to respond, she stretched out her hand and threw out a pink ribbon that shot towards Yang Kai's waist like a snake. Yang Kai's expression changed, and just as he was about to raise his Azura sword to counterattack, the woman had already arrived in front of him, opened her cherry mouth, and spat out a fragrant breath towards Yang Kai. As this orchid fragrance hit him, in an instant, Yang Kai felt his whole body go soft and completely lose the strength to resist. So strong. This woman must have reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. She doesn't look very old, so how could she be so strong? Since you've seen it, I can't let you live. The woman sighed faintly, flicking her wrist and sending out a silver bracelet towards the immortal ascension boundary masters opposite her. Chapter 297. With a flash of silver light, the three immortal ascension boundary masters who had just forced Yang Kai into a dead end fell into a pool of their own blood, unable to put up any resistance, and were killed in a daze. The momentum of the silver light did not diminish as it continued to chase after Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. At this critical moment of life and death, Qiu Yimeng's delicate earrings emitted a faint light which rushed into her mind, instantly waking her up. In a flash, Qiu Yimeng quickly took out her ancient shield and placed it in front of her. With a ding sound, Qiu Yimeng coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, finally stopping the silver light. The woman's brow furrowed as her tender body trembled, blood dripping from her red lips. It seemed that just touching her Yuan Qi had caused her to feel even more unbearable. Not continuing to attack, she hurriedly picked up Yang Kai, who was tied up by the ribbon, and leapt away, seemingly unable to wait any longer. Luo Xiaoman's face was flushed red, her pair of beautiful eyes blurred, her throat constantly emitting soft moans as her two beautiful legs were tightly clamped together. The boundless pleasure spread like an electric current, numbing her lower body, causing her tender body to tremble involuntarily as a pool of white liquid rolled out from her lower abdomen, soaking her underwear. A high-pitched, stifled moan escaped from her mouth as Luo Xiaoman's body softened and she fell directly to the ground, her cheeks flushed red as she gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down as she basked in the aftershocks of her orgasm. "Xiaoman, cough cough." Qiu Yimeng called out weakly. Luo Xiaoman suddenly recovered and realized that she had lost control of herself and that her lower body was wet. Immediately, her beautiful face paled in shock. She didn't know what had happened. Just now, the woman in red had only said a few words, and she had fallen into a dreamy and charming illusion. In that illusion, she had abandoned her self-esteem and shyness, as if she had become a resentful woman who was unsatisfied with her desires, constantly demanding. She had an extremely unbridled instinct. And the object of that demand was actually Yang Kai, the man they had chased all the way here. Recalling the scene just now, Luo Xiaoman was filled with shame and resentment. Her pair of beautiful eyes trembled. Very quickly, boundless hatred and humiliation flashed across them. Xiaoman, come and give me a hand. Qiu Yimeng's yuan qi tumbled as her blood flowed in reverse. Unable to move at all, seeing Luo Xiaoman still frozen in place, he couldn't help calling out again. Oh! Luo Xiaoman staggered to her feet, the wind blowing over her lower body causing her to feel a slight tingling sensation, causing her to tremble slightly. What's wrong with you? Qiu Yimeng looked at her suspiciously, seemingly feeling that something was wrong with her. Nothing. Luo Xiaoman hurriedly replied, blushing as she hurried over to Qiu Yimeng and took out a bottle of pills from her sleeve. He poured one out and put it in her mouth. Staring at the corpses of the 3 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of her, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling a bit of fear. After a long time, Qiu Yimeng let out a long breath. Elder Sister Qiu, who is that woman? Luo Xiaoman asked as she sat on the ground, hugging her knees. She asked with some lingering fear. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. I don't know, but no matter who she is definitely a dragon lady. Next time we meet her, we must be careful. Oh. Luo Xiaoman responded somewhat guiltily. A simple sentence was enough to turn an innocent young girl into a resentful woman. Obviously, that woman had cultivated some kind of extraordinary seductive technique. How good could a woman who cultivated such a technique be? Not long after, the dozen or so yuan qi masters who had been scattered around finally arrived. They had all heard the sound of fighting and had come over. Bai Yunfeng was also among them. This little brat's luck was pretty good. Not only had he not died in the collapsed void corridor, he had also not been involved in the battle just now, so he was lucky enough to survive. As soon as the two sides met up and learned about each other's situation, Qiu Yimeng's heart sank. There were less than 10 people left on her side, and all 3 of her immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been killed. Let's see what this place is first, then we'll decide what to do next. Qiu Yimeng calmly ordered. High up in the air, a red shadow flashed by. It was the enchanting woman from just now. Her strength was indeed very strong, and her flying speed was as fast as the wind. Yang Kai was bound by a pink ribbon, unable to exert any strength and could only passively allow himself to be carried by her hand. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den, Yang Kai thought to himself. This woman didn't even bat an eyelid when she killed those people, not even asking for a reason. Clearly, she wasn't an easy person to deal with, so why did she want to kidnap him? Yang Kai was puzzled. Secretly circulating his yuan qi, Yang Kai found that he couldn't use his yuan qi at all, only his divine sense could be used. However, in front of such a master, how could Yang Kai dare to release his divine sense so easily? Don't waste your energy. After being hit by my soul-blowing incense, you'll only feel powerless. Your yuan qi will be sealed, unless your strength is higher than mine. The woman's soft voice came from above his head, causing Yang Kai's heart to skip a beat. Soul-blowing incense? Yang Kai grinned. What a good name. Why does this name sound like an aphrodisiac? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Sure enough, this woman was a wanton dragon lady. Just now, her face clearly showed a hint of lust, as if it was surging. Now that he had fallen into her hands, he didn't know whether or not his yuan qi would be sucked dry and he would die of dehydration. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this woman should have cultivated some kind of evil secret art that harvested yang to supplement her yin. If he really died like this, it would be too tragic. You don't know what soul-blowing incense is? The woman was slightly surprised. Should I know? Yang Kai didn't answer but instead asked, immediately taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his heart. Forget it, you'd better not talk to me first, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will take you. The woman was originally enduring with great difficulty, but when she heard Yang Kai's shameless and presumptuous words, she couldn't help giggling. Her beautiful eyes glanced down, thinking to herself, "This little brat actually doesn't know what soul-blowing incense is. Is he not a disciple of the Holy Land?" As she glanced down, she saw Yang Kai also looking up at her. The woman smiled sweetly, her blushing cheeks incomparably alluring. Yang Kai's gaze involuntarily shifted, just in time to catch a glimpse of the enchanting scenery under this woman's skirt. His heart beat even more fiercely. This woman's underwear was actually a pair of hollowed-out black-laced panties, and the fragrant grass below her was faintly discernible through the hollowed-out area. It was incomparably beautiful, and her two slender legs were like fine jade, pure white and flawless, glowing with an alluring luster like porcelain. These two beautiful legs didn't seem to belong to this world. They were like the spirit of heaven and earth, drawing out the most primitive instincts in Yang Kai's heart, causing his eyes to instantly fill with confusion and emptiness as he panted heavily. Not knowing where he got the strength from, Yang Kai actually reached out a hand and directly touched the woman's calf, rubbing and playing with it for a while. The woman felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was already enduring with great difficulty, so when Yang Kai touched her so intimately, her beautiful face suddenly changed, and the blush on her cheeks became even more alluring. She couldn't help but let out a groan as her delicate body trembled like a quail in winter. "Smelly brat!" The woman was flustered and exasperated, gritting her teeth as she cursed. Although she knew that Yang Kai's offensive actions weren't his own intention and that she had a large part to play, this kind of touching and pinching still made her somewhat uncomfortable. Wherever his rough hands touched, it seemed to produce an electric current, causing the woman to feel a burst of paralysis. Even though she was an immortal ascension boundary master, she was no longer able to fly steadily. Dragging Yang Kai along, he staggered through the air as if he was drunk. "Let go!" The woman gritted her teeth, lifting one of her jade feet and kicking Yang Kai's shoulder, then pulling the ribbon in her hand, she directly pulled Yang Kai to her side. Yang Kai's dazed eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of madness and cunning. Grinning towards her, he used all his strength to reach out and embrace her slender waist. The woman's face paled, as if she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would still be able to maintain his sanity. Kai Yang was completely unrestrained, his two hands firmly gripping the woman's tender waist. A soft and fragrant feeling spread through his body. This woman's waist really didn't seem to have any bones. It was extremely flexible to the touch. If he used just a little bit of strength, he would be able to break it. His 10 fingers flicked up and down, doing everything possible to tease and caress her, his big mouth not holding back at all, directly biting down on the left side of the woman's full red dress. This bite didn't have the slightest yuan qi. Yang Kai didn't even use much strength, but it was still a deadly attack. The hot male breath penetrated her clothes and scalded the woman's tender body, causing her to go completely limp and tremble. The biting seemed to turn into a sucking action. The woman's yuan qi was unable to circulate properly, and both she and Yang Kai fell to the ground. "Let go of me!" The woman clenched her teeth and cried out, resisting the throbbing and stupidity in her heart. Her bright red lips were almost bitten through, her hands holding Yang Kai's head, wanting to push him away, but the numbness attacked her, causing her to be unable to use much strength, but this position made her even more fanciful. "I won't let go." Yang Kai's mouth was chewing on a small red bead, constantly blowing hot air into it, his tongue like a snake as he vaguely answered. This dragon lady's current state was not right, as if she had been drugged with the most overbearing aphrodisiac in the world. Even the slightest touch and caress could make her unable to control herself. Her strength was too high, and there was no way to match it. If he wanted to live from her hands, Yang Kai could only use this kind of dirty method. "Do you want to die? If you don't let go, both of us will die an unnatural death." The woman lightly trembled and moaned. The two were getting closer and closer to the ground. Falling from a height of 300 meters, no matter how strong the woman was, she would still be smashed into a pile of meat paste. Hee, if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost. Yang Kai recklessly teased, not caring about life and death at all. The woman's expression finally changed. and she secretly cursed this stinking brat for being shameless. She took a deep breath, resisting the discomfort in her body and the impulse in her heart, and secretly condensed her yuan qi, abruptly slowing down her falling momentum. But this yuan qi was quickly dispersed by the impact of the sensations in her body. With a bang, Yang Kai and the woman fell to the ground. The two were entangled in each other's arms, rolling several times before gradually coming to a stop. Chapter 298. Fortunately, the falling speed was reduced a lot, so even though they were in a sorry state, neither of them was injured. But after this struggle and resistance, Yang Kai's strength increased a lot. In the midst of the flying dust, he recklessly pressed the woman under his body and reached out a hand to cover the other full breast. He accurately found the protruding cherry and wantonly kneaded it. The red clothes were a little messy, and the woman's chest revealed a breathtaking snowy white. The two large breasts trembled as if they were about to break free from their restraints and burst out of the clothes. The elasticity was also amazing. Under the two-pronged attack, the woman seemed to have completely lost the strength to resist. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes kept trembling. Her soft and delicate body twisted under Yang Kai, and there was a burst of suppressed longing in her throat. She seemed to have accepted her fate and no longer resisted. Her hands gently held Yang Kai's head and pulled him up from her chest. Then her cheeks flushed red and she pressed a pair of red lips on his. Yang Kai was secretly wary of her soul-blowing incense, but he didn't expect her to be so cooperative. He was no longer polite and kissed her. A sweet and wonderful taste spread on the tip of his tongue. Just as he tasted something wonderful, the woman suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and there was a hint of slyness and pleasure in them. Feeling that something was wrong, Yang Kai quickly raised his head. Just as he spat out a word, Yang Kai felt the world in front of him turn upside down. In an instant he lost all consciousness and fell on the woman's chest. The woman kept gasping for breath, calming the rolling blood in her heart. After a while, she recovered some strength. She reached out and pushed Yang Kai away from her delicate body. She slowly sat up, clenching her teeth, and her heart was filled with hatred. After a while, suddenly she laughed again, pursing her red lips, and said to herself, "Stinky brat is very skilled, he's definitely not a good thing. Humph, this king's beauty is not something that just anyone can taste." Saying that, she stood up and tidied her clothes. She looked at the unconscious Yang Kai on the ground with hatred and lifted him up with one hand. She jumped up again. Yang Kai woke up groggily. He only felt pain all over his body, as if he had been pricked by needles. There was not much light in the surroundings, only a torch stuck diagonally into a mountain wall, the flame flickering. A delicate fragrance, like orchids and musk, lingered at the tip of his nose. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was the smell of the flirtatious woman from before. He didn't know if it was her body fragrance or something else. It was neither too thick nor too light, and it was a pleasant smell. It also had some aphrodisiac effects. Thinking of the dragon lady, Yang Kai suddenly sobered up and vigilantly looked forward. He saw that woman sitting cross-legged not far from him. His yuan qi surged fiercely and his eyes were closed. It was unknown what kind of martial art he was using. Sensing the current state of his body, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Yuan qi had recovered a lot of her strength, and she could also swim. But at this moment his entire body was imprisoned in place by a mysterious force, and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, he seemed to have been poisoned. When he used his yuan qi, he felt a little dizzy. Yang Kai panicked and quickly calmed down, not daring to move. This should be a cave. The cave was not deep, only about 100 feet or so. He was sitting cross-legged in the innermost part of the cave, and the woman not far from him was blocking his way, clearly not wanting to let him leave. Looking at this woman, Yang Kai had to admit that she was extremely beautiful and charming to the bone. Every part of her body seemed to be made for flirtatious beauty, especially the mole under the corner of her eye, which made her look extremely charming. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's presumptuous gaze, the woman slightly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, containing a touch of lust, watery and seductive. Her cheeks were still red, and the breath she exhaled was boiling hot. "You're awake." The woman showed a beautiful smile, and looked at Yang Kai with interest. "Hee, what is the meaning of this, elder sister?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently and chuckled. "It's fine if you imprison me, but why are you blocking my way?" The woman smiled and said, "If I don't block you, what if you run away?" Yang Kai said shyly, "Why would I run away? The night is dark, and this little brother doesn't want to leave elder sister alone. In fact, elder sister doesn't need to do this. You only need to say one word, and this little brother is willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, even if it means death." The woman glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Recalling how he had taken advantage of her, her body suddenly went limp, and she couldn't help gritting her teeth in anger. Yang Kai's eyes were burning hot, licking his dry lips as he wantonly wandered around the woman's body, his eyes full of incomparable aggression, as if he wanted to strip her naked, whispering in a low voice, "Actually, I won't hide it from elder sister. This little brother feels like an old friend at first sight, so why don't elder sister let go of me so we can talk? I really like elder sister. This heart of mine can be seen by the heavens, the sun and the moon." The woman couldn't help giggling, her body shaking as she cursed this little brat in her heart, but her white neck was slightly red. Seeing that she wasn't angry at all, Yang Kai's courage grew a lot. In any case, things had already come to this, and this woman's strength was too high for him to escape, so he might as well see what she wanted to do first. If she really wanted to kill him, there was no need for her to hold back until now. The woman slowly restrained her smile, her small white hand covering her red lips, and with a seductive look, she whispered, "If you like me, then why did you use such a heavy hand just now? Are you that willing? What if you hurt me?" "Seductress." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, almost losing his mind once again. Quickly stabilizing his mind, he chuckled. "As the saying goes, the first time you're unfamiliar with the road, the second time you're familiar with the road. This little brother is inexperienced and doesn't know how to please elder sister, so I was indeed a bit abrupt, but now that I have experience, I don't know if elder sister is interested in giving it another try. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Little rogue." The woman bit her teeth and softly cursed, her eyes blurred. Yang Kai's face was the thickest she had ever seen in her life. His ability to lie with a straight face was top-notch. His skillful flirting, how could he be considered inexperienced? He was clearly a veteran in the field of love. She didn't know how many girls he had ruined. Although she could be considered a cheerful woman, Yang Kai's blatant flirting still made her a little shy, not to mention, her body wasn't in good condition right now, so she couldn't bear to hear such words from others. Just as her heart was filled with hatred, she saw Yang Kai's face turn serious and ask, "Is elder sister under the influence of an aphrodisiac?" Her state was clearly one of lust, wanting to find a man to relieve her feelings, but being able to endure for so long, Yang Kai was puzzled. The woman was slightly stunned, her expression somewhat unnatural, but she forced a smile and said, "You can say so, but you can also say no. Then is it true or not?" Yang Kai was confused. "Let's just say it is, but this aphrodisiac is because of me." The woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile, not intending to hide it. "It's because my secret art is about to break through. Every time I break through, it's like this, but this time I was ambushed on the way here and suffered some injuries, so it's more violent than before. I don't know if I can resist. So you captured me?" Yang Kai suddenly realized. But in his heart, a storm was set off. What kind of secret art would cause a woman to feel lust when breaking through? An evil secret art. An absolutely evil secret art. It was most likely a secret art that harvested yang to supplement yin. Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. If he was really harvested by this dragon lady here, then his life would be too sad. "I was just in case." The woman nodded slightly, not denying it. Yang Kai was imprisoned at this moment, so he couldn't do anything, so she had no reason to lie. "Then why did you find me?" "Besides you, there were only 3 old men and 2 women. If I didn't catch you, who would I catch?" The woman replied with a faint smile. "Damn, so unlucky. Why didn't that brat by Yunfeng follow me? If he had followed me, I might not have been caught. To be able to work for Big Sister, it's little brother's honor." Yang Kai smiled, looking at her affectionately. Why don't you stop resisting? Let's rest early, every moment is worth 1,000 gold. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, saying angrily, You wish. The secret art I'm practicing is special, although I can continue to practice it after losing my virginity, but before I reach large success, my cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. I'm only one step away, how can I waste all my efforts here? Yang Kai's eyes sparkled, flashing with light. So big sister is flawless. Good, 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 this little brother is also a virgin, we're a match made in heaven. You don't have to resist so hard, if you really can't resist, just come find me. His heart was beating like a drum, although he didn't know what the consequences would be if this woman took him, but seeing how evil her secret art was, the consequences would definitely not be good. So even in front of such a beauty, Yang Kai didn't dare to have the slightest bit of restlessness. The woman stared deeply at him, a trace of pity flashed through her blurred eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, What's your name? Yang Kai. Yang Kai. The woman lowered her eyes and whispered softly, then nodded seriously, I'll remember this name, I'm Shanqing Luo. That's a nice name. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This name, why does it seem like I've heard someone say it before? But this woman's strength was very high, she should be a famous expert, it's normal to have heard of her name, so Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. I didn't imprison your Yuan Qi, you have to guard your mind, don't lose your mind. Shanqing Luo reminded with a smile, your mind is good, but I don't know if you can resist the next temptation. Also, you better pray that I can resist it successfully. Or else. Yang Kai had a bad premonition in his heart. Hee. Shanqing Luo chuckled but didn't answer. Her watery eyes stared at Yang Kai for a while, then said, You're quite handsome, although you're full of nonsense and shameless. This isn't your nature, so big sister still likes you. As she spoke, her face turned red, and without giving Yang Kai time to react, she suddenly closed her eyes, her Yuan Qi surging again. Chapter 299. Yang Kai pursed his lips, secretly paying attention to the changes on Shanqing Luo's side, his heart also extremely vigilant. From her words, it was not difficult for Yang Kai to infer that this was a critical moment for her, and also a critical moment for him. She had captured him, just in case. Once she could not resist the temptation of a breakthrough in her cultivation, he would definitely be taken by her. As for the result, even if he used his toes to think, he would know that it would not be good, otherwise why would she be so serious about warning him? Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he considered the way out. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that the true qi in Shanqing Luo's tender body was surging as streams of energy visible to the naked eye gushed out from her body. As soon as these streams of true qi came into contact with the surrounding air, they seemed to undergo some kind of incredible transformation, transforming into crystal-clear white threads that shot out from her body. These silk threads were thousands of strands, scattered around Shanqing Luo's body, wrapping her up. As time passed, these silk threads became more and more numerous, more and more dense. Yang Kai's eyebrows jumped as he watched. These silk threads felt like spider silk, but also like silk. Each strand was full of elasticity and toughness, each strand contained a surging energy. In less than half an hour, Shanqing Luo's entire body was wrapped up by these silk threads, her seductive peerless face disappeared, and her graceful body was also hidden in the silk threads. All Yang Kai could see was a pure white oval like a silkworm cocoon. It also seemed like a tent, enveloping Shanqing Luo. Her beautiful body was reflected in this oval silkworm cocoon, hazy, making people unable to see through it. A faint fragrance slowly spread in the cave. As the fragrance entered his nostrils, Yang Kai's heartbeat slowly sped up, his blood slowly boiled, and his breathing gradually became heavy. The fragrance emitted from Shanqing Luo's body was the purest aphrodisiac. He felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly circulated the true Yang secret art, guarding his mind. The more he resisted, the more difficult it became. While he was working extremely hard, waves of stifled moans and murmurs came from the Shanqing Luo. When the voice entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes instantly turned blank. The scene around him changed. The dark cave was gone, the dancing flames were gone, and the sparkling white silkworm cocoon and the Shanqing Luo inside were also gone without a trace. The place where he was standing suddenly became filled with a fragrant scent. In a room filled with flying petals. The ground beneath his feet was also covered with a layer of luxurious red carpet. A burst of giggles sounded in his ears. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by more than a dozen scantily clad young girls. These young girls only covered their most important parts with some thin gauze, faintly revealing their delicate and beautiful features. Decadent voices rang out, and the dozen or so girls all smiled at Yang Kai. They danced and sang around him. These young girls were thin and round with different body shapes, but no matter which one of them was beautiful, pure and clean, shy, bold and hot, charming and moving, elegant and quiet, the young girls danced around Yang Kai while looking at him affectionately. Their instinct to please him was to show their most moving side. Stifled moans came from their throats, and their red lips squirmed, exuding infinite desire. Yang Kai's breathing suddenly became rapid. This erotic and obscene scene seemed to be able to dig out the deepest part of a person's heart, turning a person into a beast that had lost its mind. A low growl came from his throat. Yang Kai recklessly grabbed a girl beside him and threw her to the ground while she screamed. The girl's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she resisted the pain, but still looked at Yang Kai tenderly and sweetly. Murmuring moans came out of her mouth, and she stretched out two pink and soft hands to wrap around Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai grinned at her. With a struggling expression, he punched her in the head. With one punch, more than a dozen girls around him disappeared. Yang Kai's clothes were instantly soaked with sweat, and he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. This kind of beautiful illusion was really a test of a person's mind. Fortunately, although Yang Kai was also affected, he was able to sober up for a moment at the critical moment. Yang Kai thought that he had broken through this illusion, but when he stood up again, he found that the scene before him hadn't changed. Although the dozen young girls had disappeared, there was a bed with a curtain hanging in the middle of the hall. On the bed, a woman with a plump figure lazily reclined, one hand supporting her head, and just happened to look at him with a smile. Through the hazy curtain, Kai Yang could see that she was only wearing a thin silk gauze, like a cicada's wing. A chuckle came from the other side, and the woman on the bed gently waved at Yang Kai. Her whispers contained endless magic, and Yang Kai's recovered consciousness was once again pulled back into the swamp. With scarlet eyes and heavy breathing, he walked to the side of the bed and rudely tore open the pink curtain. What he saw was Shanqing Luo lying on the bed. This dragon lady had a plump figure. Her skin was crystal clear, snow-white, and flawless. Her curves were exquisite, and her plump buttocks were high. Half of her hair covered it, outlining the perfect lines, making people's blood boil. She chuckled and slowly got up, her eyes filled with flirtatious feelings. She pulled Yang Kai to the bed and slowly put him down. Yang Kai didn't respond, letting her do as she pleased. Shanqing Luo's eyes were filled with tenderness. She knelt on Yang Kai's body and slowly took off his clothes. Her face was flushed, and she seemed to be both shy and eager. After taking off his clothes, Shanqing Luo breathed like orchids. She bit her red lips, slightly swayed her buttocks, and sat down little by little. A soft and moist feeling came, and Yang Kai's eyes suddenly trembled. The art of yin-yang union of joy involuntarily operated, and a fierce suction suddenly came from his crotch. Shanqing Luo, who was sitting on top of him, let out an extremely mournful scream, and all the illusions collapsed in an instant. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai sat in the same place, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Looking up, he saw that not far away, Shanqing Luo was still in the pure white silkworm cocoon. He didn't know how much time had passed outside, but the art of yin-yang union of joy was still operating, and a huge amount of pure energy was pouring out of the pure white silkworm cocoon into Yang Kai's meridians. The dragon head under his crotch was high, showing a very powerful appearance. Yang Kai took a few deep breaths, slowly calming down his churning blood. He didn't know why the illusions suddenly collapsed, but he was sure that all of this was related to the art of yin-yang union of joy. The art of yin-yang union of joy was a dual cultivation technique and should be able to restrain Shanqing Luo's art of yin-yang union of joy, so he could smoothly escape from the illusions. After trying, he found that he still couldn't move and couldn't help but secretly hate. But he wasn't anxious. Shanqing Luo, this dragon lady, seemed to be ruthless, but in fact, she wasn't difficult to get along with. Moreover, she didn't want to kill him. After he calmed down, Yang Kai simply ignored her. He wholeheartedly operated the art of yin-yang union of joy. Under the guidance of the art of yin-yang union of joy, a stream of energy was separated from Shanqing Luo's white silkworm cocoon and poured into Yang Kai's meridians and dantian. Gradually, Yang Kai suddenly felt that he seemed to have a subtle relationship with Shanqing Luo inside the silkworm cocoon. As time passed, this feeling became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a cry of alarm was heard. Yang Kai quickly opened his eyes and saw Shanqing Luo staring at him with a pair of charming eyes. Huh! Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. How did you get in? Shanqing Luo's small mouth slightly opened. What? Yang Kai frowned, suspiciously looking around. He didn't know when, but he was sitting opposite Shanqing Luo, in the middle of a vast ocean. No, this is my divine sense. You've entered my knowledge sea. Shanqing Luo exclaimed. Her charming face was filled with shock. How did you break into my sea of consciousness? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head and looked down. Sure enough, he found that he didn't have a body, but his divine sense had inadvertently broken into the other party's knowledge sea. Curiously looking at the vast ocean below, it seemed that the sea here contained a very powerful destructive force. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder, this is your knowledge sea, get out. Shanqing Luo hurriedly shouted. In a person's knowledge sea, it hid all the secrets of that person. Once the knowledge sea was spied on, that person's secrets would be exposed. Therefore, everyone would protect their sea of consciousness very well. Moreover, it was not so simple to break into someone's knowledge sea. Not to mention some defensive soul-type artifacts, there were also some special soul skills. These could prevent others from using their divine sense. How could a master like Shanqing Luo not have a soul-type artifact? How could she not cultivate a defensive soul skill? However, Yang Kai had still quietly invaded her knowledge sea. Shocked, seeing Yang Kai still stay in her knowledge sea, looking around, she couldn't help feeling anxious and angry, gnashing her teeth and saying, "If you don't leave, I'll make you stay here forever." Yang Kai was startled and quickly said, "Don't, I'll leave now. I haven't seen what a knowledge sea looks like, I'm just looking." Saying so, he quickly left. When Yang Kai's divine sense left, Shanqing Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only the heavens knew how dangerous it was just now. If he had really seen all her secrets, she would have been completely naked in front of him. This was a person's most private place. Not only that, but if their divine senses had intersected, it would have been very troublesome. Unlike physical contact, divine sense fusion was even more erosive, making people forget to return. It was a taste that was thousands of times more pleasurable than physical contact. Once you tried it, you would become addicted and would never be able to give up. Shanqing Luo was really afraid that Yang Kai had some perverted thoughts and wanted to have a soul intercourse with her. Fortunately, he was tactful and didn't go too far. What was going on with him? Although Shanqing Luo had a lot of questions in her heart, now was the time for her to break through, so naturally she didn't dare to take it lightly. She could only suppress her doubts and concentrate on circulating her secret art. Yang Kai was also circulating his joyous unification art. A clear energy flowed out from the white silkworm cocoon and into his meridians, becoming stronger little by little. As if peeling silk from a cocoon, Shanqing Luo's silkworm cocoon gradually became smaller, and her plump body slowly became visible. Chapter 300. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his stiff body slightly. A burst of popping sounds came from all parts of his body. His entire body seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. The yuan qi in his body surged, and he was in a wonderful state like never before. Yuan qi level 4. These 10 days of meditation, plus the pure energy he obtained from Shanqing Luo's pure white silkworm cocoon, allowed him to break through to this level in one fell swoop. His harvest was huge. Opposite him, two pairs of eyes looked over. Yang Kai looked up and saw the dragon lady lazily leaning against the cave wall. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with a complicated expression. Yang Kai was shocked. The yuan qi in his body involuntarily circulated. Shanqing Luo smiled and bit her red lips. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Even if you had several lives, it wouldn't be enough to keep you alive. Yang Kai's expression became awkward. He thought that this was indeed the case. Immediately, his expression relaxed. He laughed and cupped his hands. Thank you, sister, for not killing me. Shanqing Luo shook her head. I didn't want to kill you. I had no choice but to kidnap you. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cough lightly. Her face was slightly pale. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai frowned and looked at her. This dragon lady's aura was much weaker than before. Moreover, she seemed to be injured. Isn't it all because of you? Shanqing Luo bit her teeth lightly. Her pair of red phoenix eyes revealed a miserable expression. Me? Yang Kai pointed at himself with a confused expression. He didn't understand. What did you do to me? I didn't do anything. Kai Yang replied in a daze. Then why did you take away so much of my energy? Shanqing Luo gritted her teeth hatefully. Yang Kai's expression froze as he recalled what had happened before. He frowned and said, I fell into an illusion and slept with you on the same bed. Then, I used a set of cultivation methods and escaped from the illusion. Shanqing Luo blushed. She looked at him in disbelief. With me? Yes, you're very proactive and bold. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Recalling the Shanqing Luo's performance on the bed, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. What a pity! Yang Kai sighed, somewhat vexed. Little bastard! Shanqing Luo spat softly, her face flushed red. Does it affect you? Yang Kai frowned and asked. What do you think? Shanqing Luo took a deep breath. Her full breasts heaved up and down. His red clothes were almost torn apart. I was on the verge of breaking through, and my energy was diverted by you. Haha, don't you think it affected me? Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. Really? I didn't know. If you knew, I would have killed you a long time ago. Shanqing Luo looked at him hatefully. Why would I let you live until now? Then you didn't break through? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Not only did I not break through, I also suffered from the backlash of my technique, and my strength fell greatly. I don't know when I'll be able to break through again. Tell me, is this your fault? How can you blame me for this? Yang Kai rubbed his nose, but when he heard her say that her strength had fallen greatly, his expression became more relaxed. He looked at her meaningfully and said, Then what's your current level? Yuan Qi level 1. Are you satisfied? Shanqing Luo replied unhappily, giving Yang Kai a flirtatious look. You should have said so earlier. Yang Kai laughed loudly, and the last trace of caution and cautiousness he had completely disappeared. He was completely relieved. This dragon lady was only at Yuan Qi level 1, which was even lower than his own. Now he didn't need to be afraid of her anymore. However, even though her level was lower than his, she still had the foundation of an expert. If he really fought with her, it was hard to say who would win. Fortunately, no matter who it was, they didn't have any killing intent towards each other, so they shouldn't fight. AI, it's not all your fault. If I didn't kidnap you, you wouldn't have met with this misfortune. I brought this upon myself. Shanqing Luo sighed faintly. Hearing her sincere words, Yang Kai felt a bit guilty and nodded awkwardly. If that's the case, then I should thank you for saving my life before. Stinky brat, you still have some conscience. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled lightly. It seemed that the failure of her breakthrough this time didn't affect her at all, nor did it bring her the slightest bit of bad mood. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai suddenly stood up and said, You rest, I'm going to find something to eat. Be careful. Shanqing Luo softly exhorted. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't know why this dragon lady was so concerned about him, but he didn't think too much about it and turned around to leave the cave. After Yang Kai left, Shanqing Luo let out a soft sigh, her expression becoming slightly strange as she placed her hand on her chest, her cheeks blushing slightly as she muttered to herself, "So he's a sentimental man?" Shanqing Luo's body was special and her cultivation method was special. Although she was flirtatious and charming, she would only like one man in her life and would only have sex with that man once. Before that, she had to plant a seed of love in her heart. When the time was right and the seed was full, it would be time for the two of them to make love. That night, that man would die without a doubt. At the same time, her cultivation method would reach the grand accomplishment stage. Yang Kai had been impudent to her before, unintentionally entering her knowledge sea and leaving a trace of his divine sense. Without a doubt, he had inadvertently planted a seed in her heart. This was a love seed. Her cultivation method was a very pitiful and sorrowful one. Every generation was passed down to only one woman. But every generation of women had to experience this kind of inhumane torture. Shanqing Luo still remembered how her mother missed her father for the rest of her life. What kind of torment and torture she suffered in her heart. In the end, she was depressed and died. Because the love seed would only be complete when the love was strong. In order to reach the grand accomplishment stage, the women of Shanqing Luo's cultivation method had to give all their sincerity. It was an unforgettable love. In one night, her beloved died. What woman could accept this kind of thing? And now, this kind of thing was about to happen to her. Lightly biting her red lips, Shanqing Luo was a bit at a loss. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Originally, she wanted to wait a few years and find a suitable man to fall in love with, but she didn't expect this to happen so suddenly. Crackling sounds came from not far away. The tip of her nose was still lingering with the faint smell of meat. Shanqing Luo fluttered her dense eyelashes a few times and slightly opened her eyes. Yang Kai was sitting not far in front of her. A bonfire had been lit, and a half-cooked game was being roasted over the bonfire. "You're really not worried?" Yang Kai chuckled. When he came back and saw that this dragon lady had actually fallen asleep, he couldn't help but be surprised. "What's there to be worried about? Don't tell me you're going to eat me?" Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Yes, as long as you don't mind." "I'm afraid you don't have that good fortune." Shanqing Luo laughed again and again. After a while, the game was roasted. Yang Kai tore off a piece of meat and handed it over. Shanqing Luo took it. She slowly tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. She elegantly chewed it with her mouth, her posture elegant. On the other hand, Yang Kai held the rest of the game and ate heartily, his eating manners rough. "Barbaric?" Shanqing Luo glared at him. Yang Kai chuckled and asked while eating, "Where is this place? I didn't have time to ask you." "You don't even know where you are?" Shanqing Luo looked at him suspiciously. "You're not a disciple of the Holy Land?" "Holy Land? What Holy Land?" Yang Kai's head was confused. Shanqing Luo had asked him before which leader he was a disciple of. Now that he thought about it, he was probably related to this Holy Land. He was stunned. Yang Kai said in shock, "This place isn't Dahan?" Shanqing Luo giggled and said, "Are you really confused or pretending to be confused? This place is naturally Dahan." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I really don't know, I just randomly stumbled into this place." Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Shanqing Luo straightened her face and said, "This is Changyun Holy Land." "Changyun Holy Land? Changyun Evil Land." Yang Kai was shocked and stared at Shanqing Luo in shock. "You really aren't a disciple of the Holy Land." Shanqing Luo frowned and said with some annoyance, "What evil land? Don't make it sound so unpleasant. The evil land you speak of is the Tao in our hearts. It's just that everyone's ideas are different, so why do you have to make such a clear distinction? It's just that there are so many disputes in this world." "Changyun Evil Land? Shanqing Luo?" Yang Kai's mind flashed and he suddenly stood up, staring at the dragon lady opposite him, his eyes narrowing as he called out, "Beguiling demon queen Shanqing Luo?" Changyun Evil Land, under the demon lord, there were 6 great evil kings. Thunderclap Beast King, Tyrannical Force King, Profound Een Ghost King, Beguiling Demon Queen, Lightning Flash Shadow King, and Annihilating Poison King. Because of the appearance of the Demon Lord, Yang Kai had learned some information about the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land some time ago, so he had naturally heard of the 6 great evil kings. Of the 6 great evil kings, only one was a woman. That was the one in front of him, the one with the charm of a femme fatale, Shanqing Luo. No wonder he felt this name was familiar when he heard it before. Seeing Yang Kai so surprised, Shanqing Luo chuckled and calmly said, "Yes, it is this queen. What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Afraid? Yang Kai suddenly grinned, his expression becoming indifferent. What's there to be afraid of? It's just that the rumored number 1 seductive woman in the world is right in front of me, so it's a bit unreal. Yang Kai stared at Shanqing Luo from top to bottom while clicking his tongue in wonder. So this is what the rumored beguiling demon queen looks like. Sure enough, hearing about her is not as good as meeting her in person. Haven't you seen enough, little bastard? Shanqing Luo felt his fiery gaze making her feel uneasy, so she waved her hand and threw the piece of beast meat towards him like a hidden weapon. Yang Kai leaned to the side, causing her to miss and then sit back down with a grin, frowning deeply. This time, the collapse of the void corridor had actually sent him to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. This place was the opposite of where Su Yen and the others had settled down, so it would be impossible to find them in a short time. Moreover, since this place was the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, there would definitely be many evil demons here, so how could he leave? He first had to establish a good relationship with the dragon lady Shanqing Luo. With her identity and means, it would be easy for her to send him away from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Making up his mind, Yang Kai tore off another piece of barbecue meat and handed it to her. Shanqing Luo shot him a disgruntled look and snorted, "This thing is stained with your saliva. I don't want to eat it." "It's not like you haven't eaten it before." Yang Kai grumbled but didn't force her. Shanqing Luo suddenly became angry, her chest heaving up and down as she recalled the time she had been forced to kiss him, grinding her teeth so hard they almost broke. Chapter 301. In the dense forest, Qiu Yimeng and the others were fleeing in a panic. Behind her, Luo Xiaoman and Bai Yunfeng both looked distressed and had many wounds on their bodies. In addition, the original dozen or so Yuan-Chi cultivators were now missing 2 or 3. As they ran, Luo Xiaoman's chest bounced up and down, as if she was carrying 2 snow-white rabbits in her arms. If it were any other time, Bai Yunfeng would definitely have taken in such a beautiful sight, but right now, this little brat was not in the mood at all. His life was on the verge of being forfeit, so how could he care about such beauty? There seemed to be some kind of pursuer behind the group, so in a panic, everyone was unfamiliar with this place and quickly lost their way, only knowing to follow behind Qiu Yimeng. Running at full speed, the Yuan-Chi passed by too quickly, and a small mountain appeared in front of them. Qiu Yimeng let out a light breath and said, "Let's stop and rest up ahead. The people behind us shouldn't be able to catch up so quickly. Let's recover first before continuing." Hearing her say this, the group couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After running for a day and a night, no one could afford such a consumption of energy. Not long after, everyone came to a secluded mountain and found a place to sit down, taking out pills to restore themselves. Next to them was a clear spring flowing down from the top of the mountain. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman hurriedly went up and drank a few mouthfuls of water to moisten their dry throats and wash their faces, finally relaxing. Since the day they met that enchanting red-robed woman, their group had begun to run out of luck. The 3 immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators who had followed them were all killed by that woman, and then the dozen or so Yuan-Chi cultivators, under the leadership of Qiu Yimeng, explored the surrounding terrain, but before they could figure out the situation, they were surrounded by a group of cultivators who cultivated evil arts. After a fierce battle, they were finally able to break through, but the noise they made alarmed even more people. The strength of this group was not weak. However, there were too many enemies, and the number of pursuers behind them had only increased over the past few days. In desperation, Qiu Yimeng could only retreat into this dense forest, trying to use the terrain here to find an opportunity to break through. The 2 women sat down, both looking exhausted. "Elder Sister Qiu, what is this place?" Luo Xiaoman's pair of big eyes were filled with panic. Listening to Luo Xiaoman's question, Qiu Yimeng's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, I'm not sure if I'm wrong. This should be the ash-gray cloud evil land." "Ah, the ash-gray cloud evil land?" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Everyone else also stared at her in amazement. Bai Yunfeng frowned and asked with some disbelief, "Young Lady Qiu, how can you be sure this is the ash-gray cloud evil land?" Qiu Yimeng glanced at him faintly. "Besides the ash-gray cloud evil land, where else can there be so many cultivator who have fallen into the evil Dao? Didn't you see their expressions when they were fighting? That doesn't necessarily mean this place is the ash-gray cloud evil land." Bai Yunfeng still couldn't believe it. "Perhaps this is the territory of an evil sect." Qiu Yimeng chuckled. "I'm sure this is the ash-gray cloud evil land." "Then what should we do?" Luo Xiaoman didn't have any ideas of her own, unlike Qiu Yimeng, who was confident she could take charge of the overall situation. Hearing this, her beautiful face couldn't help but turn pale. "I don't know." Qiu Yimeng shook her head bitterly. This time, she had only intended to lead the group to High Heaven Pavilion, but now they had suddenly arrived at the ash-gray cloud evil land thousands of kilometers away. The deviation was too great. The ash-gray cloud evil land had countless masters and evil demons everywhere. This group of people had no master guarding them, so it was impossible for them to break through the blockade and leave safely. On top of that, the ash-gray cloud evil land and the forces outside were like fire and water. Once this group of people fell into enemy hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was especially true for Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, both of whom were peerless beauties, so if they were caught by those evil cultivators, all that awaited them was a fate of being toyed with and humiliated. Take this time to rest. Fortunately, there aren't many masters among the people chasing us, otherwise we would have nowhere to run. Qiu Yimeng sighed deeply. Luo Xiaoman nodded and closed her eyes obediently. Less than half an hour after the group had recovered, Qiu Yimeng suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Hurry up, someone's coming." Hearing her shout, everyone hurriedly woke up from their meditation and followed her out. During this past month, Qiu Yimeng had detected the enemy's movements many times in advance and led everyone to avoid many dangers. Although they didn't know how a Yuan Qi 9th stage cultivator like her managed to do this, everyone had long been convinced by her methods and naturally obeyed her orders. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo walked through the jungle. After getting along with her for nearly a month, Yang Kai discovered that this enchantress's heart was actually quite good. She looked weak and delicate, her face was charming, and her age was probably around 27 to 28 years old, but she was skilled at maintaining her appearance, no different from a teenage girl. In fact, she even had a unique temperament that came with the passage of time. This kind of temperament was particularly attractive to men. Coupled with her charm, it could be said that Shanqing Luo was the nemesis of all men in the world, attracting both young and old alike. During this time, Yang Kai also behaved very calmly, no longer blindly calling her elder sister like before, causing Shanqing Luo to have a whole new level of respect for him. It was rare for a 17 or 18-year-old boy to have such a calm personality. Although the two of them had been together for a long time, they hadn't talked much. Shanqing Luo didn't speak much, and Yang Kai also didn't try to annoy her. Most of the time, he just followed her, and when he rested, he would meditate and cultivate, not relaxing for even a moment. Traveling with such beauty, his mood was pleasant, and he wasn't lonely along the way. According to Shanqing Luo, she had come out this time to find something that had a lot to do with her. In the past, her mother had come looking for it, and before that, her grandmother had also come looking for it. Now, it was her turn to do so. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Before coming here, her strength was extraordinary, so naturally there wouldn't be any problems. However, after the backlash of her cultivation method, her strength had dropped significantly, and now she had only recovered to the 3rd level of Yuan Qi, so she couldn't go to that dangerous place anymore. Without a strong foundation, going there would only be suicide. However, the two of them wandered in this dense forest for more than 10 days, but they still stayed there. As they walked, Yang Kai frowned and looked at her suspiciously. He stopped and said, "Beauty, let me ask you a question." What? Shan Qing Luo also stopped and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. "Are you lost?" Yang Kai asked the guess in his heart. Shan Qing Luo's face showed an unnatural expression and her eyes flickered. Ugh. Yang Kai was stunned. "You're not really lost, are you?" Shan Qing Luo blushed slightly and snorted. "So what if I'm lost? Is it strange?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "If you're lost, you should have said so earlier. I thought you had a clear goal, so I followed you blindly for so many days." Fortunately, she hadn't been in a hurry these days, and her expression was calm. If Yang Kai hadn't noticed that the scenery here was familiar, he probably wouldn't have remembered. However, she was also an expert, so how could she be lost? Yang Kai felt that it was a little inconceivable. "What do you know?" Shan Qing Luo snorted, and her small nose wrinkled. "This is a maze forest, and there is a natural array here, covering an area of 100 miles. If my strength was still there, I would naturally find a way out, but now I can only rely on my luck." As she spoke, she glared at Yang Kai and gritted her teeth. "In the end, it's still your problem." "What does it have to do with me?" Yang Kai was angry. "Who shared the energy when I broke through? Who made me suffer from the backlash of my secret art, causing my strength to drop so much?" Shan Qing Luo questioned. When she brought Yang Kai to this maze forest, she hadn't expected that she would suffer from the backlash of her secret art, and now she couldn't get out. Good, it's my problem." Yang Kai knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't bother to argue with her, and instead slightly released his divine sense, only to find that the effective range of his divine sense had been greatly reduced, only covering an area of less than a kilometer. Shan Qing Luo looked at him with a light smile, and said, "I know you're a bit strange, just Yuan Qi 4th stage, but you've already cultivated your divine sense, but without the strength of an immortal ascension boundary, it's impossible to find a way out, so save your energy." "Beauty, we're in trouble." Yang Kai stared at her, his expression changing slightly. "What?" Before he had finished speaking, the sound of flapping clothes came from not far away, and immediately 6 or 7 figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing not far in front of the two of them. Shan Qing Luo's face also sank, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she stared at the newcomers. When she saw the appearance of the person who had come, her temperament suddenly changed, becoming overbearing and arrogant. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, thinking to himself that she was indeed worthy of being one of the 6 great evil kings. This kind of superior attitude was not something an average person could imitate, but at the same time he was also secretly on guard against these newcomers. As soon as the 6 or 7 people landed, they discovered Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo. This group of people had chased after Qiu Yimeng and the others, but after seeing Shan Qing Luo in her red robes, their expressions changed abruptly and they all took a step back. Shan Qing Luo just stared at them with a smile, her arrogant temperament becoming more and more obvious. Being stared at by her like this, the faces of these people became more and more gloomy, each of them feeling as if they were facing a great enemy. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out it was just a few of the Beast King's subordinates who didn't have eyes." Shan Qing Luo snorted, slowly saying, her expression filled with arrogance and coldness. These people all trembled, their faces suddenly going pale. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Masters quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed, trembling as he said, "Subordinate Gui Yuan Ming greets Master, Queen. I did not know Master was here. If I have offended you, please forgive me." As he spoke, he lowered his eyes and stared straight at his toes, not daring to meet Shan Qing Luo's eyes. "Greetings, milord." The others also hurriedly bowed, their expressions respectful, but there was also a hint of fear. Everyone's raised arms were trembling slightly. It was obvious that they were extremely scared. Shan Qing Luo snorted, causing these people to become even more frightened. "Your courage isn't small. Did you come here to chase me?" As she spoke, her expression became unfriendly, a murderous intent flashing across her eyes. Chapter 302. Hearing Shan Qing Luo's question, those people complained incessantly in their hearts, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. How did they end up encountering this dragon lady here? The heavens don't have eyes. We don't dare. Gui Yuanming couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Master knows, this subordinate is only tracking a group of Yuan Qi cultivators who broke into the Holy Land. This subordinate doesn't want to offend Master Feng Wei. This subordinate deserves to die 10,000 deaths. Oh, is that so? Shanqing Luo lightly responded. Her nasal voice was very strong, and her voice was charming and enchanting. When those people heard this, not only did they not feel that it was pleasant to hear, but they also felt as if there was a thorn in their back. They all broke out in cold sweat, not daring to make a sound. Shanqing Luo calmly raised her orchid fingers, gently stroking her fingernails, and said with an indifferent expression, "Since you know that you deserve to die 10,000 deaths, why don't you make a move? Do you want me to send you on your way?" Gui Yuanming's body instantly trembled, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground, his head touching the ground as a chill ran down his spine. The people behind him were also drenched in cold sweat. Large drops of sweat slid down their heads and flowed down their necks to their chests. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he silently stood behind Shanqing Luo. This was the first time he had seen the Dragon Lady's methods, and it was really awe-inspiring. Was this the real beguiling demon queen? Although he didn't quite understand the situation in front of him, Yang Kai guessed that Shanqing Luo had some grudges with the masters in front of him, so she was bullying them for no reason. Moreover, Shanqing Luo's current strength had greatly decreased, so she probably wanted to use this kind of preemptive strike to scare them away. Hee hee. Shanqing Luo suddenly laughed and said to the other side, "Get up, I was just joking with you. How could you take it so seriously, so boring?" Gui Yuanming didn't dare to move. He didn't believe Shanqing Luo, this kind of woman, if he stood up, she would directly kill him. He repeatedly kowtowed and thanked, "Thank you, Master, for not killing me. Thank you, Master, for not killing me." Shanqing Luo coldly glanced at the other side and said with a cold voice, "Go back and pass a message to your master. Regarding the matter a month ago, I will have a good talk with him sooner or later, so get lost." Gui Yuanming, as if he had been spared from a dream, he quickly got up, while he lowered his head and retreated. "Please rest assured, Master. Master, I will definitely pass your message's order." Shanqing Luo's, Shanqing Luo. Sha. Qing Luo's 6 people. He mustered all of his strength. In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Shanqing Luo, Shan, demon, S. Shan Yu, Shan, Shanqing, T. In his heart, he greatly admired this dragon lady's methods and the majesty she had just displayed. Shanqing Luo walked faster and faster, and after a while, she actually flew like the wind. "Why are you so fast? Didn't you already deceive them?" Yang Kai asked while chasing after her. "It's only for a while. Gui Yuanming's scheming is deep. Who knows when he will see through it? My relationship with the Thunderbolt Beast King is not very good. The reason I was injured before was because he brought people to ambush me. Those people are the Beast King's subordinates. If they catch me, I'll be finished." Shanqing Luo hurriedly explained, her feet not stopping for a moment. In a flash, she had already traveled more than 10 zhang. TSK. Yang Kai's expression was strange. "You are an evil king. That Thunderbolt Beast King has the same status as you, yet he dared to bring people to ambush you. If there isn't any serious conflict of interest, then it must be that he covets your beauty. The temptation of a beautiful woman is indeed very strong. You shut up." Shanqing Luo glared at him, her expression becoming cold. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. Gui Yuanming's group of 7 fled more than a dozen kilometers before suddenly coming to a stop. "What's wrong, Brother Gua?" An Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd Stage Master looked at him and asked. Gui Yuanming's brow furrowed as he glanced back at Shanqing Luo. Seemingly thinking of something, he asked, "Don't you think that Dragon Lady is acting a bit strange today? What's wrong? Why would she let us go so easily?" The more Gui Yuanming thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Master brought people to ambush her a month ago, not to mention the past grievances between her and Master. Even if we met her a month ago, we definitely wouldn't have had a good time. Then why would she let us go? Gui Yuanming frowned and pondered. Hesitantly, he said, I heard that although we weren't able to capture the dragon lady in that battle, she was still struck by one of Master's moves. That's right, I saw that her aura was a little unstable just now. Could it be that she was seriously injured in that battle and still hasn't recovered? How could the power of Master's moves be so easily neutralized? Gui Yuanming's eyes lit up. She must have been seriously injured, otherwise she wouldn't have let us go so easily. I still remember that half a year ago, Brother Yuan, your little brother was killed by that dragon lady on the spot just because he glanced at her. The dragon lady is vicious and merciless. How could she be so easy to deal with? Hearing this, Yuan Shi's gloomy face flashed a trace of resentment as he coldly snorted. If it weren't for the special secret art she cultivated, the previous generation's queen wouldn't have been able to pass down most of her cultivation to them. How could she be so strong? A little brat, father here would have killed her long ago. Gui Yuanming's eyes narrowed as he grinned meaningfully. If Brother Yuan wants to avenge your little brother, I'm afraid this is your chance. Everyone present understood the meaning behind his words and couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Not everyone dared to have ideas about the beguiling demon queen. Are you afraid? Gui Yuanming sneered. Since she let us go, she must have some scruples, but what is she worried about? She must be worried that she can't beat us. Yuan Shi nodded. Brother Gui's words are reasonable, but this is only a guess. What if she isn't injured, or has already recovered from her injuries? We'll know once we try. Gui Yuanming grinned meaningfully. Let's see if you have the guts. The others were silent as they glanced at each other with hesitant expressions. It was undeniable that Gui Yuanming's words were very reasonable, but they were still afraid of what if. Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Gui Yuanming struck while the iron was hot. Everyone, this is the famous beguiling demon queen. Don't you want to have a taste? To be able to experience such a woman once, even if you die, it would be worth it. Thinking about Shanqing Luo's tender body and seductive voice, thinking about how she had been stripped naked, thinking about her moans and cries, everyone's breathing became heavy. Gui Yuanming continued, moreover, since she can pass on her cultivation to the next generation, it doesn't mean she can't pass it on to us. Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Strength. Even if we split it evenly, each of us should be able to increase our cultivation by at least 1 or 2 minor realms, right? Everyone was finally moved. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed as he quickly nodded. Brother Gui is right, we can both taste her beauty and obtain her cultivation. It is indeed worth risking our lives for. The others thought about it carefully before gritting their teeth and agreeing. Gui Yuanming laughed loudly. Brothers, you're truly loyal. There's no time to lose, let's hurry up and catch up. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo flew through the jungle, their direction uncertain. Half a day later, suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Shanqing Luo's face sank. Gritting her teeth, she said, Sure enough, we've been discovered. Saying so, she quickly stopped and took a deep breath to calm the blood in her heart. Together with Yang Kai, she calmly stood in place. It's them. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and noticed the number of people approaching, his face also becoming gloomy. Shanqing Luo's worries were indeed reasonable. Although she had scared off that group of people with an overbearing attitude and didn't have many flaws in her words and actions, those who were meticulous could still find clues. It was like a little bit of blood in the sea. A fierce shark would always be able to find the scent. Master! A moment later, Gui Yuanming and the others suddenly appeared not far away, all of them looking a little nervous, but now they were not as cautious as before, their eyes flashing with a meaningful light. They also dared to secretly look at Shanqing Luo, their eyes flashing with obscene light from time to time. What's the matter? Shanqing Luo asked with a cold face. Master's speed is so fast, it took us a long time to catch up. Gui Yuanming's attitude was clearly more presumptuous than before. Obviously he was testing, but he was already 80% sure of his speculation. It had only been a short time since they separated from her, but it took them a long time to catch up. If it weren't for a guilty conscience, why would they run so fast? Cut the crap, what's the matter? Shanqing Luo looked impatient and coldly shouted. It's like this subordinate forgot one thing before. My master once told me that if I met you, I would give you a small gift. This is a small gift for mistress. I hope that mistress won't take what happened a month ago to heart. Saying so, Gui Yuanming casually tossed something towards Shanqing Luo. This was a chess piece, of special quality, obviously a good grade secret treasure. At this moment, this secret treasure was filled with yuan qi by Gui Yuanming. It seemed to be thrown casually, but in fact it was filled with evil intentions. Shanqing Luo casually caught it. Although she was prepared, she was still shocked by this chess piece and her delicate body trembled, her arms slightly numb. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people around them all lit up. Gui Yuanming, you're courting death. Shanqing Luo shouted. Gui Yuanming laughed. Master. Forgive me, this subordinate accidentally used a little too much strength, but with master's strength, how could you not catch it? Could it be that master's current strength is greatly reduced? At the end of his words, his voice was low, and his pair of eyes did not hide the obscene light in them, constantly roaming over Shanqing Luo's body. Shanqing Luo's expression changed slightly, knowing that the other party had seen through her, so she no longer tried to hide it and laughed lightly. Yes, my strength is greatly reduced, but if I want to kill you bastards, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. As she spoke, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly glowed with a dense light, as if they contained endless magic, drawing in everyone's divine soul, trying to pull them in. At the same time, a strange fragrance filled the air, causing every man's heart to involuntarily beat faster and their blood to boil. Yang Kai's eyes were slightly confused for a moment, but he quickly regained his clarity. Yuan Qi quickly retreated into Dantian, the Azura sword appeared in his hand, and the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton burst out. Wrapped in a cloud of black qi, he arrived in front of Gui Yuanming. Chapter 303. Yang Kai's reaction speed was extremely fast. He had acted almost as soon as Shanqing Luo used her seduction technique. Shanqing Luo was secretly surprised. She didn't know how he could escape from the illusion so quickly. Not to mention that he was only at the 4th level of Yuan Qi. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to escape so easily in front of her. Which sect did this little hooligan come from? The Shura sword spat out black gas and stabbed towards Gui Yuanming's neck like a snake coming out of its hole. Gui Yuanming's blank eyes suddenly emitted a cold light as his mouth curled into a sneer. Yang Kai's face darkened. He quickly changed from attack to defense, his Yuan Qi bursting out majestically. Ding! Yang Kai rolled back and returned to Shanqing Luo's side. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly as his blood and qi flowed backwards. He let out a heavy groan before calming down. Ha! Gui Yuanming looked up to the sky and laughed. His expression revealed a trace of obscenity. He licked his lips and stared at Shanqing Luo unscrupulously, saying, "This subordinate has long heard of Master's dream. It is indeed extraordinary." Shanqing Luo's charming face flashed a trace of coldness. Only now did she know that Gui Yuanming and the others were already prepared. If Master's strength wasn't damaged, we naturally wouldn't be able to resist this dream. But now Gui Yuanming laughed obscenely and raised his arms, shouting, "Brothers, it seems that Master's body isn't very good. Later on, you must be gentle. Don't ruin our queen's delicate body." "Brother Gua, don't worry. We will be gentle." Yuan Shi stepped forward and stared at Shanqing Luo without fear. A series of obscene laughter sounded. Everyone was still a little uneasy. But now that they had easily resisted Shanqing Luo's dream, their morale was greatly boosted. Shanqing Luo was so angry that she laughed. She looked at everyone and said in a soft voice, "Do you really think you can defeat this king?" Seeing that she was calm and composed without the slightest trace of fear, Gui Yuanming's heart also jumped. Hesitation appeared on his face. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Everyone, you have to know that once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. We have already offended this lowly servant. If she escapes this time, I believe you don't need me to remind you of the fate that awaits us." With Shanqing Luo's means and personality, if she really escaped, Then these people wouldn't be able to live in peace even if they hid at the ends of the earth. Knowing the severity of the matter, the others nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then I can only give it a try. If I can taste the most seductive woman in the world, why should I fear death? Gui Yuanming said in a low voice, Brother Ban, you're the weakest, so I'll leave that eyesore to you. Get rid of him as soon as possible and come help us. A skinny man looked at Yang Kai and grinned, No problem. Shanqing Luo giggled. Secretly circulating her yuan qi, she suddenly waved her hands forward and shouted, Daring to offend this king, all of you will die. A series of crystal-clear white silk threads suddenly filled the sky and shrouded the crowd. These 6 or 7 people were all immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. However, their strength wasn't too high, most of them just immortal Ascension Boundary 1st or 2nd stage, only Gui Yuanming was a 3rd stage master. Shanqing Luo suddenly launched an attack, forcing everyone to hurriedly circulate their secret arts and use their artifacts to resist. Yang Kai waved his hand and condensed nearly 1,000 sword chi blades around him. Thousands of blood-red petals fluttered in the air, transforming the world into a sea of flowers. His opponents were all immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, so Yang Kai had no intention of holding back. Such a concentrated attack also caused the enemy to be in a fluster as they tried to defend themselves. Shanqing Luo quickly formed a series of seals with her hands, and the crystal-clear silk threads covering the sky suddenly seemed to come alive, wrapping around 2 of the immortal Ascension Boundary 1st stage masters. These 2 were the weakest of the group, so in a moment of carelessness, they were bound by the silk threads. Yang Kai took this opportunity to release his White Tiger and Divine Ox Seal, summoning 2 jet black beast phantoms to roar towards the sky, baring their fangs as they rushed towards the 2 men, biting them fiercely. Thousands of blood-red petals attacked in unison, each petal as sharp as a blade. Waves of miserable shrieks rang out from the other side, causing Gui Yuanming and the others to be greatly alarmed. Asterisk poo poo poo, asterisk blood splashed. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed with amazement. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so powerful. This series of fierce attacks was not something a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator could display. Clenching her fists, the silk threads tightly bound the 2 wounded immortal Ascension Boundary 1st stage masters and instantly dismembered them. With the 2 of them working together, they were able to kill 2 immortal Ascension Boundary masters in a single blow. At the same time, Shanqing Luo's tender body suddenly burst forth with more white silk threads, enveloping the remaining people. Gracefully stepping forward, she instantly closed in on Yang Kai, grabbed his arm, and shouted, Let's go! Yang Kai waved his hand and the thousands of petals quickly flew back into his body. Without stopping, he and Shanqing Luo quickly fled. This dragon lady was only a Yuan Qi 3rd stage cultivator. Being able to join forces with him to kill 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was already the best she could do. Although the battle was short, the amount of Yuan Qi she had consumed was definitely not small, so staying here wouldn't be good for her. Cheap slut. Gui Yuanming's angry shout came from behind. He hadn't expected that Shanqing Luo had only made a feint. After she left, he realized that the other party had no intention of fighting. After a dozen breaths of time, Gui Yuanming and the others finally managed to break free from the white threads, each of them staring towards the direction Shanqing Luo had disappeared with some lingering fear in their eyes, thinking that the evil king was truly the evil king. Even if she was seriously injured, she would not be easy to deal with. What do we do now? Yuan Shi asked with a gloomy face. Gui Yuanming bitterly said, If you don't want to be hunted down by her, the only way is to catch up and kill her. Listen to Brother Gua. The remaining people nodded in unison. The others no longer hesitated and hurriedly chased after her. Shanqing Luo held onto Yang Kai's arm, originally intending to run with him, but as soon as they started running, she discovered that this little rascal's speed wasn't much slower than hers. She didn't know what kind of strange footwork he was using, but with a schwa 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 sound he was able to cover several dozen feet. While running, her plump chest rubbed against Yang Kai's arm, causing Shanqing Luo's face to turn slightly red, and she hurriedly tried to pull back her arm. Don't! Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. My footwork is used for short distances. Once I use up all my yuan qi, I need to slow down a bit. When that happens, I'll need your help. Yang Kai hurriedly held onto her hand. Oh. Shanqing Luo nodded slightly, continuing to hold onto Yang Kai's arm as they ran together. Half an hour later, Gui Yuanming and the others were getting closer and closer. They also knew that if they allowed Shanqing Luo to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable, so they desperately chased after her. Shanqing Luo lightly gritted her teeth and said, "If we can escape this time, I'll definitely let them die a horrible death." Yang Kai curled his lips. "You should think about what will happen if they catch you." Shanqing Luo's face suddenly paled, her heart filled with fear, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble a little. Suddenly, an intoxicating blush appeared on her charming face, and she resolutely said, "If that's really the case, then before that, I'll give myself to you first. Anyway, you're not bad-looking, so it's better than letting those scums take advantage of me." Yang Kai turned his head to look at her in surprise, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Beauty, although I'm very happy to hear you say that, I know that if I'm taken by you, there won't be a good ending, so it's better to avoid it. I can't afford it." Shanqing Luo bitterly looked at him, and softly said, "So you know." "Of course I know." In this life and death situation, there was no need to hide, so Shanqing Luo sighed and explained, "My physique is special, it's called the poisonous widow." Yang Kai was shocked and quickly asked, "What kind of physique is this? What are its characteristics?" "If I'm aroused, all my body fluids will contain poison, including the breath I exhale." Shanqing Luo looked at him with a smile. "Now you should know why you fainted when I kissed you last time, right?" Recalling that sweet and wonderful taste, Yang Kai couldn't help but lick his lips. "The deeper the emotion, the stronger the poison. Last time, I only gave you a small warning. Who told you to be so dishonest?" Smiling wryly, Kai Yang replied, "I had no choice. You were the one who captured me for no reason. And all of your bodily fluids, does that also include down there?" Shanqing Luo's face turned red, and she spat, "Rogue." Yang Kai turned pale with fright. "Then wouldn't I be dead if I did it with you once?" Shanqing Luo took a deep breath, somewhat regretting telling him these things. This little rogue dared to say anything. He didn't hide anything. It was really unbearable. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "How about I make you aroused, then you can poison them to death with a few mouthfuls of saliva? Can you be a bit more serious?" Shanqing Luo couldn't stand it anymore at this time. What was this little bastard thinking? "I'm serious," Yang Kai said with a serious face. While the two were talking, their feet didn't slow down at all, their speed like the wind. Suddenly, the front suddenly opened up, they had rushed out of the forest. The two of them abruptly stopped in their tracks as they stared ahead in astonishment. Not far away, there were actually two groups of people. A group of people surrounded another group of people in the center. Those people who were surrounded all had ashen faces and resentful expressions. Yang Kai glanced around and couldn't help letting out a light sigh. He found that the surrounded group was actually the cultivator group headed by Qiu Yimeng, the big-breasted Luo Xiaoman, and the Bai families by Yun Feng were also among them. In addition, there were 3 or 4 yuan qi cultivators and several corpses on the ground, their blood flowing freely. The circle of people outside was looking at Qiu Yimeng and the others with a smirk, most of their eyes lingering on Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's beautiful bodies, their eyes filled with lust. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly while Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face paled. The two women leaned back to back, gasping for breath, their yuan qi almost completely depleted. They had fled for so many days, but today, they were finally caught by the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator, and after a fierce battle, they were completely surrounded. Seeing that escape was hopeless, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo rushed in. Chapter 304. It wasn't that Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were careless, it was just that the two of them had been in the middle of a romantic conversation and hadn't expected that there would be people in front of them. When these two appeared, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. The people surrounding Qiu Yimeng and the others should be the cultivator from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Their numbers and strength far exceeded Qiu Yimeng's group, and now they were all looking at the two women in the field with relaxed expressions, ready to enjoy the struggle and resistance of these two beauties in this desperate situation. The struggle and resistance of a beautiful woman always had a unique flavor to it, especially Luo Xiaoman. Her voluptuous breasts swayed up and down in panic, causing the surrounding men to become even more lustful as they stared at her with lustful eyes. So even though they had the absolute upper hand, this group of people didn't rush to attack Qiu Yimeng and the others, instead wearing shameless smiles on their faces, their demeanors extremely ambiguous. This time we've struck gold. When Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo appeared, one of the Yuan Qi Boundary 8-stage men's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Shanqing Luo and burst out laughing. Shanqing Luo was known as the world's most seductive woman, so naturally she had her own unique charms, which were undoubtedly more attractive than Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. In particular, this dragon lady was currently running away in a panic, her body dripping with sweat and her cheeks flushed red, making her look even more charming and enchanting. The big man stared at Shanqing Luo with a burning gaze, his breathing becoming heavy as he shouted, "Big brother, look, another beauty has delivered herself to our door, this one is so charming." "Not bad, I've never seen such a beauty before. I've never seen such a tasty woman before. Big brother, you'll have a taste of the soup later. When Big brother is done playing we'll go. This kind of woman's body, we won't get tired even if we play with it 1,000 times. Another person also shouted excitedly. "Aren't there two little girls here? Although they aren't as good as this woman, they are still a rare beauty. This is a rare beauty, we are truly blessed today." Haha. The group's obscenities made Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman pale while Shanqing Luo's pretty face also sank. Among this group of people, the only immortal Ascension Boundary Master stared at Shanqing Luo for a moment before his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Shut up!" The crowd's shouts and laughter suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, big brother?" Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know why he had looked like he had seen a ghost. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as he cupped his fists towards Shanqing Luo and said, "Beast King's subordinate, Gu Tian Luo, greets Mistress Queen, S. of Shanz's Qing Luo, Qing Luo's Luo. A woman, S's, S, this, the, S. S. Normally, if any man dared to show the slightest hint of lewdness while looking at her, she would tear them into 10,000 pieces. But now, these reckless bastards of his actually wanted to play with her? Praising her's goods. It's over. With this woman's personality, none of them would be able to escape today. Respectfully bowing, Gu Tian Luo felt a chill in his heart. All of his previous confidence had disappeared, leaving behind only a deep sense of fear. The bunch of fools. Idiots. Even if you want to die, this is not the way to go. Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Originally, he could have enjoyed the wonderful taste of two little beauties, but now he had stepped into the gates of hell. The difference between now and then was enormous. The depression in Gu Tian Luo's heart could be imagined. On top of that, the dragon lady's expression was obviously not good. This time he was afraid he really would not be able to escape. Seeing Gu Tian Luo solemnly bow, the others were also shocked. Carefully savoring his words, Master Queen, besides the dragon lady, who else could it be? In an instant, everyone trembled, a look of horror appearing on their faces. None of them had ever imagined that the woman they had just flirted with was that woman. With the situation suddenly reversed, Qiu Yimeng saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly shouted, "Yang Kai." Yang Kai grinned towards her and quietly squeezed Shanqing Luo's hand, hinting to her that they should leave quickly. There were still several immortal Ascension Boundary Masters chasing after them. Shanqing Luo secretly nodded, only letting out a light snort, not saying anything, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them strolled away. Qiu Yimeng quickly squeezed out an ugly smile, trying to hide her flirtatious expression, and said, "Yang Kai, you won't just stand by and watch us die, right? Good or bad, we came here together." Shanqing Luo's methods. Qiu Yimeng had personally experienced them, killing 3 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters with just a wave of her hand. Although she had a grudge with her, in the end she was still a woman, so falling into her hands was better than falling into the hands of this group of scum. She had kidnapped Yang Kai that day, and now the two of them had appeared here together in an intimate manner, so Chiu Yimeng naturally thought that there was some kind of relationship between them, so she had pinned her hopes on Yang Kai. As long as Shanqing Luo could help, they could escape this sea of bitterness and avoid this crisis. Yang Kai, save us! Luo Xiaoman also exclaimed, her eyes filled with hope and pleading. Ha! Do we know each other? Yang Kai glanced at them with a smile, his expression indifferent. Yang Kai was currently like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect himself, so how could he be in the mood to care about the life or death of others? What's more, if it weren't for Chiu Yimeng leading a group of people to High Heaven Pavilion, he would have already been together with Su Yen, living a carefree and happy life. How could he be in such a state now? If one really wanted to investigate, these two women were the culprits of all this, so it was already good enough that Yang Kai didn't find trouble with them. It's me, Yang Kai, I'm Luo Xiaoman, we've met before. Luo Xiaoman really thought that Yang Kai didn't remember her, so she quickly explained, please save us. What's in it for me to save you? Yang Kai chuckled. After a short while, he and Shanqing Luo had already walked a short distance away. What benefits do you want, elder sister Chiu, and I can give you? If I want you, will you give me? Luo Xiaoman suddenly became speechless while Chiu Yimeng couldn't help taking a deep breath, a look of disgust appearing on her face. It's time to go. Yang Kai whispered to Shanqing Luo, before we go, let's warn them not to bully those two women. Do you like them? Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. No, I just feel that it would be strange if they were to be defiled. Yang Kai frowned. In fact, I'm quite protective of them. Shanqing Luo giggled, but before she had time to shout, Gui Yuanming's angry roar came from behind, cheap slut, don't even think about leaving. The two women's expressions changed slightly, and without any hesitation, they quickly flew out. Gu Tianluo raised his head suspiciously, frowning as he shouted, Is it Brother Gua? Gui Yuanming was stunned for a moment before his expression became joyful. Brother Gu, quickly stop that dragon lady Shanqing Luo. Gu Tianluo was shocked, thinking to himself that today he had suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Not only were his subordinates blind, even Gui Yuanming had gone crazy. You want to go crazy? Why are you dragging me into this? Opportunity knocks but once. That dragon lady is seriously injured and is no longer as strong as she used to be. Gui Yuanming shouted. Gu Tianluo stood up straight, thinking to himself that it was no wonder she had so hurriedly passed by him, even ignoring his subordinates who had tried to flirt with her. She's seriously injured. In an instant, the humility and panic on Gu Tianluo's face disappeared as he decisively formed a seal with his hands and sent out a golden beam of light. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo had only flown a few dozen meters when the golden beam of light arrived in front of them and suddenly transformed into a golden light curtain. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were caught off guard and collided head-on with the golden light curtain, sending both of them flying backwards. When they landed on the ground, Gui Yuanming and the others had already closed in and surrounded them. Yang Kai cursed, his luck was really bad today, even running away was intercepted. Ha! Gui Yuanming laughed as he stared at Shanqing Luo coldly and wickedly. Mistress, you won't be able to escape, save your energy. Shanqing Luo coldly snorted, her beautiful eyes staring at Gu Tianluo as she scolded. Gu Tianluo, do you also want to die? Gu Tianluo shrunk his neck and smiled. Master must be joking, who would want to die if they can live? Today, a few of my subordinates have offended you. I just want you to stay and have a good talk with me. I don't have any other intentions. I hope you can understand. If you don't want to die, kill them for me and I'll let bygones be bygones. Shanqing Luo said coldly. Gui Yuanming sneered, cheap slut. Don't try to put on airs here. Do you really think you're still at your peak? No matter how eloquent you are, don't even think about leaving. Since we dared to do this, we'll definitely do it to the end. Good. Yuan Shi stepped forward and stared at Shanqing Luo. Master, if you still value your life, please don't resist, otherwise it won't do anyone any good. Shanqing Luo sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. If I go all out, I can at least take 3 of you with me. Which one of you wants to come? The several immortal ascension boundary masters all frowned, their expressions filled with dread. It was precisely because they were afraid that Shanqing Luo would go all out that even though they had surrounded her, no one dared to act rashly. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse, even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. After all, this was the beguiling demon queen, not an ordinary master. So, you're also powerless to protect yourselves? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo curiously, a trace of satisfaction flashing across her eyes. But, a few days ago, this woman in red had displayed such terrifying strength, so why was she so weak today? However, thinking about the current situation, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help sighing. Luo Xiaoman's eyes dimmed as she completely lost focus, like the dark clouds in the sky, blocking out all light. Originally, she could have pinned her hopes on Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, but now even the 2 of them were surrounded. This kind of result was something she had not expected, making her previous pleas seem like a joke. Chapter 305. When the fight starts, you leave on your own. While the 2 sides were facing each other, Shanqing Luo suddenly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and seemed to be lost in thought, turning a deaf ear to her words. Hey! Shanqing Luo nudged Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses, a strange expression on his face as he whispered, It seems we still have a chance. What? Shanqing Luo was surprised. There's something down here. Yang Kai gently stamped the ground. Just now, he had secretly released his divine sense to see if there was anything nearby that he could use, but he didn't expect to suddenly discover that there were many life auras underground. Moreover, these life auras were densely packed and there were many of them, many of which were extremely rich in vitality. Looking around, sure enough, this place was somewhat different from other places. All around them was a dense forest, but within a radius of 1,000 feet, there wasn't a single blade of grass. It was a standard circular area. There was definitely something strange down here. Although they didn't know what was down there, they could only take the risk. At the very least, they had to drag a few people down with them. Do it. Gui Yuanming saw Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo whispering to each other and knew that they must be discussing an escape plan, so he didn't dare delay. With a roar, he fiercely activated his Yuan Qi and attacked with a killing move. Seeing that he had already made his move, the others naturally didn't hesitate. Buy me 10 breaths of time. Yang Kai roared, quickly activating the star mark that he hadn't used in a long time. What are you doing? Shanqing Luo cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, she hurriedly shook the silver bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet turned into a silver light and flew out. At the same time, a pink cloth fan suddenly appeared in her hand, on which there were many exquisite patterns of men and women. These men and women were completely naked. They posed in all kinds of positions and did their best to make love. These patterns were vivid and lifelike, embroidered vividly. Shanqing Luo Yuanqi was poured in. As her hands trembled, the men and women on the patterns seemed to come alive, and they continued to work with all their might. There were even faintly discernible murmurs and groans. A ring of dense light rippled out and enveloped everyone. Shanqing Luo stood in the middle with a charming smile on her face. Her graceful and exquisite figure was displayed. Her soft breasts were perky and straight, and her plump buttocks were high up. Her delicate body swayed with the wind, forming an irresistible charm. A seductive aura spread out and enveloped the entire area. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were men or women, whether they were from Qiu Yimeng's side or the ash-gray cloud Evil Land side, all looked slightly startled. The gazes of those with slightly lower strengths were even dumbfounded, and they'd completely fallen into boundlessly charming and gentle spring. Their gazes were dazed while their expressions were dull, and they were unable to extricate themselves. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both let out a soft groan at the same time, their legs softening as they fell to their knees. An enchanting blush appeared on their cheeks. The men and women on the cloth fan seemed to have become living creatures at this moment, fiercely drilling into everyone's minds, clearly displaying their pleasure and beauty in front of everyone's eyes. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, who were still young and inexperienced girls, when they saw such a ferocious and cruel scene, how could they bear it? Gui Yuanming was shocked, and while urging his Yuan Qi to resist the attack of the silver bracelet, he quickly called out, "Be careful, it's the Qing Luo fan." The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters also paled, each of them blushing furiously as they retreated, trying to resist the boundless charm that had invaded their minds. They obviously knew the power of this artifact. This was an artifact passed down from Shan Qing Luo's lineage, and her own name was derived from this artifact. With this Qing Luo fan, the power of the dreamscape she displayed was greatly increased. Seeing everyone retreat, Shan Qing Luo laughed again and again, her giggling like a demon's voice, causing everyone's mind to sway. "Cheap slut." Gui Yuanming cursed, his face as red as a monkey's but, struggling to resist, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Let's see how long you can last. When your Yuan Qi collapses, I'll definitely strip you naked and play with you in front of everyone here." Shan Qing Luo's expression became cold, and as she sent out a series of hand seals, the silver bracelet's attack became even faster. Starlight suddenly emerged, as if a star field had descended from the blue sky. Light flashed from the back of Yang Kai's hand, and as he raised his hand, a blurred star mark appeared. A fierce Yuan Qi fluctuation spread out, and even the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't dare underestimate it. Gui Yuanming and the others were all shocked as they looked towards Yang Kai, only to see him raise his right hand full of stars and create a star field. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she looked at Yang Kai in amazement, as if she hadn't expected him to have such a fierce killing move. If this move was used, no Immortal Ascension Boundary Master present would be able to withstand it. While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai's right hand slowly and strangely smashed into the ground. The ground shook violently, and Gui Yuanming and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would use this move on them. A cracking sound spread out, and everyone looked down, only to see that with Yang Kai's fist as the center, countless cracks had suddenly appeared, spreading out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Gui Yuanming frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Even if the power of that move was great, it shouldn't have produced such an effect. Hurriedly releasing his divine sense to investigate, the next moment his expression changed greatly. "Not good, the ground is empty," and, before he could finish speaking, a loud crashing sound rang out, and the ground within 1,000 meters suddenly collapsed, causing everyone to involuntarily fall down. Yang Kai laughed, "Let's go." While using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai had already noticed that the people below had been alerted, so if he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Reaching out and grabbing Shan Qing Luo's waist, the latter gave him a disdainful look but didn't resist, the two of them quickly flying away. How could Gui Yuanming and the others allow them to escape? Immediately, they flew up as well, but before they could use their killing moves, a series of puffing sounds suddenly rang out from below. It seemed like something had been spat out. A blood-curdling scream was heard. It was Yuan Shi's voice. Gui Yuanming turned pale with fright. He hurriedly looked down and saw that there were countless huge spiders below. There were also spider eggs of different colors. Yuan Shi was wrapped in a spider and was being dragged down by a spider the size of a calf. This spider was extremely tough. Even an Immortal Ascension Boundary Second Stage Master like Yuan Shi was unable to break free. Pu piu piu. One after another, white objects were spat out from the spiders' mouths, and as they flew through the air, they suddenly transformed into giant tentacles that blotted out the sky, making it impossible to dodge. After 2 breaths of time, most of the people had been wrapped up and fell to the ground, only a few of them were still flying through the air. But it was still too late. Even Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo had been bound by a few of these giant tentacles and were slowly falling down. What the hell is this? Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, while Yuan Qi madly slashed out with the Azura sword. The Azura sword was a heaven-grade artifact, so its sharpness was not ordinary. Even if these spiders were ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they wouldn't be able to break free, but under the Azura sword, they were still torn apart like silk. It's them. Shan-Qin Luo looked down and couldn't help exclaiming, so it was here. What? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. What I'm looking for is down there. Shan-Qin Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. What you're looking for are spiders. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly remembering that Shan-Qin Luo had said her special constitution was called the Poison Widow. Wasn't the Poison Widow a spider? Oh no, these spiders are poisonous. Shan-Qin Luo seemed to remember something, her beautiful face suddenly turning pale as she warned. If she had been an immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master, she wouldn't have been afraid of these spiders, but now that her strength had plummeted, there was no way she could resist the invasion of the poison. By the time she realized the situation was bad, it was already too late. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, also feeling that something was wrong. His whole body felt weak, unable to summon any strength, and his consciousness was rapidly fading. This is bad. Not only was he unable to escape, but he was also trapped inside. Although before he acted, Yang Kai already knew that the thing down below wasn't easy to deal with, he hadn't expected to provoke so many spiders. These 8-legged spiders, each larger than a calf, were clearly 6th-order monster beast. There were as many as 20 to 30 such monster beasts down below. But if he hadn't done so, he and Shan-Qin Luo wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of Gui Yuanming and the others. Now that he had trapped them, the situation wasn't too bad. Thinking so, Yang Kai's consciousness gradually blurred. Before he completely lost consciousness, Yang Kai pushed his palms together and sent out a ray of light towards a nearby spider. With a slight smile on his face, he and Shan-Qin Luo fell to the ground, both of them hugging each other. The spider seemed to be stunned for a moment before slowly crawling forward, spitting out a mass of spiders from its mouth, wrapping them up and dragging them away. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai faintly woke up. His body was still weak, and he couldn't even move. Layers and layers of spiders wrapped around him tightly, binding him tightly. Through the light from outside and the blurry image, Yang Kai saw many spider egg-like existences, densely packed together. At first glance, they looked familiar. Thinking about it carefully, weren't they the same as the silkworm cocoons that Shan-Qin Luo had made when she was breaking through a month ago? Many spider eggs had traces of wriggling. Yang Kai slightly released his divine sense and immediately sensed that many powerful people had woken up and were thinking of ways to break out. But with the spider poison in their bodies, how could they get rid of it? Rhythmic bursts of hot air came from his chest, and a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai looked down and saw a head of soft black hair. Shan-Qin Luo was snuggled up in his arms, deeply asleep. Their bodies were closely pressed together, and his hand was still on her waist. Feeling that soft and delicate body and the amazing elasticity of her chest, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little restless. Chapter 306. Gently calling out to her a few times, Shan-Qin Luo showed no signs of waking up. Left with no other choice, Yang Kai could only move his fingers, stroking Shan-Qin Luo's smooth and tender waist, his fingers involuntarily sinking into her round and beautiful buttocks, fiercely rubbing them a few times. With her sacred buttocks being violated, Shan-Qin Luo finally woke up. Involuntarily twisting her tender body, she issued a bone-chilling sound from her throat. Hearing this, Yang Kai's mind shook and he quickly stopped his movements. After that pair of watery red phoenix eyes opened, Yang Kai hurriedly reminded her, "Beauty, you must not be in heat with me." Shan-Qin Luo's physique was special. Once she was in heat, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Kai did not want to be knocked out again after just waking up. Her eyes slightly confused for a moment, Shan-Qin Luo finally remembered everything. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's small movements just now, the dragon lady actually gritted her teeth and glared at him. "Little bastard, what did you do just now?" Yang Kai grinned and shrugged. "I just wanted to wake you up." Not waiting for her to react, Yang Kai changed the topic. "What do we do now?" Shan-Qin Luo's brow wrinkled as she struggled slightly, but soon discovered that both she and Yang Kai were tightly wrapped in layers of spiders, so there wasn't much room to move. The two of them were tightly pressed together, so as soon as she tried to move, a hot and hard object pressed against her lower abdomen. Her eyelashes trembling slightly, Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said seriously, "It's an instinctive reaction, it's not what I want, it can only be said that beauty's charm is too great." Shanqing Luo did not seem to be annoyed, but her face was still a little red. "These spiders are very tough, it's hard to break free," Yang Kai frowned and said seriously, "but my artifact can cut them open." "Don't act recklessly." Shanqing Luo hurriedly reminded him with a solemn expression, "Our bodies are weak now. Even if we can cut open the spider, we won't be able to escape. There are so many level 6 monster beasts outside. If we provoke them, I'm afraid we'll only die faster." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It was because of this that he didn't dare to cut open the spiders. Although he had controlled one of the rank 6 spiders before he fainted, it wasn't of much use now. He just let it stand guard outside to protect him and Shanqing Luo. "You said you came here to look for something. What is this place?" This underground area was clearly a spider's nest, and it was no ordinary spider's nest. With so many level 6 monster beasts living here, as well as countless level 5 and level 4 poisonous spiders, no one would dare to lower their guard. "This is the broodmother's lair," Shanqing Luo answered softly. Her breath was like orchids, and a faint fragrance blew on Yang Kai's neck, giving him a strange feeling. "My body constitution came from here. It is said that several hundred years ago, one of my ancestors accidentally came here and was bitten by a poisonous spider. After returning, his body constitution changed, and it was passed down from generation to generation. In this world, some people had very special constitutions that were different from ordinary people. Until now, Yang Kai had only seen Xia Ningchang with the sacred spirit medicine body. And now, he had seen Shanqing Luo with the poisonous widow body constitution. But when comparing the two, Shanqing Luo's body constitution seemed a little evil. Most of the special constitutions were innate, and only a few could be inherited. The poisonous widow body constitution was, without a doubt, an inherited one. Every generation, after reaching a certain level of strength, will come here in search of something. With that thing, we can fully display the potential of our body. Shanqing Luo continued to explain, "I've never been here before, but I've heard my mother tell me the route. I didn't expect to accidentally come here this time. I don't know if this is heaven's will or not." Sighing faintly, Shanqing Luo didn't know whether she was lucky or unlucky. "Yang Kai?" As the two were talking, Qiu Yimeng's voice suddenly called out. She had actually woken up from her slumber. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a struggling white spider egg about 3 meters to his left. "Elder Sister Qiu." Luo Xiaoman's crying voice also came from his right. What a coincidence, both of these girls were actually by Yang Kai's side. "Xiaoman, don't be afraid, don't move, don't attract the attention of those monster beasts." Qiu Yimeng remained calm and comforted Luo Xiaoman and Luo Xiaoman responded cleverly, no longer struggling. "Yang Kai, I know you're next to me, I heard your voice." Qiu Yimeng called out softly. In this dangerous place, she didn't dare speak too loudly. "What do you want?" Yang Kai responded with a grunt. He didn't have a good impression of this woman. She had come to High Heaven Pavilion in such a domineering manner, not giving him a chance to explain, and as a result, causing everyone to fall into such a predicament. "Are you still angry?" Qiu Yimeng chuckled lightly, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. "We're all in the same boat. Why would a big man like you care so much about a little girl like me?" "Little girl?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Qiu family's first young lady, famous far and wide, only 21 years old, Yuan Qi 9th stage, the future hope of the Qiu family, the central capital's 8 great families' young lords all scramble for you. You're not a little girl, right? Qiu Yimeng smiled tenderly. "I didn't know you were so interested in me." "What, do you like me?" "If you want to use a beauty trap on me, then forget it." Yang Kai curled his lips. "Father is holding the world's most charming woman in his arms. A single pinch and you're already wet. Who do you think you are? If you have something to say it quickly." Shanqing Luo gently pinched Yang Kai, but a trace of pride flashed across her eyes. When others praised her charm, it was likely they had ulterior motives, coveting her beauty, but Yang Kai's praise was very pleasing to the ear, but the words "one pinch and you're already wet" were a bit strange. You speak so harshly. Qiu Yimeng frowned. If you don't like it, then don't tell me. I'm too lazy to waste my saliva with you. Qiu Yimeng chuckled, but you're right, in front of elder sister Shan, Meng's willowy figure is indeed unpresentable. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed as she whispered to Yang Kai, "This little girl is quite interesting." Yang Kai responded in a low voice, "I'm afraid she has some other request." Sure enough, Qiu Yimeng said, "Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng greets elder sister Shan. A few days ago, I didn't know it was elder sister Shan's phoenix body, so I've offended you. I hope elder sister Shan won't take it to heart." Shan Qing Luo's name, Qiu Yimeng had naturally heard of her. She was one of the 6 great evil kings, and although her strength was the lowest among them, she was also the youngest. In time, she would definitely be able to compete with the other 5. A month ago, she didn't know her identity, but now that she knew, Qiu Yimeng naturally didn't dare act presumptuously. Hee hee. Shan Qing Luo giggled as she looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "Little girl, you have such a sweet mouth. It's just that you keep calling me elder sister, 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 elder sister." Qiu Yimeng laughed dryly and said softly, "How could elder sister be old? You look even younger than little sister. If we go out together, others will only think I'm older than elder sister." Shan Qing Luo's smile grew wider and wider as she shook her head. "Demoness." Yang Kai took a deep breath and didn't dare to stare into her eyes again. Otherwise, he would do it again. Little sister Qiu sure knows how to talk. Seeing that Shan Qing Luo no longer had any intention to embarrass her, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Even as the first young lady of the Qiu family, she had to bear a lot of pressure and was constantly on edge for fear of angering the beguiling demon queen. "I wonder if little sister Qiu has anything to say?" "Little sister wouldn't dare." Qiu Yimeng replied softly, "Little sister just wants to ask elder sister if there is a way for elder sister to escape." Here, Shan Qing Luo was the strongest, and although she was also trapped, if there was a glimmer of hope to escape, only Shan Qing Luo could do it. Everyone else, such as Gui Yuan Ming, wasn't even considered. "If elder sister can escape, can you take little sister with you?" Qiu Yimeng said cautiously, "I won't ask elder sister to work for nothing. The Qiu family has a naturally occurring appearance-setting bead, a naturally occurring heaven-grade top-rank artifact. If you wear it all year round, it can keep your face from aging. If elder sister doesn't mind, little sister can have someone send it to your house." Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed, seemingly interested. Qiu Yimeng was truly worthy of being the first young lady of the Qiu family. Although she was young, she was well aware of the human heart. Even if she promised Shan Qing Luo any kind of heavenly treasure or pills, she wouldn't be tempted, but this artifact that could help a woman retain her youthful appearance was something no beauty could refuse. Who didn't want to be young and never grow old? Especially a charming woman like Shan Qing Luo. She was even more afraid of her wrinkled, sallow face after 100 years. Seeing Shan Qing Luo remain silent, Qiu Yimeng immediately calmed down. Knowing that she had been moved, she quickly said, "If elder sister has any other requests, please feel free to ask. As long as little sister is capable of it, I will agree." "Really?" Shan Qing Luo suddenly smiled slyly. "Naturally. Good. Then I want you and that little girl named Xiao Man." Qiu Yimeng's expression froze for a moment before she forced a smile. "What does elder sister mean?" "I have a little hooligan here who seems to like you too very much. If you can be his maidservant for a year, when I escape, I'll take you with me." "Hey!" Yang Kai couldn't help but poke her and say with a sullen expression, "Why are you dragging me into this? I don't deny having evil thoughts about them, but that's a man's nature. I won't have anything to do with them. I'm just saying, I don't have a way to escape yet." Shan Qing Luo smiled sweetly. "Is that what he wants?" From Qiu Yimeng's side came a soft grinding sound. Although it was subtly suppressed, one could still hear the anger in her voice. No, that's what I want. Elder sister is really good to him. Chiao Meng smiled bitterly. She really couldn't understand why the dignified beguiling demon queen would take a fancy to a little brat from High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have known each other for less than a month. What had happened in this 1 month? Please allow me to think about it, elder sister. Chiao Meng bit her red lips and replied. Shanqing Luo didn't force her and just nodded lightly. Chapter 307. Inside the spider egg, Yang Kai suspiciously sized up Shanqing Luo. With a strange expression, he said, "Beauty, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to me, right? Why are you suddenly so good to me?" Shanqing Luo's face slightly reddened. She gave him a displeased look. So what? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you an old cow eating young grass? Ouch, 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 ouch. Shanqing Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. She twisted Yang Kai's chest without letting go. Gritting her teeth, she said, "So what if I'm an old cow eating young grass? It's your good fortune that this king has taken a fancy to you. I can't afford to accept it." Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief, his face full of disbelief. "Even if you have taken a fancy to me, I can't really do you. Why do you have to seduce and torment me?" Shanqing Luo's face was cold. She looked at him with a murderous gaze. "You've done so many bad things to me. My body has almost been touched all over. I've already kissed you, and now you're hugging me without letting go. Are you going to go back on your word? Isn't it just touching a few times? Is there a need to blame it on me?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. With a serious expression, he said, "Besides, I'm so young and inexperienced. Before I met you, my body and mind were pure and flawless. You also kissed me, so if we really count it as you taking advantage of me, let's not mention it again. Or even, little bastard, you're full of evil tricks. You're so skilled, how are you inexperienced?" Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai angrily. She suddenly smiled. The poisonous widow's bloodline will only fall in love with one man in her life. You've made me fall in love with you, so don't even think about running away in this life. Damn, is there still justice? Yang Kai complained incessantly. Hee hee. Shanqing Luo giggled. Her smile was like a flower. There was a trace of craftiness in her proud expression. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from outside. Everyone who woke up had a great change in expression. They listened carefully, only to hear the sound of something being cut. Through the layers of spiders, they seemed to be able to see dark red blood splattering everywhere. "Young master, don't come out so easily. They're guarding outside." A person screamed mournfully, and soon there was no more sound. A moment later, there seemed to be the sound of something being chewed. Shanqing Luo's beautiful face turned slightly pale. The water snake's soft and boneless body couldn't help but shrink into Yang Kai's arms. "They're from the Bai family." From the right came Luo Xiaoman's slight cry and exclamation. Although this little girl's chest was quite big, her courage was quite small. For the past month, he had been fleeing in panic. His nerves had been stretched to the limit. Usually, with Chiao Meng comforting her, she didn't mind, but now that she was suddenly surrounded by spiders and separated from Chiao Meng, she couldn't bear the pressure. "Xiaoman, don't cry, otherwise you may alarm those spiders." Chiao Meng lowered her voice and anxiously called out. But how could Luo Xiaoman bear it? Although she covered her mouth with both hands, the sound of her crying grew louder and louder until an 8-legged spider the size of a calf appeared in front of her. Frightened by this, Luo Xiaoman screamed out loud and suddenly fainted. "It's over!" Everyone thought this woman was about to be killed by the spider. Even Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath and carefully listening to the movements around him. Who would have thought that the 8-legged spider that had walked up to Luo Xiaoman would actually just wander around for a moment? Then it slowly walked away. "Who?" Chiao Meng let out a sigh of relief and a moment of fear. When she regained her composure, she found that her clothes were soaked and her body was cold. "It seems that as long as we don't break through the spider, it won't matter even if we speak loudly." Yang Kai said thoughtfully. "That by family cultivator just now. Obviously, he had used some unknown method to escape from the spider and was now being killed. Listening to him say this, everyone couldn't help relaxing slightly, and from all directions came the sound of heavy breathing. Before this, everyone had tried their best to suppress their breathing and heartbeat. Brother Gua, Yuan Shi's voice called out. I'm here. Gui Yuan Ming quickly responded, softly calling out, Is everyone all right? Gu Tianluo also responded. We're just surrounded by these spiders and can't move for the time being. Yuan Shi's cold voice sounded. It's possible to break through, but Brother Gua, what do we do about those spiders outside? How are we supposed to resist? Gui Yuan Ming was also at his wit's end. Against 20 to 36th order monster beast, they only had 5 or 6 immortal ascension boundary masters, so they were no match for them. Moreover, the accuracy of these spiders' spray was truly incredible, so even if they could fly, they wouldn't necessarily be able to escape. Damn, this time we really suffered a big loss. Yuan Shi cursed angrily, why is there a nest of spiders here? Hearing this angry voice, Shanqing Luo chuckled and sneered, Retribution. Gui Yuan Ming couldn't help cursing, cheap slut. You'd better pray that this father doesn't escape. If this father does, sooner or later I'll *CK you to death and make you beg for mercy under my crotch. Shanqing Luo's face went cold, taking a deep breath, wanting to say something, but in the end she held back. Everyone couldn't fight right now. A woman would never be a man's opponent in a war of words. No matter what kind of foul language was thrown at her, the one to suffer would always be Shanqing Luo. Seeing her remain silent, Yuan Shi also laughed. Brother Gua, that slut is known far and wide. If you go alone, I'm afraid you won't be her opponent. Be careful she doesn't suck you dry. Gu Tianluo also interjected. Brother Gua is not alone. We have so many brothers here. That's right. Once we're free, we'll line up and take turns to *CK her. Don't let her rest for even a moment. I want to see how long this world's most seductive woman can last. By the way, brother Yu, aren't you cultivating the yin-yang replenishing technique? I don't know if it's your technique or our master's seduction technique that's better. That brother Yu laughed and said, in terms of cultivation technique, how could this Yu dare to be mentioned in the same breath as that bitch? It is said that that bitch has many beautiful men in her palace. Every day, there are many young men who have their yang qi sucked dry and died. They are carried out and thrown into the mass grave. However, if I don't use my technique, this Yu is confident that this slut can *CK me. Brother Yu is so bold. Brother Ban is too kind. A few days ago, this Yu took in a few more goddaughters. All of them are virgins, pure and beautiful. Once this Yu escapes, this Yu is willing to offer up those goddaughters for the brothers to enjoy as much as they want. Brother Yu is very loyal. Gui Yuan Ming praised, although he was in prison. He couldn't help breathing heavily, but with a wretched smile he said, when the time comes, we'll cripple the queen's master's cultivation and feed her an aphrodisiac. Brothers can play with Brother Yu's goddaughters while appreciating her reaction. When the time comes, that woman's master will probably cry and beg us to *CK her. Play with her 1,000 times, then sell her to the world's lowest brothel, let those peddlers, beggars and wanderers taste her beauty. After 3 or 5 years, the world's most charming woman will become a piece of rotten meat that even wild dogs won't be willing to smell. The dirty words, the more you speak, the more disgusting they become. This group of ash-gray cloud evil land masters can't escape, so they're trying to find joy in their misery. Instead, he began to tease Shanqing Luo. Listening to these words, Shanqing Luo's face became paler and paler, her breathing becoming heavier and heavier, her tender body trembling uncontrollably, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Obviously, she was enraged. Yang Kai also listened with a gloomy expression. I'll kill them all. Sooner or later, I'll kill them all. Shanqing Luo clenched her teeth, clenched her fists, and muttered under her breath. As the beguiling demon queen, no man dared to look her in the eye, let alone hear so many filthy words being thrown at her at once. However, this time she was like a tiger in a plain, being insulted by these little bastards under the Beast King's command. I'll help you vent your anger. Yang Kai chuckled. What? Shanqing Luo looked up at him curiously. Just listen. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, his expression slowly becoming cold. The group of people were still acting presumptuous, their mouths constantly spouting obscenities, but just as they were venting their frustrations, a scream suddenly rang out. Everyone's conversation came to an abrupt halt. Brother Yuan, what happened to you? Gui Yuanming turned pale with fright. He recognized that the voice belonged to Yuan Shi. He shouted, but there was no response. Brother Yuan. Several people called out, but Yuan Shi still did not respond. An ominous feeling slowly shrouded everyone's heads, but before they could figure out what was happening, another scream rang out. This time it was Brother Yu, he screamed, Get lost, I didn't go out, how could I be attacked if I stayed here? As he spoke, Brother Yu struck out with a martial skill. This time it was a disaster. The 8-legged spiders from all directions heard the commotion, all crawling towards him. Brother Yu did not even have time to react before he was completely dismembered. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, no one dared to speak again. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes lit up, she glanced suspiciously at Yang Kai, not knowing if all this had anything to do with him. Yang Kai grinned and said softly, It's not over yet. As he spoke, a panicked shout came from the other side. Brother Ban, there's a spider over there. What? As he screamed, Brother Ban didn't want to just sit there and wait for his death. In a panic, he circulated his true essence and tore the spider apart violently. Just as his head popped out, a spider leg as sharp as a knife chopped down. His vision blurred, his head rolled to the ground, blood spurting out like a fountain. What's going on? Gui Yuanming cried out involuntarily. He thought that there would be no problem speaking, but he did not expect to attract the attention of the spiders. There was a movement in front of him. Through the hazy white spider, Gui Yuanming saw a giant creature standing in front of him. It was clearly a calf-sized level 6 monster beast. Everyone, these spiders are starting to kill people, let's go. Gui Yuanming did not understand. He roared loudly, broke through the spider with a bang, and exchanged blows with the 8-legged spider in front of him, using the force to roll and fly up into the sky. Seeing Gui Yuanming so decisive, the others did not dare to hesitate. They all used their own methods to escape and followed closely behind him. Puff, puff, puff. Below them, 20 to 30 level 6 monster beast watched covetously, all of them spitting spiders into the air, those who flew up one by one, but before they could fly far, they were tied up again and fell to the ground like dumplings. Chapter 308. In the blink of an eye, everyone was tied up again. The calf-sized 8-legged spiders swayed their huge bodies and walked over to the group of cultivators, spitting out their spiders and wrapping them up before slowly pulling them back. Seeing that their lives were not in danger for the time being, the frightened crowd couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. They really couldn't understand why one of the spiders had just started a massacre. But before they could completely relax, the same spider that had just killed them suddenly walked up to them, raised its sharp foreleg high, and stabbed down fiercely. Poo, blood splashed and screams rang out as Gui Yuanming's body was directly penetrated. He struggled and wriggled as he screamed. The spider no longer cared about him and allowed him to be dragged away by the other spiders, soon leaving behind a trail of blood on the ground. Not only him, but all of the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator had a large hole poked in their bodies by this spider. A few of them were unlucky and died on the spot, while those who didn't die were pale with fright. Screams rang out endlessly as one bloody mark after another appeared on the ground, a shocking sight to behold. Qiu Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with horror as her expression filled with horror. When she heard Gui Yuanming's shout just now, she almost couldn't hold herself back and rushed out. If she had really rushed out, she would most likely have ended up like them. Fortunately, before leaving, she had checked the movements of Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. Since they hadn't moved, Qiu Yimeng had also gritted her teeth and stayed behind, ready to pin all her hopes on Shanqing Luo. Now it seemed that she had made the right choice. The remaining ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator was dragged back, and all the monster beasts surrounded one of its companions whose forelegs were covered in blood. It was unknown why it had suddenly decided to kill these people. After sizing them up for a while, these monster beasts gradually dispersed. Why? Gui Yuanming clutched his stomach. Even if he circulated his secret art, he still couldn't stop the blood from flowing, his voice gradually becoming weaker. Why is this happening? That beast seemed to have specifically targeted the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator, but none of the others had touched it. This made Gui Yuanming unable to understand. This is retribution, ha! Yang Kai's wild laughter came from the other side. You did this? Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai in amazement, her tone full of disbelief. Yang Kai's eyes just a moment ago. Those people had suffered a tragic attack. If one were to say that it had nothing to do with Yang Kai, Shanqing Luo would never believe it. However, she hadn't seen him do anything. So how of the beasts of the ash-gray evil land cultivator? Satisfied? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Shanqing Luo's pair of enchanting phoenix eyes flashed with a strange light as she stared deeply at Yang Kai, unblinking, a trace of emotion flashing across her eyes. Suddenly, she tiptoed slightly and pressed her pair of red lips against his. Oh! Yang Kai was caught off guard, and Shanqing Luo's hands involuntarily tightened. The dragon lady's willowy waist fiercely bent, as if she wanted to melt her whole body into Yang Kai's. Her pair of red lips were thin, tender, and crystal clear. Not only did they look captivating, but they also tasted the same bone-chilling. Sensing the soft and fragrant taste, Shanqing Luo hurriedly released him. Looking at Yang Kai with a smile, she said, "You can't stay here for too long. In case you really fall in love with me, that wouldn't be good." Yang Kai's expression became bitter as he licked his lips. Damn it. I knew you'd never be able to satisfy your desires. Poor me, such a young and strong man, what can I do if I fall into your hands? Don't act like you're innocent. Shanqing Luo's tone was full of annoyance. Other men don't even dare to look at me, you've already taken advantage of me. Let me say this first, I won't be responsible for you. Yang Kai said with a straight face. He said seriously. What are you doing? Qiu Yimeng suddenly asked softly. Talking about love. Shameless. Qiu Yimeng hurriedly remained silent, her face slightly red, thinking to herself that it was no wonder she heard a light panting coming from next door. Time passed, the sun rose and the moon set. Several days had passed since they had been caught by these spiders, but the people trapped inside still hadn't found a way to escape. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were still hugging each other. This dragon lady was truly worthy of her reputation. Sometimes, with just a single movement, breath, or glance, she could seduce Yang Kai, making him unable to stop himself. However, due to her special physique, Yang Kai not only couldn't act recklessly, but he also couldn't tease her, so his days were extremely difficult. Qiu Yimeng remained calm and didn't show the slightest worry or panic from beginning to end. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoman washed her face with tears every day, constantly in fear. Bai Yunfeng had also woken up, but after learning about the current situation, he had remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. The cultivator of the ash-gray cloud evil land had all died due to excessive blood loss, their deaths extremely miserable. On this day, Yang Kai, while using his divine sense to investigate, suddenly felt an extremely tyrannical presence. The vitality of this existence was even higher than that of the sixth-order poison spiders. It had suddenly appeared, as if it had always been there, but had only just awakened. Before Yang Kai could warn Shanqing Luo, a feeling like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart descended from the sky. Suddenly, everyone felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them from above. Under the gaze of these eyes, no matter who it was, they all felt a sense of insignificance and inferiority, as if they couldn't compete with them at all. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, and he couldn't help urging his yuan qi. Shanqing Luo suddenly shouted, "Don't move!" "What's wrong?" Seeing her expression as if she knew something, Yang Kai asked anxiously. "It's her." Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her expression extremely complex. "Spider Mother." Shanqing Luo replied softly, "Seventh Order monster beast. None of us are its match." "Seventh Order?" Yang Kai exclaimed. Shan Qing Luo nodded solemnly. Otherwise, why do you think this group of monster beasts can live so comfortably? A sixth-order monster beast's monster core is also very valuable. There are so many sixth-order monster beasts here. If it wasn't for the Spider Mother, they would have been wiped out long ago. With a seventh-order monster beast here, even if someone accidentally stepped into this place and wanted to attack the sixth-order monster beast, they would have to consider whether they were strong enough. However, the Spider Mother spends most of her time laying eggs in a deep sleep, so unless someone attacks here, she won't bother with anything. Shan Qing Luo explained softly, there's a spider stone statue here, look over there. Following the direction she pointed, Yang Kai indeed saw a hazy stone statue standing not far away. This stone statue was incomparably huge, it should be in the shape of an 8-legged spider. The Spider Mother usually lives here, and the thing I want to take is the venom secreted by the Spider Mother. In this world, only women of the Poison Widow bloodline can safely enter that stone statue. Then, doesn't that mean the Spider Mother can sense your bloodline? Yes, that should be the case. Shan Qing Luo nodded slightly. It was also her first time here, so she wasn't too clear about the specific situation. Then you should discuss with it, see if it can let us go. Yang Kai suggested. I'll try. Shan Qing Luo bit her red lips. She also didn't have much confidence. Closing her eyes, she tried to communicate with the Spider Mother according to the method left behind by her mother. A moment later, a flirtatious voice suddenly entered everyone's ears, even Kai Yang could hear it clearly. HM? You're a woman of the Poison Widow bloodline? Yang Kai's expression changed, he twisted to look around, but couldn't see anything. That voice sounded soft, as if a beautiful woman was whispering in his ear. It couldn't help but make his heart flutter. Shan Qing Luo hurriedly reminded, don't panic, the Spider Mother is communicating with me through divine sense. Yang Kai's face revealed a look of shock. A monster beast that could communicate with people through divine sense. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Could a monster beast do this? At least a rank 6 monster beast wouldn't be able to, but this Spider Mother was a rank 7 monster beast. Maybe it really did have this ability. Shan Qing Luo had already opened her mouth to reply, yes. This junior greets the Spider Mother. Who is Han Fei Yen to you? The Spider Mother gently asked. She is my mother. Shan Qing Luo was also very careful, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. It's been 30 years. This generation has already grown up, but why is your strength so low? Shan Qing Luo bitterly smiled. There was a problem, I should be able to recover in a few days. The Spider Mother softly replied. After a while she said, since you can find this place, then come to my place to take the things and leave. In any case, your bloodline has some relationship with me. Seeing her so easy to talk to, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help but look happy. She quickly said, forgive this junior, but this junior came with the person beside me, can you let him leave with me? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, he didn't expect this woman to be so righteous. Pumph. The Spider Mother coldly snorted, these people destroyed my nest, and they still have delusions of leaving? Apart from you, everyone else will die. Spider Mother, please have mercy. There's no need to say more. Shan Qing Luo grit her teeth and glanced over at Yang Kai, a trace of struggle flashing across her face, but soon she resolutely said, please have mercy, Spider Mother, I only want to take him away. Impudence. The Spider Mother's voice sounded a little annoyed, and even the 8-legged spiders outside began to spit out spider silk, clearly not friendly. Forget it, I'll give you 5 days to think about it carefully. After 5 days, I will wake up again at that time, if you don't leave. Don't even think about leaving. The Spider Mother said coldly, no longer moving. At the same time, the haze that had been pressing down on everyone's heads disappeared. Apparently it had fallen into a deep sleep again. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's eyes trembled. The conversation between Shan Qing Luo and the Spider Mother had reached their ears, causing them to be as shocked as Yang Kai. None of them had expected such a powerful monster beast to exist in this world. Bai Yunfeng, on the other hand, suddenly screamed, we're going to die in 5 days? Before the Spider Mother appeared, although everyone was in a state of panic, The spiders hadn't done anything to them, so there was still some hope, but now that the 5-day deadline was right in front of them, who could accept it? Chapter 309. In his panic, Bai Yunfeng suddenly shouted, "Yang Kai, father won't let you go even if I become a ghost." "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. Heh. Bai Yunfeng laughed bitterly, his voice sharp. "If you hadn't penetrated the ground, how could we have fallen here and been caught by this group of spiders? If I hadn't penetrated the ground, you would have been killed by Gui Yuanming and his people long ago. How could you still be alive?" Yang Kai sneered, knowing that Bai Yunfeng's mind was no longer clear. "Father is a member of the Bai family. Would those bastards dare kill me?" Bai Yunfeng roared. "As long as I reported my true identity, they would only take me to the Bai family to ask for a reward. How could they harm my life? You may not have to die, but if young Lady Chiu and young Lady Luo fell into those people's hands, I'm afraid they would lose their innocence. I think they would rather be trapped in a spider's web than be caught by those bastards. Their innocence has nothing to do with me. As long as father is alive, it's fine." Bai Yunfeng roared without thinking. As soon as these words left his mouth, he seemed to realize that he shouldn't have said such words and suddenly fell silent, not uttering a single word. "Bai Yunfeng, I didn't expect you to think like that." Luo Xiaoman's pained voice sounded, filled with extreme disappointment and disgust. A woman's innocence was sometimes more important than her life. At that time, if she had really been caught by the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's cultivator, Luo Xiaoman would have taken her own life before being humiliated. Chiu Yimeng faintly said, "Every man for himself, Xiaoman, you don't need to worry about it." Her voice was like an ancient well, without the slightest hint of emotion. Greedy for life and afraid of death, the Bai family really are spineless. Luo Xiaoman sneered. "I'm too lazy to argue with you." Bai Yunfeng snorted. This time, he had completely torn apart all pretense of cordiality with these two women. Although it wasn't to the extent of turning his blade against them, even if they could escape this place, it was likely they would never be together again. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo both stared at each other speechlessly. After a long silence, Yang Kai frowned and said, "If you want to leave, you can leave now, right? That spider mother didn't have any intention of keeping you here." Shanqing Luo shook her head slowly. "But it won't let you go." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as he stared at her seriously, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Our friendship doesn't seem to be that good. Just like Chiu Yimeng said, every man for himself, the devil takes the hindmost." Shanqing Luo just looked at him with a smile. "You can't be serious, right?" Yang Kai was slightly moved. "I told you, a woman of the Poison Widow bloodline will only fall in love with one man in her lifetime. Do you think I'm lying to you?" Shanqing Luo sighed faintly and said, "If it weren't for you leaving your aura in my knowledge sea last time, I wouldn't have cared if you lived or died. You little bastard, you're both a rogue and a pervert. You should have been killed long ago to prevent you from ruining those innocent girls, but now that things have come to this, what can I do?" Unless Shanqing Luo didn't want her secret art to reach the grand accomplishment stage. The seeds of love had already taken root and sprouted in her heart. It was only a matter of time before they grew. When a woman's feelings were full, she would need to spend a night with the man she loved. Moreover, women of the Poison Widow bloodline, once they fell in love, they were more unforgettable than other women. Therefore, the women of this bloodline had always been extremely sad. On one hand, it was their undying love, on the other hand, it was their secret art to the grand accomplishment stage. Even if they abandoned their secret art because of their love, they couldn't resist the attraction and temptation between them. Shanqing Luo's mother, Han Fei Yen, had inadvertently made love with her father one night, and after waking up, her lover had died beside her, causing her to suffer for the rest of her life. Yang Kai's expression was extremely dignified as he stared deeply into Shanqing Luo's eyes, as if he wanted to see through her heart and look directly into the depths of her memories. Shanqing Luo smiled faintly and without any hesitation, took the initiative to release the defenses of her knowledge sea and softly said, "If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." Yang Kai also didn't hesitate, his divine sense directly entering her knowledge sea. It was a boundless sea, just like the last time he saw it. Above the sea, Shanqing Luo's delicate body stood against the wind, smiling as she stared at Yang Kai's divine sense, softly saying, "Don't touch me, this is my soul. If you touch it, the consequences will be unimaginable." "I know," Yang Kai responded in a deep voice. If the two souls were to merge, perhaps they would be able to taste the taste of soul intercourse that was thousands of times more wonderful than soul intercourse, but if their minds were not stable, they would only lose themselves in soul intercourse, instantly turning into an idiot. Yang Kai was also clear about the stakes involved. Shanqing Luo waved her hands, sending a beam of light into Yang Kai's divine sense. Prying into the information contained in these beams of light, Yang Kai gained insight into all of this dragon lady's emotional experiences and all of her thoughts, leaving nothing behind and no possibility of concealment. He also saw the special characteristics of her bloodline physique and the dangers of her secret art, and realized his own fate in the future. Scene after scene flashed before his eyes, as if he was experiencing it himself, vividly. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly withdrew from her knowledge sea. Their eyes met and Shanqing Luo smiled tenderly. "Do you believe me now?" Yang Kai nodded with a heavy expression. Never would he have thought that this dragon lady's secret art would be so special. With a bitter smile, Yang Kai said, "Should I say I'm honored or unlucky?" It was true that she had feelings for him, but in the end, it was also true that she wanted his life. Shanqing Luo's expression darkened slightly, softly saying, "None of the women in our bloodline would really want to kill the man they like. But this kind of attraction is simply irresistible. No matter how far apart they are, they can still be pulled to each other's side, and in the midst of chaos and unconsciousness, they can use their pure bodies to kill the man they like." Although it was said that dying under a peony flower would be romantic even as a ghost, this was only a saying. When the time came, no man would be able to die with a smile. "Have you ever thought of resolving this?" "Of course we have, but we don't know what to do." Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head. "Forget it, let's not talk about this for now." Yang Kai was somewhat dispirited and did not want to talk about it anymore. "Since you don't want to leave me behind, we should first think of a way to escape from here. Wait 5 days. When the spider mother wakes up, then I'll talk to it. And if it doesn't work..." Yang Kai frowned. "If it doesn't work, then I'll leave." Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled, not a trace of worry on her face. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, softly asking, "If you can recover your full strength, can you leave this place?" "Of course I can leave." Shanqing Luo nodded, "But right now I'm only in the Yuan Qi 3rd stage. If I want to fully recover, it will take at least a few months." "I might have a way." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, peeking into Shanqing Luo's thoughts, and felt a lot more at ease with her. This dragon lady was known for her debauchery, her secret art, and the artifacts she used were all unsightly, but in fact, before meeting him, her mind and body were completely blank. She knew more about the matters between men and women than most people, but she had never personally experienced it. "What method do you have?" Shanqing Luo asked curiously. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, holding a small piece of myriad drug cream. "Open your mouth." Shanqing Luo glared at him, not knowing what he was trying to do, but she still opened her thin lips. The myriad drug cream was directly thrown in. "Circulate your secret art and refine it." There was no need for Yang Kai to say anything. The moment the myriad drug cream entered her mouth, Shanqing Luo's face filled with amazement, quickly closing her eyes and circulating her secret art. The main reason her strength had dropped was because of the backlash from her secret art. In the end, it was just an internal injury. With the help of such a small piece of myriad drug cream, this kind of injury should be able to be healed. The spider mother would wake up again in 5 days, but with the help of the myriad drug cream, Shanqing Luo's recovery would definitely not take that long. With nothing to do, Yang Kai decided to rest and preserve his strength. As time passed, the aura and Yuan Qi fluctuations coming from Shanqing Luo's body became more and more violent. Obviously, she was quickly recovering. Perceiving the changes here, Qiu Yimeng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised her head and looked over, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing, a look of struggle on her face, unknown as to what she was thinking. After being trapped for so many days, her strength had long since been restored, but with so many sixth-order monster beasts outside, even if she could break through the spider web, she didn't dare act rashly. Shan Qingluo's actions had undoubtedly given her a glimmer of hope. However, when she remembered the conditions she had proposed before, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but hesitate. She was the first young lady of the Qiu family. How could she become a maidservant to some nameless junior? Not to mention her, even Luo Xiaoman's identity was much nobler than that young man's. If this matter were to spread out, where would the Qiu family and Purple Fern Valley's face be placed? Moreover, it was only for a year. In a year, who knew what that rogue bastard would do? 3 days later, Shan Qingluo suddenly opened her eyes, a brilliant light flashing across them, and her soft and plump body seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power. "You've recovered?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Shan Qingluo nodded happily, looking at Yang Kai with great interest. "I didn't know you had such a treasure." After praising him, she reached out and pinched Yang Kai's chest, fiercely twisting it, grinding her teeth. "If you have such a good thing, why didn't you use it on me before? You bastard, it seems you're still on guard against me." Yang Kai's expression became awkward as he let out a dry laugh. If he hadn't seen through her thoughts, how could Yang Kai have dared to allow this dragon lady to recover her strength? "Since you've recovered, let's hurry up and leave." Yang Kai squeezed her little hand. Shan Qingluo hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since we've come here, I want to extract the spider mother's venom as well. Otherwise, if I take you away this time, it will definitely anger the spider mother and we won't be able to come here again." "Are you sure?" "A little bit. Do you have a spider under your control?" "Let it create some chaos." "Good." Yang Kai nodded, and then issued an order to the spider he controlled. Chapter 310. A moment later, the spider suddenly went berserk and attacked its companions. Seeing this, the other spiders hurriedly rushed towards the battlefield. Shan Qingluo waved her hand and directly cut a hole in the spider's body, her figure flashing and disappearing. Her voice reached Yang Kai's ears. "Don't move, wait for me to come back." Yang Kai naturally didn't move, his expression calm as he carefully observed the situation outside. The spider he was controlling was currently fighting with its companions. The sixth-order monster beast had already regained much of its consciousness. Although it wasn't much, at least it was capable of some simple thinking. The spiders who were being attacked didn't seem to understand why their companion had suddenly gone crazy, just as they didn't understand why it had killed so many ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator before. After resisting for a moment, the spiders seemed to have communicated with each other and suddenly decided not to hold back, as if their companion had already lost its mind and could no longer be saved. In just a short time, the sixth-order monster beast controlled by Yang Kai was killed. Only then did the gathered spiders scatter like birds and beasts. "Yang Kai!" Qiu Yimeng suddenly called out. Yang Kai's face remained cold and he didn't respond. "Has elder sister Shan recovered her strength?" Qiu Yimeng asked eagerly. There was still no response. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. "Yang Kai, you're not such a stingy man, are you? I admit that I've offended you before. Is it not enough for me to apologize to you?" "No need, young lady Qiu's identity is noble, I can't afford it," Yang Kai said. Qiu Yimeng chuckled. Good, I was wrong, I really was wrong. I shouldn't have brought people to your high heaven pavilion to cause trouble. In fact, I didn't do anything to you. You're so strong, if we really fought, who knows who would win and who would lose. Before this, I really couldn't believe that a small sect could cultivate a disciple like you. Don't try to flatter me, it sounds disgusting. Ha, you and I are both understanding people. I won't beat around the bush and annoy you. Qiu Yimeng chuckled and said, "When elder sister Shan comes back, can you ask her to take me and Xiaoman out? Don't worry, as long as she agrees, my Qiu family will definitely repay her generously. It's her business whether she saves you or not. I can't interfere." Yang Kai frowned. "It can't be, I see that your relationship is so good. The beguiling demon queen has never been so intimate with a man before. If you can put in a good word for us, Sister Shan definitely won't leave you to die." Qiu Yimeng's voice softened. As long as you don't make me or Xiaoman your maidservants, you can set any other conditions. Even if you want to marry a young girl from a side branch of my Qiu family. I can also make the decision to agree. But in front of Sister Shan, I think it's best if you don't mention this matter, lest she gets jealous. Yang Kai showed an impatient look. I already told you. Whether she saves you or not is her business. I can't even protect myself right now. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with me? Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, her eyes filled with tears, but I can only pin my hopes on you. If you don't help, I'm afraid Xiaoman and I won't be able to escape this calamity. As she spoke, her voice became choked with sobs. Do you really have the heart to watch us die? Knowing that she was just putting on an act to gain his sympathy, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling disgusted. He no longer wanted to talk to her. Yang Kai had never had a good impression of women who played mind games. Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng didn't give up and continued to call out softly over and over again. Although the conversation between the two was quiet, Luo Xiaoman, who was not far away, naturally heard it clearly. Seeing Yang Kai act so ruthlessly, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling defeated. Helplessly, she whispered, "Elder Sister Qiu, what should we do?" Qiu Yimeng sighed and gave up trying to move Yang Kai, smiling bitterly, "Let's wait, we can't really die here." At that moment, a fragrant wind suddenly blew over and a bright red figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. With a wave of her hand, the spider binding Yang Kai was cut open. "Let's go," Shanqing Luo said nervously, grabbing Yang Kai with one hand and flying upwards. Yang Kai also followed with a dignified expression. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the unique vitality of the Spider Mother was rapidly awakening. Apparently, Shanqing Luo's actions had awakened it. "Elder Sister Shan." Qiu Yimeng hurriedly called out, gritting her teeth, her face showing a trace of hesitation. However, she also knew that this was a rare opportunity. If she let Shanqing Luo go, she and Luo Xiaoman would really have no chance to escape. "Elder Sister Shan, I agree to your previous conditions. Please take me and Xiaoman with you," Qiu Yimeng shouted. Shanqing Luo frowned at her, waving her hand and sending out two pink ribbons, directly wrapping around Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman and shooting them high up into the sky. Seeing that Shanqing Luo didn't leave them behind, whether it was Qiu Yimeng or Luo Xiaoman, both of them felt a sense of joy. "You failed your own bloodline. How dare you not listen to my advice? Where do you think you're going?" The Spider Mother's angry voice rang out, no longer containing the slightest hint of charm. Now, she was like an enraged madwoman. As she spoke, two white and tough spider silk threads flew through the air. These two spider silk threads were incredibly fast, arriving in front of them almost instantaneously. Shanqing Luo and Yang Kai both hurriedly tried to block them. The Yuan Qi collided, and the two spider silk threads were blocked, but the aftermath of the collision severed one of the ribbons in Shanqing Luo's hands, the other end of which happened to be tied to Luo Xiaoman. A cry of alarm rang out as Luo Xiaoman's beautiful eyes filled with panic, her heart instantly filled with horror. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and his hand moved quickly, wrapping around Qiu Yimeng's waist and sending her flying towards Luo Xiaoman. Before she could fall, Qiu Yimeng quickly reached out and grabbed Luo Xiaoman's clothes, lifting her up. "Elder Sister Qiu!" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed in a trembling voice, tears rolling out of her eyes as her chest heaved up and down, her pretty face filled with panic. "I've caught you, don't worry, I won't let go." Qiu Yimeng smiled at her, a trace of fear flashing across her face. Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, her lips curling into a soul-stirring smile. Yang Kai simply shrugged his shoulders. That kick just now had been done without any consideration, it was purely an instinctive reaction. Suddenly, Bai Yunfeng's shout came from below. "Take me with you. You bunch of sluts, how could you leave me here alone? I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's faces filled with disgust as their expressions became cold. A long road tests a horse's strength, and a long time reveals a person's heart. Bai Yunfeng had given the two women a good impression before, and although he wasn't particularly outstanding, he was still the young lord of a first-class family. He had both wealth and power, and his own strength wasn't low either. There were also many young women chasing after him. But this time, he had completely exposed the dark side of his heart. This man is worse than dog shit. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman didn't even have any sympathy for him. In a small lake, the surface of which was sparkling and clear, the water was so clear that one could vaguely see the aquatic plants and fish swimming happily. A bonfire was lit and Yang Kai was roasting a few fat fish from the lake. Luo Xiaoman and Qiu Yimeng sat next to him, breathing in the clear and free air while looking at him with complicated expressions. Suddenly, a sound came from the lake and Shanqing Luo gracefully emerged from her bath. Her skin was like the most exquisite silk with a seductive luster, and her snow-white skin was faintly tinged with a strange red light as she slowly walked over with her bare feet. Her demeanor was magnificent, her thin and tender red lips lightly pursed, and most of her body was exposed to the air. Only her chest and the fragrant grass between her legs were covered by her undergarments, faintly discernible, giving her a wonderful appearance. Such a seductive and enchanting appearance. Not only did Yang Kai's heartbeat accelerate, even Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman blushed slightly, their breathing becoming slightly rapid. The three of them quickly averted their gazes and silently cursed this enchanting seductress. Hee. Shanqing Luo giggled as she took in the gazes of the three of them. Arriving at the lakeside, she put on her clothes, half covering her body, step by step, snuggled up to Yang Kai and sat down beside him. Can you be a little more discreet? Yang Kai frowned. Do I need to be discreet in front of you? Shanqing Luo giggled. We've touched, kissed, what's the point of being so particular? Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both looked stunned as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise, their eyes gradually becoming strange. Although Qiu Yimeng had previously felt that the relationship between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was not simple, she had never seen it with her own eyes and didn't know how close they were. Sitting next to him in such a disheveled state, if she wasn't in love with him, what woman would be so shameless? Is the world's most charming woman really taken? Qiu Yimeng was slightly dazed as she looked at Yang Kai again. Although his appearance was sloppy and his strength wasn't bad, in the end he was still just a young boy, only a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator. How could he capture the heart of the beguiling demon queen? Qiu Yimeng stared at him in amazement, unable to recover for a long time. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and didn't look at the sight of Shanqing Luo Xiaoman, instead focusing on grilling the fish. As the fragrance of the meat filled the air, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's stomachs couldn't help grumbling, the two women couldn't help blushing. The two of them had been chased by the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's cultivator for more than a month and hadn't had much time to rest. They were both tired and hungry, physically and mentally exhausted, and then they were captured by the spider. Many thanks to elder sister Shan for saving us this time. Qiu Yimeng squeezed out a smile and thanked her. Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly and said, Between you and me, it's just a transaction, there's no need to thank me. That being said, if it weren't for elder sister Shan, Xiaoman and I would have been doomed. Qiu Yimeng shook her head gently. After saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and reluctantly said, Thank you too. At the last moment, if it weren't for him, Qiu Yimeng definitely wouldn't have been able to reach Luo Xiaoman's side in time. Yang Kai's face remained cold and he didn't respond. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt bitter. Chapter 311. Half a month later, Fragrant City. This was a prosperous city that was not inferior to any other city in the outside world, and it was also where the beguiling Demon Queen's palace was located. The ash-gray cloud Evil Land covered a vast area and was divided into 6 major blocks, each of which was guarded by 6 evil kings. With Fragrant City as the center, the land within a 1,000-kilometer radius was Shanqing Luo's territory. Over the past half a month, Shanqing Luo had led Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman through the territories controlled by the other 2 evil kings, carefully returning to this place. After stepping into Fragrant City, no matter who it was, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After half a month of getting along, not only had Yang Kai's perception of the ash-gray cloud Evil Land changed, But even Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's impressions of the ash-gray cloud evil land had been subverted. According to rumors, the ash-gray cloud evil land was filled with evil cultivators and evil demons. Any random person one encountered was an unforgivable traitor. However, according to Shanqing Luo's introduction, the ash-gray cloud evil land was not as bad as the rumors said. At the very least, this was the case in the territory she controlled. It was undeniable that there were indeed many evil cultivators in the ash-gray cloud evil land, but even more of them were honest people. There were many cultivators who had committed crimes in their own sect and were forced to enter the ash-gray cloud evil land. There were also some who had offended great sects they couldn't afford to offend and had entered the ash-gray cloud evil land to avoid disaster. There were also some who, because their secret arts were relatively dark, were classified as evil demons by the world and were like rats crossing the street. It could be said that many of the cultivators in the ash-gray cloud evil land had their own bitter past and were not necessarily full of evil. The world only recognizes the light and refuses to acknowledge the darkness in their hearts, so we are called evil. How ridiculous! Shanqing Luo said helplessly as she spoke. Although she was one of the 6 great evil kings and ruled over a 1,000-kilometer radius, she still couldn't change the deep-rooted beliefs and views of the world. Yang Kai remembered the words of the old demon. What was a person? What was a demon? Humans and demons were one family. Everyone had evil in their hearts. After entering the city, the bustling city made Yang Kai's eyes light up, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. If he didn't clearly know that he was inside the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Kai would have thought that this place was just the same as the city outside. Everything here was no different from the cities outside. Many ordinary peddlers and runners lived here, and the cultivator who came and went was like a school of carps crossing the river. Most people did not bully the weak when interacting with these ordinary people. Occasionally, there would be a few who looked perverse. The cultivator covered in evil qi also followed the rules of Fragrant City, not daring to act rashly. Inside the city, from time to time, there would be some cultivator in black robes walking by. These people were the law enforcement team responsible for maintaining order in Fragrant City. Anyone who did bad things in Fragrant City would be mercilessly attacked by these law enforcement teams. In the entire ash-gray cloud evil land, Fragrant City was the safest city. Under the effective management of Shanqing Luo, this city was becoming more and more prosperous. There were very few people who committed crimes here. The Queen Master, at this moment, was wearing a black veil, not revealing her true face as she led the way. Walking at a leisurely pace. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman followed behind her, secretly observing the scene in the city while secretly admiring her. To be able to keep the entire city so peaceful, Shanqing Luo's methods were not simple. As they walked, Yang Kai's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Noticing this, Shanqing Luo turned to look at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai grinned. "Beauty, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Let's part ways here." Although it was a very happy thing to win the favor of a beauty, Yang Kai was really afraid that one day Shanqing Luo would not be able to hold herself back and would pluck him. Moreover, he had been separated from Su Yan for some time now, so Yang Kai wanted to inquire about Su Yan's situation. Hearing him say this, Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed as she understood what he was thinking. Grinning, she walked back and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, exhaling deeply. "Do you think you can get away? You don't need to be so enthusiastic." Yang Kai's expression became bitter. The thing he was most worried about had happened. He was afraid that Shanqing Luo would not let him go. On the way back, he had tried to escape many times, but every time before he could even begin to act, she had seen through him. Shanqing Luo was so powerful, if she really wanted to force him to stay, there was nothing he could do. "It's chaotic outside. Even if you go out, it won't be safe. You should stay here with me for a while." "How long?" "Depends on my mood, hee. Yang Kai's face became even more gloomy. If he stayed, wouldn't he become this dragon lady's gigolo? Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both looked at him gloatingly, feeling a burst of pleasure in their hearts. Being bound by Shanqing Luo, unable to move, this dragon lady still put on a very cute appearance, holding onto Yang Kai's arm and gently snuggling up to Yang Kai. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil, otherwise, if someone were to see this scene, Fragrance City would be in chaos. After a while, they arrived at Shanqing Luo's palace. This palace was built magnificently, covering an extremely large area. It was decorated with magnificent jade buildings, flying dragons and phoenixes, creating a magnificent atmosphere. After entering, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this huge palace was very quiet, as if there weren't many people living here. Walking through the corridors, the sound of small bridges and flowing water could be heard, giving off a very poetic and picturesque feeling. In my palace, besides a few maidservants, there is no one else. It has always been deserted, so you don't need to be so cautious. Shanqing Luo explained softly. After returning to the palace, she was completely relaxed, reaching out to untie the veil on her face and slowly stretching, revealing her beautiful curves. "Who is it?" A tender voice called out as a purple figure quickly approached. "It's me," Shanqing Luo replied softly. The person who had just arrived paused for a moment before flying over at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, a sweet, petite woman appeared in front of everyone. "Master, you're finally back." This woman looked to be in her 20s and was in the prime of her youth. After seeing Shanqing Luo, her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with joy and relief. Because she was so happy, her pair of eyes overflowed with tears, and after coming to a stop, the jade rabbit on her chest shook exaggeratedly. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly and found that this young woman's dress was quite tasteful. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were like thin smoke, her pair of beautiful eyes were slender and bright, her nose was delicate, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her lips were like orchids. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, and her skin was crystal clear like snow. Her figure was graceful and enchanting. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, worthy of being the beguiling demon queen's maid, she actually has such beauty. Sweeping her with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this young woman actually had a cultivation at the Yuan Qi Boundary 7th stage. Although she wasn't as strong as Qiu Yimeng, she wasn't far behind and should be 1 or 2 years younger than Qiu Yimeng. Being swept by his divine sense, the young woman couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine, her eyes suddenly turning cold as she stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Her senses are quite sharp." Yang Kai chuckled and casually turned his eyes away. Frowning slightly, the young woman obviously didn't know why Shanqing Luo had brought 3 people back, but she didn't bother arguing with Yang Kai and instead asked eagerly, "Master, I heard that the Beast King brought people to ambush you. Are you hurt?" "It's nothing serious," Shanqing Luo shook her head slightly. "Don't worry." "That's good. The Beast King is really despicable." Because of this matter, the elders almost ran over and fought with him. "By the way, Master, right now the central capital's 8 great families are jointly attacking the Holy Land. Our Fragrance City has also dispatched a lot of people to meet them," the elders said. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm a little tired today," Shanqing Luo interrupted her. "Leave it to the elders to decide." The young woman nodded slightly, glancing suspiciously at Yang Kai and the other 2. "These 3, Shanqing Luo frowned as she looked at Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, suddenly chuckling, waving her hand and sending out 2 streaks of light. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's tender bodies trembled, and by the time they reacted, their Yuan Qi had already been disabled. "What does elder sister Shan mean?" Qiu Yimeng asked with a forced smile. "Nothing," Shanqing Luo chuckled lightly. "Bai Luo, take these 2 girls to Fragrance Pavilion." Bai Luo looked curiously at Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, wondering how these 2 had offended her master and were now under house arrest in Fragrance Pavilion. Although it was strange, Bai Luo didn't ask and simply clapped her hands. Soon, a few young women walked over. These women were all as beautiful as flowers, and their strength was not low either. However, they were dressed like maids. "Take them to Fragrance Pavilion," Bai Luo ordered. "Take good care of them, don't let these 2 young ladies suffer any grievances," Shanqing Luo said with a smile. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's expressions became gloomy, But they didn't resist, simply smiling helplessly and following the maids away. What about him? Bai Luo pointed to Yang Kai and asked, her heart full of doubts. She had never seen her master bring a young man into the palace. Even when the other evil kings came to visit, they were only arranged in the reception area. No man had ever set foot in this quiet place. Shanqing Luo smiled meaningfully and also sent a streak of light into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he quietly circulated his yuan qi, but soon found that it wasn't blocked, only that there was an additional mark on his body that he couldn't remove by himself. Take them to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion to rest. Shanqing Luo smiled lightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became sullen, his stomach filled with dissatisfaction. Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion? Bai Luo exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. That place was the deepest part of the palace and was also the best pavilion in the palace. It was the place where the master had lived when she was still a young lady. There was also the bed and curtains used by the master herself, the pillows and jade cushions, and even the remnants of the master's body fragrance. Most importantly, it was where the master's memories were from when she was a young girl. How could such a private place be arranged for a man to live in? Chapter 312. But now, this unknown man was actually going to live in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, causing Bai Luo's heart to fill with shock. What is this little brat's background? How could he be so important to her master? Surprised, Bai Luo's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help staring at Yang Kai, her expression filled with jealousy and unwillingness. You've been running around all this time, you must be tired. You should rest early today. When I'm done with my business, I'll come talk to you again. Shanqing Luo said with a sweet smile. Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he glared at her but didn't say anything. Under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. Bai Luo was about to clap her hands and summon a few more maids when Shanqing Luo suddenly said, "You personally take him to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion." Bai Luo was startled, her expression becoming more and more surprised before she nodded, "Yes." Shanqing Luo then whispered to Yang Kai, "You little bastard, don't bully her. I watched Bai Luo grow up, she's like a sister to me." "I know." Yang Kai responded with a sigh. "Go." Bai Luo then led Yang Kai through the palace. Following closely behind this enchanting young woman, Yang Kai found that Shanqing Luo's palace was indeed very quiet. Although the outside was a bustling city, inside there wasn't the slightest noise, and instead a fragrant aroma permeated the air. Every path was clean and spotless. From time to time, they would come across a few beautiful maids, all of whom would respectfully bow to Bai Luo while curiously sizing up Yang Kai. Along the way, Bai Luo didn't encounter a single man. A short time later, they arrived at Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. It was an elegant 3-story loft that wasn't too big nor too small. It had a unique flavor to it and there were many flowers and plants planted in front of it. It was currently the season when flowers bloomed. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. "Hey!" Bai Luo called out to Yang Kai as she led the way. "Be careful when you walk, don't step on these flowers and plants, they were all personally planted by Master. If you break them, I'll make you pay." Yang Kai responded indifferently. He knew that this little girl had a problem with him, so he didn't care about her resentful tone. What kind of person is this? Bai Luo's heart was filled with resentment. This little brat didn't look like a powerful character, and his clothes and temperament didn't seem like he came from a noble background, so why was Master so interested in him? Furthermore, the Master had warned him not to bully him. Can he beat me? Bai Luo couldn't help feeling annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that Shanqing Luo was treating Yang Kai with such a high standard, Bai Luo wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to spar with Yang Kai and teach him a lesson. They went up to the second floor of the attic. Bai Luo opened the door and was the first to enter, a look of joy appearing on her pretty face. Not bothering to pay any attention to Yang Kai, she instead leapt directly onto a large bed in the middle of the room. She was sprawled out on the bed, hugging a pillow in her arms. Her delicate nose twitched as she sniffed with all her might. As she sniffed, a look of extreme happiness appeared on her face. This was the bed that Master had slept on, and this was the pillow that Master had rested on. There was also the scent of Master, Bai Luo felt her soul flutter as her cheeks blushed. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her, secretly laughing in his heart. He knew that in this little girl's heart, Shanqing Luo was her greatest idol, which was why she was behaving so inexplicably. However, this little girl's posture only served to accentuate her perky buttocks. Taking a closer look at this boudoir, Yang Kai nodded, "Not bad." Bai Luo instantly woke up and quickly got up from the bed, her almond eyes widening as she grit her teeth and asked, "Not bad?" Yang Kai nodded. This was a woman's boudoir, so it was somewhat inappropriate for him to live here. Giving it a "not bad" evaluation was already good enough. "Huh, it really is not bad." Bai Luo ground her teeth and snorted, "This is the place where Master lived when she was still a young girl. I tried so hard to convince Master to let me live here, yet you, a smelly brat of unknown origin, not only do you not feel satisfied, you actually think it's not bad?" Yang Kai stared at her blankly, only now understanding why she was so hostile towards him. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, he asked, "Sister Bai Luo, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Who do you think you are?" Bai Luo stood up angrily, hugging the pillow in her arms and stomping out of the room. "Why did you take that pillow away?" Yang Kai was speechless. "This was used by Master." Bai Luo turned around angrily and angrily shouted, suddenly walking back to Yang Kai's side and picking up the mattress. "This was also used by Mistress." Like a little boss, Bai Luo glared at Yang Kai fiercely before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai was surprised, realizing that this woman's worship of Shanqing Luo was not just a little bit, it had definitely reached the point of obsession. Not caring about this, Yang Kai jumped onto the bed and sat down cross-legged. He definitely couldn't stay in Fragrance City for long. Shanqing Luo's secret art was simply too dangerous. If he stayed here, sooner or later he would die at her hands. However, this dragon lady had now regained her strength, so Yang Kai couldn't escape even if he wanted to. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given her the myriad drug cream. But at that time, he had no other choice but to escape from the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. On top of that, the mark that Dragon Lady had placed in his body was definitely for tracking purposes. If he wanted to leave, he would first have to deal with this mark. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai carefully examined the situation in his body. Although his divine sense couldn't see inside his body, it was still easy for him to sense his body's condition. After a while, Yang Kai felt a faint energy attached to his ribs between his chest and abdomen, like a maggot attached to a tarsal bone. He tried to use his true Yang Yuan Qi to dispel it, but to no avail. Even the evil energy of the unyielding golden skeleton couldn't be purified. It was attached to his body. It wasn't harmful to his body, nor would it hinder the operation of his Yuan Qi. However, this energy was like a bright lighthouse in the darkness, allowing Shanqing Luo to easily sense his position. If only the old demon was here. He could see what kind of energy this was, but unfortunately, ever since the old demon entered the coiling dragon stream's body, there had been no news of him. While he was trying, Yang Kai suddenly sensed a wisp of divine sense drifting to his side. "Little bastard, what are you doing?" Shanqing Luo's voice immediately sounding both angry and happy. "Sleeping." Yang Kai rolled his eyes, cursing in his heart. He already knew that there was something wrong with the energy the dragon lady had injected into his body. But he hadn't thought that this would alarm her. Shanqing Luo smiled tenderly and said, "Don't waste your energy. That's my soul-chasing seal. Unless I remove it myself, even a peak immortal ascension boundary master won't be able to remove it. With this seal, no matter how far you run, I'll be able to find you." "There's no need to do this," Yang Kai said with a bitter expression. "Hee hee." Shanqing Luo giggled. "Who told you to be so dishonest? If you were honest, I wouldn't have treated you like this." Good, you can rest for the night. Tomorrow I'll come find you. I promise you won't be bored." "Forget it. You really are heartless." Shanqing Luo snorted, withdrawing his divine sense. In desperation, Yang Kai could only give up on the idea of breaking the soul-chasing seal and rest for the night. The next day, Yang Kai was alarmed by the sound of footsteps coming from downstairs and awoke from his meditation. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure walked in gracefully, and a bewitching smile hung on her face. It was hard to tell how old this beautiful woman was, but she was at most 25 years old. Her figure was full, her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to constantly bloom with an alluring light, and her skin was white and delicate. She was also extremely charming, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Shanqing Luo, she wasn't far off. She was the type that exuded a ripe fragrance from head to toe, the type that could be easily pinched. However, compared to Shanqing Luo, this woman was more amorous while Shanqing Luo was more delicate. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and softly said, "Did young lord rest well last night?" "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The beautiful woman stepped forward, walked to the side of the bed, and gracefully bowed. Her breath smelled like orchids as she said, "This servant was sent by the Lord to serve the young master. The young master can just call me Yun Li, and these two girls." The beautiful woman introduced herself as she waved her hand. Immediately, two young girls with different temperaments walked out from behind her. One looked gentle and quiet while the other looked dignified and elegant. Whether it was the beautiful woman or the two girls, they were both beautiful and pleasing to the eye. "This is Roy." The beautiful woman pointed to the gentle and quiet girl, and then pointed to the other dignified and elegant girl. "This is Ro Qing. Greetings to young lord." The two girls gracefully bowed. Their manners were comparable to the young ladies of large families. There was simply no flaw to be found. Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't know what this dragon lady Shanqing Luo wanted to do. These three girls had different temperaments, but no matter which one it was, they could arouse a man's desire to conquer them. Not to mention the two young girls, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, the beautiful woman Yun Li's temperament was only slightly worse than Shanqing Luo's. Moreover, she had an advantage that the other young girls didn't have. That was, her extremely plump body and her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to emit a seductive light at all times. "Does this mean I'm going to fall in love?" Yang Kai's heart was beating like a drum. The beautiful woman Yun Li smiled and said, "Master said that during young lord's stay in Fragrance City, these servants will take care of young lord's daily needs." "Then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai responded indifferently. "Of course, young lord is master's honored guest." The beautiful woman Yun Li smiled, but her cheeks suddenly blushed as she softly said, "Master also said that if young lord has any request, these servants must satisfy it." "Any request?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he understood the hidden meaning behind these words. The beautiful woman gently nodded. This time, even Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing were bashful, their eyes slightly drifting, not daring to look at Yang Kai, their expressions slightly nervous. Chapter 313. Regardless of what purpose Shanqing Luo had for sending these three women here, the three of them were quite considerate in their service. In this loft, the second floor was a place to rest. On the first floor was a large bathtub carved from white jade. It was not cheap. As for the third floor, there was nothing special about it. It was probably just a place to enjoy the scenery. Under the instructions of the beautiful woman Yun Li, the two young girls, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, supported Yang Kai on either side, regardless of whether he was willing or not, and led him directly to the bathtub on the first floor. Inside, steam rose and the fragrance of flowers wafted out. At some point, a pool of hot water had been prepared, and this pool was filled with petals of various colors. Yang Kai's face went black. A big man soaking in a flower bath here, no matter how he thought about it, it was strange. "Young lord, please bathe and change clothes first." The beautiful woman, Yun Li, had a faint smile on her face from beginning to end, looking very pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai calmly nodded. After waiting for a long time, he found that whether it was Yun Li, Ruo Yu, or Ruo Qing, neither of them had any intention of leaving, so Yang Kai couldn't help looking at them in surprise and asking, "Your master didn't ask you to help me bathe, right?" The beautiful woman, Yun Li, pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "If young lord wishes, this servant will obey. The master said that any request of young lords must be satisfied." Towards the end, her voice gradually lowered and her face flushed red, somewhat embarrassed. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing's tender bodies tensed up. No need to trouble yourself, you can leave first. Yang Kai waved his hand. The beautiful woman's pair of peach blossom eyes couldn't help showing a touch of surprise as she glanced over at Yang Kai in surprise. On the other hand, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, upon hearing Yang Kai's words, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The three of them quickly left. Yang Kai then took off his clothes and jumped into the bath. The temperature of the water was neither too hot nor too cold, just enough to wash away the fatigue he had accumulated over this period of time. He didn't know how Su Yan was doing after leaving the void corridor. He should have been able to cross 10,000 kilometers in an instant, but where were they now? What about High Heaven Pavilion? What was the result of the battle with Grand Master? Yang Kai was somewhat upset. Outside the loft, Bai Luo stood angrily waiting. She really couldn't understand why her master was treating this little brat so well. Not only had she provided him with the best accommodation, she had even sent the best maidservant in the palace. Regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, the three of them were all top-notch within the temporary imperial residence. Such considerate care. Not even when the other evil kings came to visit. That brat didn't look like a decent person. It couldn't have eaten Yunli, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing, right? Thinking so, Bai Luo became even angrier, secretly feeling that the three women were not worth it. Yunli was one thing. She had been a widow for many years and hadn't had a good life. Of course, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing also had similar thoughts. If they were together with that little brat, it wouldn't be surprising for them to be attracted by him, but Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing were sisters who had grown up together with Bai Luo. Both of them were pure little girls, so if their pure bodies were really ruined by that little brat, this old lady will castrate him. A murderous intent flashed across Bai Luo's eyes as she secretly made up her mind. Just as she was about to explode with anger, Bai Luo saw Yunli, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing walk out together. Bai Luo gawked for a moment before immediately feeling overjoyed. Rushing over, she grabbed Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing's hands and anxiously asked, "Are you all right? Were you molested by him?" Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing both blushed and quickly shook their heads. The beautiful woman Yunli giggled. "Sister Bai Luo worries too much. That young lord doesn't look like a lecherous man, he's actually quite obedient." "Really?" Bai Luo was taken aback. "Did you tell master's instructions to him?" "Yes, I did." Yunli nodded slightly. "He didn't try to take advantage of you?" Bai Luo tilted her head and asked in disbelief. Yunli chuckled. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing." Bai Luo stared at them suspiciously. Ruo Qing shook her head and blushed. "Bai Luo, you're thinking too much. Just now I was so scared, I really thought he was some kind of lecherous pervert." "Strange, how could that be? This young lady has always been quite good at judging men. That little brat obviously has a belly full of dirty tricks. There's no reason he wouldn't molest you." Bai Luo frowned. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she snorted, It must be because it's his first time here and he's a bit embarrassed. Men are all like that. It's not like you haven't seen those evil kings and young lords who visit the palace as guests. Which one of them doesn't drool at the sight of you? They can't wait to strip you naked and carry you to bed." Listening to her words, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing became nervous again. "He's definitely that kind of man, first pretending to be refined to lower your vigilance, then when you're unprepared, he'll eat you up, body and heart. In fact, he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing." Bai Luo speculated. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing were startled. The beautiful woman Yunli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sister Bai Luo, don't scare them, that young lord shouldn't be a bad person. Besides, if he really wanted to take action, we wouldn't be able to resist." Bai Luo glared at her for a moment before suddenly pouncing forward and grabbing hold of the two soft mounds on Yunli's chest, squeezing them as she grinned wickedly. "It looks like elder sister Yun is already mentally prepared. Is it because there has never been a man in this palace before and you haven't been nourished for so many years that you can't help but want to throw yourself at him?" Suddenly being attacked, the two sensitive mounds on her chest were accurately pinched by Bai Luo, causing the beautiful woman Yunli to almost collapse into her arms, her white cheeks suddenly flushing red as she grit her teeth and whispered, "What are you talking about?" "So sensitive, you really are one." Bai Luo not only didn't let go, but instead increased the intensity of her grip, pushing her yuan qi into her fingertips in a rhythmic manner, fiercely stimulating the two red mounds on Yun Li's chest. A moan came from the beautiful woman's mouth, her pair of peach blossom eyes instantly blurring as a strange red glow appeared on her skin. As soon as this sound entered their ears, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing both felt a strange sensation in their hearts. Bai Luo giggled and leaned her head towards the beautiful woman's slender white neck, stretching out her delicate tongue and licking her earlobe. Yun Li suddenly shivered. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing both stared dumbfounded at the scene, their hearts pounding like a little deer. Although they had long known that Bai Luo cultivated the same seductive secret art as their master and knew a great deal about the matters between men and women, they had never imagined that she would be so irresistible when she went crazy. Damn girl, don't make trouble. The beautiful woman Yun Li resisted the throbbing of her heart and the ecstasy of her body as she struggled to free herself from Bai Luo's arms. Her two beautiful legs almost couldn't support her own weight, causing her to feel weak and powerless, and even her voice was extremely strange. Sure enough, a mature woman really is different. Bai Luo licked her red lips, a look of longing appearing on her face as her eyes filled with lust. I won't play with you anymore, why don't you go find Qian Ying and Qian Hen? Master assigned them to you to cultivate your seductive secret art. Ruo Yu, Ruo Qing and I still have to serve that young lord for breakfast, it's not good to delay. The beautiful woman Yun Li shot her a disdainful look, seemingly understanding Bai Luo's temperament, quickly calling out to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, let's go. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing hurriedly followed. Elder sister Yun, I'll come find you tonight. Bai Luo called out from behind in a sweet voice. Yun Li turned around and glared at her fiercely, Ruo Yu, Ruo Qing and I will be resting here tonight. If you have the courage then come. After finishing his bath, Yang Kai changed into a clean set of robes. These robes had all been bought by Shanqing Luo early in the morning and were all bright and shiny, perfectly matching Yang Kai's physique, further accentuating his extraordinary aura. Even the beautiful woman Yun Li, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing couldn't help looking at him. Breakfast had already been set up outside, with a variety of exotic delicacies, a pleasing sight to behold. The beautiful woman Yun Li scooped a spoonful of porridge for him and said, these were all personally prepared by the servant. Young lord should eat them while they're hot. Pausing for a moment, she smiled and said, young lord's physique is slightly thin. It should be because he has been running around outside all year round, right? You should eat more to supplement your body. Yang Kai responded faintly before asking suspiciously, where is your master? Master has some matters to attend to today. Yun Li replied with a smile. I thought she would come over to accompany me for breakfast. Yang Kai frowned. Listening to him say this, the beautiful woman Yun Li and the two girls couldn't help showing a strange expression, secretly wondering what Yang Kai's background was. Daring to have Shanqing Luo accompany him to eat? None of the other 5 evil kings had such good fortune, right? If I want to find her, where should I go? Yang Kai asked as he ate. The beautiful woman Yun Li smiled and said, Master said that she will be busy these past few days, so if young lord has any questions, you can ask Miss Bai Luo. She's been waiting outside since early morning. I've been played. Yang Kai snorted. Yesterday, Shanqing Luo had said that she would come to find him today, but now she had changed her mind. She must have known that he wanted to discuss his departure with her, so she had decided to avoid him. Sweeping away the food on the table, Yang Kai walked out of the loft. The enchanting young woman, Bai Luo, was standing outside waiting, her expression clearly showing that she didn't like Yang Kai, but since Shanqing Luo had given her orders, she didn't dare disobey in the slightest. Miss Bai Luo, Yang Kai called out. Bai Luo responded faintly, her face filled with an unapproachable arrogance. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I want to see your master. Bai Luo frowned and said unhappily, Master is discussing some important matters with several of the city's elders today. I'm afraid she won't have time to see you. When will the discussion be over? Probably not in the next few days. Master has been away from Fragrance City for almost 2 months now, and during this time there has been a lot of fighting, so many things need to be handled by her. Yang Kai's expression became cold, his mood suddenly becoming unhappy. Bai Luo hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, "But Master said last night that in order to make up for her mistakes, she will allow you to enter her treasure house." Chapter 3:14. Treasure House. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he silently cursed the dragon lady. Was she trying to tempt him with benefits? In his heart, Yang Kai muttered to himself, "Is there anything good in that treasure house?" Nonsense. Bai Luo glared at him. "Master's treasure house naturally has many good things. Master said that your strength is too low, so if you enter her treasure house you can find something useful to enhance your cultivation and strength." "Then what are we waiting for?" Yang Kai urged. Seeing him seem to be somewhat impatient, Bai Luo began to despise him even more in her heart, silently cursing him for being a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Although she was very reluctant, as long as it was something Shan Qing Luo ordered, Bai Luo would not hesitate to complete it. "Come with me," he said somewhat impatiently, and then led the way. After walking around the palace for a long time, they suddenly came to a secluded room. Entering this room, after walking a few dozen meters inside, they came face to face with a thick door. This door was made of some unknown material and appeared to be quite old. It was also thick and simple, obviously not something that could be easily broken open. What was even stranger was that there was no handle on the door, nor was there any gap. It was as if it was connected to two walls. Bai Luo took out a black rectangular object from her waist and quickly formed a series of hand seals, pouring her yuan qi into it. A moment later, she placed this rectangular object on the door. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the heavy door opened with a loud bang. Yang Kai looked around curiously and couldn't help but praise, "This place is very safe to hide things in." Bai Luo snorted lightly, proudly saying, "Naturally, this entire treasure house is made of scarlet desolate black gold. Even if a peak immortal ascension boundary master came here, they wouldn't be able to open it in a short time. This can be said to be the safest place in the world." Listening to her boasting, Yang Kai didn't refute her, instead just secretly curling his lips. In terms of safety, his black book space was the safest place. "Come in." Bai Luo walked in first and greeted Yang Kai. After the two of them entered, the door to the treasury closed again. Although this treasury was sealed, it was still a treasure trove. However, it wasn't dark at all. The walls were decorated with precious pearls the size of cobblestones. The precious pearls emitted a gentle light. The entire treasury was illuminated by the radiance. Once inside, Bai Luo expressionlessly introduced the various items to Yang Kai. "Over there are gold and silver items, over here are herbs, over here are pills, over here are artifacts and weapons, and over here are secret arts and martial skills. And take a look for yourself, don't bother me if there's nothing important." She seemed to be eager to get rid of Yang Kai. Yang Kai wrinkled his nose and frowned. "Sister Bai Luo, did your master say how many things I can take from here?" Bai Luo sneered. He said disdainfully, "How much more do you want?" "I'm just asking." Bai Luo's face sank as she impatiently said, "Master said you can take as much as you want." Listening to her say so, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples and directly walked over to the pile of herbs. Seeing him not show any trace of politeness, Bai Luo couldn't help muttering, "Sure enough, he's just a country bumpkin. I really don't understand why Master is so good to him." As he spoke, he quickly went to the secret treasure and took out a pair of exquisite earrings from it. This pair of earrings was blue in color. They were crystal clear, almost like 2 drops of tears. Holding the earrings in the palm of her hand, Bai Luo smiled happily, not willing to let go. On the other side, Yang Kai sneered. Shan Qing Luo, that dragon lady, had placed him under house arrest in her palace. Although she didn't have any malicious intent, it still made him feel uncomfortable. However, she had actually allowed Yang Kai to enter her treasury, which was her mistake. If Yang Kai wanted, it wouldn't be a problem for him to completely empty this entire treasury. After all, the black book space was much larger than this treasury. However, Yang Kai didn't want to expose the secret of the black book space, so he could only look for things here that were useful to him. The Dantian's yang liquid needed to be replenished. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the unyielding golden skeleton's energy reserves as it had a massive amount, so there was no need to worry about it drying up. Only his yang liquid was constantly decreasing. As long as it was a yang attribute herb or pill, Yang Kai didn't let them go and collected them all into the black book space. Herbs and pills that could nourish the soul were also relatively rare, so he couldn't let them go. The 5-colored soul-warming lotus needed these herbs to evolve and expand his divine sense, so Yang Kai swept them all into the black book space. As for secret arts and martial skills, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. He didn't need any secret arts or martial skills, and there shouldn't be anything good here. Yang Kai was more interested in finding a high-quality soul skill to cultivate. Although his divine sense had been tempered long ago, because he didn't have a soul skill, it hadn't played much of a role until now and could only be used to explore the surrounding environment. However, searching through this treasure house, Yang Kai couldn't find any decent soul skills. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2, but they were all trash below earth grade. Yang Kai really didn't care about such soul skills. Even if he cultivated them, they wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste of time. After searching for a while, Yang Kai only found some yang attribute herbs and pills. In addition, there were only a few things that could be used to nourish his divine sense. Symbolically taking out 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills, Yang Kai searched for a long time before finally finding Bai Luo. This enchanting young girl had already worn a pair of earrings under her delicate earlobes and was holding a mirror in her hand while giggling to herself. Kai Yang's sudden appearance in front of her gave her a fright. Patting her soft chest with her small hands, she wrinkled her eyebrows and took a deep breath. She angrily said, "How come you don't make a sound when you walk?" Yang Kai was surprised. "It's you who's immersed in your own world, isn't it?" Bai Luo's small face blushed and she quickly removed the earrings from her earlobes before carefully putting them back in their original place, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze and asking, "Did you find them?" "What did you find?" Yang Kai waved the 2 bottles of pills in his hand, causing Bai Luo to be slightly surprised. Chuckling lightly, she said, "I didn't think you would be so tactful. I thought you would definitely." Halfway through her sentence, Bai Luo curled her lips and didn't continue. "Definitely what?" "Nothing, since you found them, let's go." "But are you sure you only want these 2 bottles of pills? Master said he wanted you to find something to enhance your strength." Bai Luo asked uneasily, "Can you enhance your strength like this?" "That's enough." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm too lazy to care about you. I'll tell you this first. It's not that I don't want to give you a choice, it's that you only want these 2 bottles of pills." Master asked, "Don't say anything about me." Yang Kai nodded indifferently, and, leaving the treasure house, Bai Luo closed the door again and turned around. A small box flew towards her. Bai Luo was shocked and quickly reached out to catch it, staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. After seeing what kind of box she had just caught, she couldn't help calling out in surprise as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked, "Do you like this?" "Of course I like it." Bai Luo nodded repeatedly, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on her face. Opening the box, she found the pair of earrings she had tried on for a while before putting them back. "How did you know?" Bai Luo looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "I can tell just by looking at your expression." Yang Kai chuckled, "I'm not blind." Heh. Bai Luo couldn't help feeling joy in her heart and quickly took out the earrings. Staring at them dazzlingly, she said, "These are just ordinary Earth-grade low-rank artifacts, but from the first time I saw them I fell in love with them. If you like them, why didn't you ask your master for them? I see that your master treats you well." Yang Kai said suspiciously, "These are the relics of my old master. I was afraid that if my master saw them, he would be sad." Bai Luo sighed faintly, suddenly hugging them tightly in her arms like they were precious treasures. "Are these for me? Why else would I take them out? If your master asks, just say I took them." "Thank you." Bai Luo stared at him with a complicated expression before suddenly becoming vigilant. Why are you so good to me? Do you have some kind of ulterior motive? Are you interested in me?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're thinking too much." "I'll tell you, I don't like men." Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai with great vigilance, seemingly trying to discern whether he was telling the truth or not. So no matter how much you try to court me, I won't be tempted. In my heart, my master is the most perfect partner. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning, staring at her in amazement. You mean you like Shanqing Luo? Bai Luo's face blushed red, but she still stiffly nodded, her eyes filled with a sense of longing. Sooner or later, I will become master's wife. At this moment, she showed the beautiful feelings a young girl should have, but this partner, there seemed to be some problems. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded, hesitating for a long time before finally saying, Then I wish Bai Luo all the best. Bai Luo giggled, tilting her head as she looked Yang Kai up and down, saying with satisfaction, I now find that you're not so annoying after all. It seemed that Yang Kai giving her a gift was quite effective, at least she didn't treat him as coldly as before. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Bai Luo then said, Good, now that we've finished exploring the treasure house, Master said that if you feel bored, I can take you for a walk around the city. Do you want to go out? No need, I want to go back and cultivate, Yang Kai said. Bai Luo snorted meaningfully. Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion has elder sister Yunli, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing. There really isn't much fun outside. Also, if you really when you do that, you'll first lay your hands on elder sister Yunli. She was married for less than a month before her husband died, and now she hasn't touched a man for almost 10 years, so she'll be like a wolf or a tiger. You have to take care of your body. And elder sister Yunli likes it when people touch her ears. Bai Luo blushed as she gave Yang Kai some advice, her beautiful face filled with excitement. Yang Kai's face went pale. How could such an enchanting little girl speak of such vulgar things? On top of that, she seemed to be quite experienced. He really didn't know where her experience came from. Chapter 315. On the second floor of Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a fragrant bed, his expression solemn as he breathed evenly. Circulating his true Yang secret art, he was refining and absorbing the Yang attribute spirit grasses and pills in his stomach. These things from the Shanqing Luo's treasure house were all of high quality, at least earth-grade high rank, while most of them were heaven-grade. Things that could be stored in the treasure house of a master like the beguiling demon queen were naturally not too bad. A slight humming sound rang out as Yang Kai circulated his true Yang secret art, causing the medicinal efficacies of these pills and herbs to rapidly transform into pure true Yang Yuan Qi that filled his meridians. Back in Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak, Xiao Fuxing had prepared a pot of medicinal soup for Yang Kai, using a special secret art to fully absorb the medicinal efficacies and develop the potential of his meridians. It was only now that the medicinal soup truly played a role, allowing him to temper his Yuan Qi more effectively and conveniently than before. Moreover, this effect would accompany him throughout his life, and the more he cultivated, the more he would realize the benefits. After a dozen or so cycles, before the first drop of Yang liquid had even formed, the energy in his body suddenly expanded and a silent ripple spread out like a wave, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai clearly felt that his strength had soared, giving him a comfortable feeling both physically and mentally. Yuan Qi Boundary 5th Stage. Ever since he had stepped into the true element boundary, every breakthrough had become more difficult than before. However, Yang Kai had been consistently taking a small cup of myriad drug liquid every day, using this liquid to improve his physique and cleanse his meridians. After such a long time, whether it was his physique or meridians, they had all significantly improved, so even after breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, he could still easily break through. Being stuck in the Yuan Qi boundary 4th stage for more than a month now, it was only natural for him to break through now. Scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi burst out from his body like a tongue of fire. The temperature of the entire room rose. Holding his breath, Yang Kai restrained his Yuan Qi, allowing the tongues of Yuan Qi to submerge into Yang Kai's body and disappear. His whole body felt warm and comfortable. The Yang Kai secret art was the most masculine of the true Yang secret art. It made Yang Kai, who practiced this secret art, look full of majestic Yang Qi at this moment. His meridians were swollen and could no longer accept any more pure and explosive yuan qi. With a dripping sound, a new drop of yang liquid was formed and immersed into the dantian. His swollen meridians instantly felt empty, making him feel uncomfortable. However, the medicinal herbs and elixirs that were consumed quickly produced new yuan qi. It filled the emptiness of his meridians. The ticking sound was extremely pleasing to the ear. This was a sound that went straight to the heart. After all the medicinal efficacies had been completely absorbed, the dantian had a few dozen drops of new yang liquid. Exhaling lightly and feeling the fullness of dantian, Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Although the amount of yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's storage was not much, the quality of the yang liquid was no longer comparable to before. It could also last for a very long time. Without relaxing, Yang Kai continued to close his eyes. After replenishing the yang liquid, it was now time to nourish his divine sense. The soul-chasing seal that the Shanqing Luo had inserted into Yang Kai's body. It should be a soul skill. So as long as his divine sense was strong enough, he could break it. If he wanted to strengthen his divine sense, he would need to take some precious treasures. Or he would need to cultivate a soul skill. Yang Kai had only cultivated one soul skill, and that was the Soul Palace. However, this soul skill was not only for defense, it also had strict requirements for the cultivation environment. For the time being, there was no need to consider it. How could he make his divine sense grow quickly enough to break the Dragon Lady's soul-chasing seal? Yang Kai frowned, thinking hard. As he thought about it, suddenly his eyes lit up. He remembered the previous 2 times when his divine sense had rapidly grown stronger. Both times, he had gone deep into some dangerous places, and his divine sense had cycled back and forth between consumption and replenishment to become stronger. The first time was in that isolated world's white mist forest, where the soul-cleansing dew was formed. The second time was in the coiling dragon stream, where the demonic qi had attacked his soul and damaged his divine sense the most. Through this process, his divine sense had grown stronger. This kind of speed was not something that cultivating a soul skill or taking precious treasures could compare with. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't dare use this method to cultivate their divine sense. If one's divine sense was seriously damaged, a few times wouldn't necessarily lead to an accident, but if it happened too many times, it could become a permanent injury that could never be healed. But Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai had the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure that could nourish his divine sense, so he didn't need to worry about leaving behind any permanent damage. Frowning, Yang Kai pondered for a long time before finally deciding to go all out. Replenishing his divine sense was easy. Some of the herbs and pills he had taken out from Shanqing Luo's treasure house, as well as the myriad drug milk, could be used to supplement his divine sense. Consuming his divine sense was also easy. Yang Kai also had the true alchemic way in his mind. The last time he had probed it for a long time, he had only managed to discover a single spirit array that was used to assist in alchemy. As long as he used his divine sense to probe this true alchemic way, he could quickly consume his divine sense. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immersed himself in exploring the true alchemic way in his mind. This true alchemic way was extensive and profound. Its records were complex and profound. If he wanted to thoroughly comprehend it, he would need to spend a great deal of time and divine sense to do so. Yang Kai wasn't interested in the true alchemic way, so he didn't pay much attention to it. A moment later, a sharp pain spread through his mind and his entire body became exhausted, his face suddenly pale. His divine sense had been completely exhausted. A cool feeling overflowed from his mind. This was the soul-warming lotus repairing his damaged divine sense. After a while, the pain disappeared and the damaged area was completely repaired. However, the divine sense he had consumed was not replenished. After his last experience in the myriad drug pond, Yang Kai knew that it took a long time for his divine sense to recover. If he allowed it to recover on its own, even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours. Because his divine sense was not as easy to restore compared to a cultivator's yuan qi, it was extremely difficult to cultivate his divine sense. Weakly, Yang Kai took out a bottle of spirit-restoring pills and poured one into his mouth along with a little bit of myriad drug milk. Refining it, he absorbed its medicinal efficacies. A moment later, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was once again replenished and his spiritual energy was once again restored to its peak. His divine sense once again penetrated into the true alchemic way, prying into its mysteries. Time passed, and Yang Kai didn't know how long it had been. Yang Kai continued this cycle of replenishing his divine sense. With each cycle, his divine sense really did increase a little. Although the degree of enhancement was not great, it was still accumulating. The results were very gratifying. Not only that, the mysteries of the true alchemic way also piqued Yang Kai's interest. Last time, Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort, but he had only been able to discover a single spirit array that assisted in alchemy. That spirit array could increase the grade of the alchemy process. For example, if he used this spirit array to assist in alchemy, it was possible to obtain a mysterious grade pill from a furnace of heaven-grade high-rank materials. Of course. However, there was a possibility that the effect would not be very good. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the medicinal pill, the more difficult it would be to refine it. The higher the grade, the worse the effect. As he delved deeper into the true alchemic way, Yang Kai discovered that there were a variety of spirit arrays recorded in it. At the very least, he had glimpsed a few of them. This included improving the quality of the pills, increasing the probability of pill veins appearing, increasing the success rate of alchemy, and many other functions. And this was just the beginning of the true alchemic way. It was difficult to imagine what kind of mysteries would be hidden in the later chapters. In addition to the spirit arrays, there were also some special alchemy techniques, the selection of materials, and so on. All of this information was imprinted in Yang Kai's mind so that if there was an opportunity in the future, he could pass it all on to Xianing Chang and Xiao Fu Sheng. In just 2 days, all of the herbs and pills Yang Kai had plundered from Shanqing Luo's treasure house had been consumed. Things that could nourish one's soul were relatively few, so how could they withstand Yang Kai's unbridled consumption? Other immortal ascension boundary masters would carry 1 or 2 bottles of these pills, but that was only in case of emergencies. Who would take them one after another? Without these pills and herbs, relying on the myriad drug milk alone would not be enough to quickly restore one's spiritual energy. Although the myriad drug milk also had a certain role, its effects were too broad and did not specifically target one's soul. Taking it once or twice would have a significant effect, but once it was used too many times, it would become unreliable. Its more important role was to catalyze the medicinal efficacies of pills and enhance their efficacy. Without pills that could nourish one's soul, it would take twice the effort for half the result to cultivate, making it difficult for one to find motivation. Someone come, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before frowning and shouting towards the outside. He could feel that during the past few days he had been cultivating, there were still 3 people's life auras in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. They should be the beautiful woman Yunli, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing. Yang Kai lived in one of the inner rooms, and there was a side room outside where the 3 of them lived. At all times, there would be someone waiting there, waiting for Yang Kai to summon them. As soon as he shouted, there was a rush of footsteps as the beautiful woman Yunli, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing all came over. What orders does young lord have? The beautiful woman Yunli looked towards Yang Kai with a smile and asked softly, "Where is Bai Luo?" Miss Bai Luo, at this time she should be cultivating in her own residence, Yunli replied. Go call her over. Yunli nodded before turning to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing and saying, Go invite Miss Bai Luo over. The 2 girls nodded, turned around, and left. On the other hand, the beautiful woman Yunli stayed behind for some unknown purpose, her pair of watery peach blossom eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she softly asked, Young lord looks very tired, have you not rested well these past few days? No, Yang Kai shook his head faintly, I've just been cultivating. The beautiful woman smiled, swaying her beautiful hips as she walked over, bringing with her a mature and elegant demeanor. Without any scruples, she climbed onto the bed and knelt down behind Yang Kai. Stretching out her 2 delicate hands, she gently rubbed Yang Kai's head.